Hello, good morning and welcome cricket lovers wherever you're tuning in from. Well, after a frenzy of action, entertainment and drama in Austria over 2 weeks that we were there, we now, the European Cricket Network, are back on the road again to our next European cricket destination. Welcome to Sofia, where we do it all over again. 8 teams will do battle over 60 matches to see who will be crowned the champions. I'm Rico Full. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series Bulgaria, and the action starts right here, right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, good morning, and yes, welcome back. We are in Sofia at this National Cricket Academy ground, the Vasil Levski, and I remember from a few years back that the cricket that we had here was thoroughly entertaining. I'm looking forward to it again this time around with some new teams as well. 8 teams are going to do battle here over 60 matches, so it's going to be very exciting. I say I remember it well from 2 years ago. Of course, I remember it from last year as well, but last year we weren't lucky with the weather, with 50% of the matches being cancelled. So right now, with the sun shining, it's looking pretty good. I know that they've had a fair bit of rain here over the last few days. So what I'm expecting to see first up this morning, certainly with the conditions, is that the outfield would be probably a little bit slow. And I'm also looking forward to see just how the pitch plays. But I'm expecting the ball from the Pacers really to seem upwards. Temperatures today is going to be around about 14 degrees it is now, but going up into the 20s. And that's what we want. We don't want the cricket to be interrupted this time around. Now, the first 2 teams that we're going to see in action are the Medical University of Sofia. They're a team that finished runners-up last time round. They lost out to the very strong Bulgaria, who have sort of had a good stronghold of the European Cricket Series that we've seen here in Bulgaria. And now they're up against the Medical University of Plovdiv, a team that finished 4th. They lost out in the eliminator last time round to the University of Plevin. So I'm expecting this first match to be an exciting one. I'm also looking forward to spending some time with Charlie Hunt. Charlie Hunt, of course, has done a lot of the night series, and it's a good opportunity for us to join forces together and bring you the action over the next 2 weeks. So Charlie Hunt will take you through the first ball, but also, first of all, we want to go and see what the result is from the coin toss. And it's a great pleasure to have Ian Rummage here with us as the tournament referee. Let's join him with the 2 captains for the all-important coin toss.
There you go. Heads. Heads has been called. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
I'll bat first.
Okay, toss has been won by Academic, who will bat first. And now we'll go to Charlie and Rico for the start of the match.
Very much, Ian. A very good morning to everyone tuning in all around the world, whether it be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode out in India. Very good morning to everyone and welcome to Sofia. And yes, that's right, Rico made the little flight over from Austria yesterday evening, and he's managed to join us here in time for some enjoyable cricket. This is what we've got coming up there. Match number 1, match 1 of 60, ladies and gentlemen. Academic MU Sofia taking on MU Plovdiv. A couple of recognisable names in there, but again, it's also going to be interesting to see how these teams go about things here this morning. It's been a really exciting couple of days leading up to this. I know a lot of fans of Bulgarian cricket throughout the last couple of years due to the couple of series that we've had here so far. And of course, the international side have been ever present on the network over the last recent years as well. But again, it's a real pleasure to be here bringing you the action over the next 2 weeks. It's going to be a real fun tournament. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing a few names come back into the frame of things. We've seen a lot of talent on show over the last couple of years. Last year, of course, we struggled due to that weather. But it's looking like, hopefully, fingers crossed, we're going to be okay for the first few days at least, and we'll see how we go about things. You can see that's where we are. That's where we're going to be playing our cricket over the next 2 weeks here in Sofia. It's a really, really nice ground to be playing some cricket at. You can see that the surrounding areas, if you're in those flats, you've got a nice little view of what's going on, but it's been a real good early start to the day. Up nice and early, but it's it's all worthwhile when you hopefully get to see some really nice cricket. And I'm sure that's exactly what we're going to see here over the next 2 weeks. It's been a real excellent build-up, and a man who's going to be very much enjoying, and I'm looking forward to joining him in the commentary box in the next 2 years. Rico Fool joins me. It's going to be an interesting 2 weeks, isn't it, Rico?
Yes, yes. Good morning to you, Charlie. It's great to be here, and it's great that we're going to spend some time together. Finally, it's been a long wait. I know we did that half a match, didn't we, in Cardiff at the European Cricket League, but looking forward to this, and I think you know as well as I do that last year, I mean, with 50% of the matches being, well, we can't really say washed out. They were snowed out, weren't they, for most of it. We were chiseling ice off the pitch, trying to get cricket happening last time around. So isn't it nice to be here, and on day one, the sun is shining.
Yeah, it's nice to see a bit of sun. Got a bit of factor 30 on, although we're covered under the nice ice cube here in Sofia. But yeah, no, last year that was a bit of an interesting one, wasn't it? A few games lost due to that snow, rain, precipitation anyway.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see that it looks like we're going to have a nice clear blue skies for the first day.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to the day. The first match, of course, we've got two teams, top teams really here in Bulgaria. So the Medical University of Sofia. So you saw there from the coin toss. Good to have Ian Rummage with us as well. A very experienced tournament referee. And no doubt that the umpiring led by him is going to be absolutely fantastic. But yeah, two good teams. Medical University of Sofia electing to bat first. Doesn't surprise me really. I think it's a good day to go out there and have a bat. I know that that's a bit like we had in Austria. We had a fair bit of rain here and heavy rain. So a lot of work has been done around the ground. What you will notice when you were looking at the pitch there, that the bowlers' run-ups, because that was quite muddy because of the amount of rain that's happened on this ground, they've actually put it's like they've rolled out the green carpet, haven't they, for the bowlers to run up on, and a little bit where the wicketkeeper would be. So I think that's smart. I think that's sensible. That certainly would give the bowlers the confidence to be running in and doing their work. Nice to see that the players are now taking the field of play, and well, we will get ready to start. So just to remind you, Sofia will be batting first in this first match, and I really do hope that this series is going to be similar to the first time that I was here in Bulgaria, where we saw stat loads of runs.
Yeah, no, it's hopefully going to be a reminiscence of that, as also some big names, some international cricketers on show that play a lot of cricket for the national side in all of these teams. But it's going to be really, really good fun, and I'm certainly looking forward to it. But yeah, I'm glad to see that they put that sort of green matting out. I think 2 weeks is a long time. It's a lot of cricket to be played on one pitch, and of course that's why we use the AstroTurf, because it's easy to keep in form and in shape. But it makes life a lot easier. And of course, any sign of rain. Well, hopefully there isn't any sign of rain, but you just don't know. It's the joys of the European continent, I guess. But it looks as if we're almost set to get things underway here in Bulgaria. Of course, we've got 2 weeks of ECS cricket, and then that's followed up by some internationals at the end of the fortnight as well. So that's going to be really fun. Looks as if it's going to be Mohamed Sofian, the skipper for Plovdiv, is going to take the first over. Certainly looking forward to what is set to be an exhilarating first 2 weeks of cricket. Here we go then.
Yeah, nice start. Just works his around to it now. Going to be interesting, Charlie, to see that part of the ground. Myself and Vinny Sandu, who's now on vacation, so enjoy your break, Vinny. We call that part the vortex, because the number of balls that race into that area is quite incredible. One thing that people will notice very quickly about this ground is that the straight boundaries on either side are pretty short. I mean, we normally have boundaries around 50 metres all the way around. I think these straight ones are probably more, what do you reckon, around about the 45?
Yeah, they're certainly looking like they're a lot less than 50, that's for sure. But yeah, that vortex down there, that typical dab down to third man, it's classic in European cricket at the moment. Yeah,
Aswad Khan off the mark straight away. Well, this is quite short, and certainly will be called as one for the over. And I think if the batter chose to leave it, it may have probably been called a wide, but they take two. It really was banged in, this one by Sufyan, and he does well to reach it.
It really lifted up. It was a very short ball. Of course, maybe just testing the fact he's not wearing a helmet, but it's a good start. Good bit of a calm and collected into the leg side, but just looks as if Sofian's not liking that green matting. That could be something to think about over the next 2 weeks.
It's going to take getting used to, isn't it? Because let's see the more on that after this one. That's a better delivery. It's fuller. And look at this outfield. Watch this go. Look, it's rolling all the way to the boundary. And this is what I was talking about when I said to you, I hope that we're going to see a stat load of runs this time around last year. Because it was, I mean, it was muddy, it was soggy, you were getting stuck in it, people were sliding all around in it. This year, I'm hoping, if this weather stays as it is, we're going to see a lot of that. I mean, that was just a gentle nudge, and it's gone all the way.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see if we can get some real reward for some nice-looking cricket shots along the ground. This time shorter and lofted. It's an opportunity. I don't think it's going to have the legs. It might take a couple of bounces, but no surprise that it plugs down at that deep mid-wicket region and will just be a single. But yeah, it looks as if it's really damp down in that corner. If you go for the area route, it looks as if it's just going to plug.
Yeah, I mean, it is damp. I mean, balls will plug as well. This is a Gundy ball. It's short. And this will roll. Will the fielder get there? And then a great effort. Well, how about that? 10 out of 10 for the dive from the fielder. Really tries to get there, does Shiv Patel. But he can't. Cautious to Kitty Kafi, but Joka lucky up. Not a good delivery, Charlie.
Yep, gets the treatment it deserves, and it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy over so far from Sofian. Had a couple of loose deliveries, probably just trying to get himself used to the conditions. But at the moment, it's a good first over for Plovdiv here.
That's a better delivery, and that's where he needs to be. Yeah, just going back to that man, as that is the end of the over, and 12 come off it, is, I suppose you're probably used to, I mean, most bowlers, you're used to running on a hard surface. You can feel the ground sort of, I don't know, sort of vibrating upwards as you're charging in. Here, it's like, well, it's like you're running on a shag pile, isn't it? Because it's pretty soft underneath. You're on a carpet, so you're probably not feeling right. You're probably not getting a good balance. And I think that's what the issues are going to be. So bowlers are going to have to get used to it. Thing is, though, is like we say, you know, wherever you play, you're going to get different conditions, different pitches, different outfields. It's going to be the same for all the sides. So, yeah, it's going to take a bit of adjusting, but I think teams will adjust to it pretty well. As the new bowler, Faizan Rahman, bowls the next over. And he's well pitched up. That's a good delivery. He squeezes it through. And nice work there behind the stumps from the keeper.
Yeah, good first delivery. That no loosener from Rahman. This one right up in the block hole. It says, I'm not worried about this carpet. I'm just going to get it right up in the corridor of uncertainty. And it's a good start for Rahman. But of course, big man missing out for Plovdiv is Saim Hussain, top run scorer last year. He's a big miss, of course, with the gloves as well, but also at the top of the order.
This one has scored wide. Good morning to our men in black. There's umpire Paulson out there. He's also got umpire Gassara, who's at third, and umpire Ivan, who we've seen over the years here in Bulgaria, is the third umpire. And of course, as I said already, we saw him out in the middle. Ian Ramage, a very experienced umpire, is the tournament referee. Short and absolutely hammered. Bolle. Ginnasona. Shaka Lagya. Well, this is the first maximum of the series. What a beauty. That was coming. Well, it was coming our way. It was coming in the way of the tower as well. Dennis is in the firing line.
Yeah, that's a really good shot. Again, was a bit of a hit-me ball. It sat up quite nicely. And all you got to do is just punch it back down the ground with these short boundaries. That's exactly what Bashir did. And he's looking pretty comfortable at the crease so far.
This one's down the leg side, and umpire calls wide, quite rightly. One thing I'm noticing early on, Charlie, that bowlers, if they're putting something into the pitch like this, the pitch is rewarding. That goes through pretty quickly. You can see the keeper having a few issues taking that. So there's some pace out there.
Does seem as if there is a bit of purchase there for the bowlers.
Wants to go for another. Is aerial. Will it go all the way? Just bounces before the rope. So 4 more. Really making the most of the power play here. And this is good hitting from Bashir.
Yeah, got to get it up fuller, does Rahman. He's dropping it too short and it's sitting up. It's like taking candy from a baby so far for Bashir. 17 off 6 so far. He's, again, I have to say it, he's looked really comfortable. Doesn't look too troubled at the moment.
And he goes here and again. This is good batting in the power play. He knows that the 2 men are inside the 30-yard circle. And he also knows that the straight boundaries are pretty short, so he's going for it. And though he doesn't get this clean out in the middle of the bat, he does enough to get it to the foot boundary.
Stand and deliver stuff from Bashir. Now he's on to 21 off 7. This is sensational hitting so far. This is only the first game of the tournament. It's exciting things to come.
Oh, well, this is a blast. That is brutal. What a hit that is. Well, that is probably the biggest boundary, the longest part of the ground. And he goes huge over deep extra cover.
Yeah, Rahman says, well, do you know what? If you're going to hit me if I go short, I'm going to get it right up in the blocker. When Bashir says, that's fine. I'm just going to pump you back over the offside. And that weight transfer, staying on that back foot, allows him to elevate it over. Really nice shot. Needs a response, does Rahman.
And, well, what happened there? I think it's a dead ball. I think there was something going on there. I like the way that the batter just casually plays this with one hand, Bashir.
Look at that. He says, oh, no, I don't want to play this one, and then just lets it go. Would have been a no ball, I think. That looked pretty close for me if it wasn't. Yeah. But I think that was just a fielder coming in from that offside who collected the ball and wasn't it back in time. But dead ball. But well, this over's gone magical, but he needs to try and get out of this as quietly as possible, does Rahman.
Firmly hit. Fielder should get the stop in, and he doesn't. And, well, that's not a good start, is it, for Sufyan? Well, he had a few issues with the ball, and now here, well, he didn't like running on the carpet, and he's probably not liking fielding on the grass because that one gets through him.
Yep, gets that completely wrong, and that's the end to a very, very expensive over. 26 off it at the end of 2. Sophia at 38 for none. And this is the story, and you can see there's a team in there that doesn't sound too Bulgarian. Istanbul.
Yeah, and aren't we looking forward to seeing Istanbul again? Istanbul KSK from Turkey. I'm looking forward to seeing them. They're a lovely bunch of guys, and didn't they entertain us in the European Cricket League?
Yeah, they were electric out on the field, and their energy was really what carried them through, and certainly looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring to this tournament. I think it just adds an extra bit of spice to this Bulgarian FanCode European Cricket Series. So I'm certainly looking forward to seeing what they can bring.
Yeah, well, let's see what Uzair can bring as he comes right arm around. Full delivery. It's roundabout on the leg stick. And it gets respected. Well, that last over, yeah, did go magical fires on Romani. Started off with a good one, didn't he? And then after that, it all went pear-shaped. But that was down to the attacking from Manan Bashir, and liking what he's brought to the party so far. Uzair wants to remove a wicket pretty quickly. And, yeah, not bad areas at all. And what I'm liking about him, even though he is coming round the wicket, he's getting the ball in the right areas and staying out of the way of the umpires. So that's good. A very good morning to everybody on the chat. And I know, even though there's Vinny Sander, you couldn't keep away, could you? You couldn't keep away. It's his first day off, and he's still in there. So,
Shock.
Vinny, enjoy your break and enjoy some quality leisure time. Whipped away, and this one will be 4 runs. It's a shot that the batter will favour because he's coming around the wicket. You can see that Bashir is saying, all right, I'm just going to use the angle that you're bowling to me against you. If you don't go right across the right-hander, this is the hit that he's going to be looking to play all the time. You can see the change being made here. So remember, we're still inside the power play. What they've got is long on and mid-wicket now back.
Yeah, it's interesting because you don't really want to be finding yourself chasing the ball in the field, but at the moment, it just seems as if they're hitting it to all areas of the park.
Goes to try and get it in the gap between the two fielders, and he does. Hitting it so well. Well, Manan Bashir, well, he's doing a bit of bashing this morning. It's another boundary. He moves to 39 of just 11 deliveries.
Yeah, low full toss, bit right off the toe end of the bat, but just evades Hidyafar Ibn Haroon in that mid-wicket region. Didn't seem as if he had too much concern. He's laughing afterwards. That's all right. But they need to find a wicket. They need to break this partnership.
Well, this one is... Well, the umpires are looking at each other.
I'm not too sure as to... Looks as if Uzair was almost appealing at something. I mean, he was probably asking for leg before, but it looked completely wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty high. Is it coming down? Well, the umpires, they believe that maybe it is. So
he's so far down the pitch as well.
Good comeback, good delivery. That's better. Well, Khan has been I suppose, the one that's just keeping things nice and stable, whereas Bashir is just going big. That is the end of the over, and it's 48 without loss.
Yeah, need to get it right up in that block hole, as that's really anything that's too short is being pumped down the ground, and anything that's full's getting elevated over the offside. So that's where it needs to be. But that second over going for 26 is already taken the game almost out of the hands of, or in terms of the power play, it's certainly all MU Sofia at the moment. 48 for none after 3 overs, but it's mostly come down to one man. Manan Bashir at 40 off of just 12 deliveries. Doesn't get much better than that on the first day on a new tournament.
No, it doesn't. I mean, you mentioned some of the players that are missing, and there are some names we're not going to see. But of course, as we know, a lot of these sides are university sides, so we'll see players come and go. And I know that a fair few of the players here are probably based. I mean, home would be the UK. They're doing all the studying out here, hence playing for these clubs. But it's always nice to see new players, and certainly it's great to see Manan Bashir. He's certainly somebody who's, well, look out for him, because the start he's made at the moment is sensational. He's on strike again. And let's see how Abidi deals with him. Abidi to bowl this over number 4.
Yeah, again, just a few issues with the field, wanting to get everything set. But at the moment, with the way Bashir's going, it doesn't matter where you pick your fielders, because he's hitting it over the boundary and not saying, I don't really care where you put your fielders, because I'm just going to hit it over them anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to whack you. And he goes for the whack. They leave that area vacant. Here, third man. And I think, well, you're outside the power play now. And looking at the shots that he's played, Charlie, you've got to have somebody there.
Yeah, you need someone there. You've got to plug that hole, because at the moment that's where a lot of the distribution of runs is going towards, and especially when you're going to have your sort of slower left arm, he's just going to loop it up a little bit. That seems to be a real area that he's going to like to attack, and at the moment it's coming off pretty nicely. 50 partnership comes up with that shot as well.
And this one is, oh, well, there's a mix-up here. They both end up on the same side. Having a coffee, he's going to be gone. He is gone. Well, that was just crazy running. It really was. And, well, Aswad Khan has ran all the way down to the other end. He's had a cup of tea and a digestive, but he can't get back in time. We'll just have a look at this. He's trying to hit a wide. He's then got his back turned to the non-striker, who's charged down there saying, Aja. Too fast, and he can't make it back. So the first wicket falls, and it falls in, well, a comical situation, as that is the end of Aswad Khan, and he goes for 6 deliveries.
Yes, classic European cricket style, that is. You don't really see anything other than that, and that's... yeah, good bit of work from Zainabidi to have that sense of mind, to just take it calmly and come through take it pretty safely. But yeah, and dominate on the other side of the power play.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wicket, and we know that even though it's probably not the wicket that Plovdiv would have wanted, he's still got Bashir who's there, who's smashing it big. But you get one wicket, and others could tumble. But Firaz Hussain will probably have other ideas. He's the number 3 batter. He's going to be coming out to the non-striker's end, because that's where he just saw his teammate can't get run out.
Yeah, and that's going to settle the nerves of the Plovdiv side. I think, you know, after getting dispatched in that first spell of 3 overs, that'll just settle the nerves and get them back into this game. And, you know, still a lot of cricket to be played. They need to just keep their calm and know that it's the same for both sides, and if they get their deliveries bowled to them, they're going to have to dispatch them as well.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at this field, Charlie, they've got long on and a very straight long off. Square leg, but nobody in mid-wicket. Now, I'm not saying that if the man's there is going to catch this, because this goes all the way. Manos arriba, Vitro, porque eso es 6 carreras, but they've only got just the 4 men out. So they've got the square leg, a very straight long on and long off, which I can understand because of the short boundary. And then they've got a man sort of in the extra cover area. So that's your 4. They could have one more out, but they're not. And I think they may be making that change here now. So it looks like Sufyan is pointing away for a fielder to go cross. I mean, you've got 2 options here. You either put the mid-wicket in, which they're doing, or the man at long on goes a lot wider. This looks to me like a better field now. So you've got square leg, an orthodox square leg back. Mid-wicket is back as well. And you've also got the long on, long off. So no protection out on the offside. So it makes no difference though, because if you keep hitting like this, it's going to keep sailing. And that's another one. And that is a 50, well, 50 now and plus to Manam Bashir. He's going bashing, isn't he? He's having a party. As well, his 50 came up in just 15 deliveries, and he ain't stopping yet. He just keeps on going. So 65 the score moves on to.
Just seems if there's nowhere that you can't bowl to the man at the moment. He just seems to, anything on a length, he's picking up and dispatching back into the leg side, but anything full, he's just flying the bat in it, and it's going through the offside at the moment. I would not want to be a bowler at the moment.
No, so welcome everybody. Welcome to Rob Thompson, Nick Devonshire. Hope you all well. And our global family around the world. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasrikal. I'm one to everybody tuning in via FanCode. Well, there you go. There's the wagon wheel, and you can see where most of those runs have come. So, and the thing is, though, it's very easy to say, but that's where the fielders have to be. He has hit it so clean that it makes no difference. The ball has been sailing over them. What a knock, and what a start to this series here in Bulgaria. We've seen a 50 come up straight away from Bashir. And I don't think he's finished yet, because if you're going to bowl him pies, he's going to gobble them up and smash them. Lovely jubbly, he says. Manos arriba, that's 6 more.
Well, don't bowl there. And again, it's just a hit-me ball, and he's not going to miss out, is Manam Bashir. And at the moment, he just looks as if he's taking the game away from Sophia already, and we're only in the 4th over.
Hey, Charlie, I'm going to call it early. Is this his century watch? If he doesn't get a century here, he's going to be so disappointing. And now he shows, well, you know what? It's not all on the leg side, this is Rico. You know that wagon wheel. Bring it back up, because you'll see there's one on the offside now as well.
Yeah, flick of the wrists, and it's too wide from the bowler. And look at that. He reaches, and that's a serious reach on him, by the way. And to still get the power to hit it through the offside, that's some strong wrists.
Oh, well, Beatty, we've seen one magical over already. Beatty's gone magical. He could go supersonic. 27 have come off the over. 75 on the board already. And he will go supersonic. It's another blast. It's another short delivery on the legs. He gets walloped away. 4 more. 31 come off that over. And the score at the end of 4 overs is 79 for 1.
79 for 1. And Manam Bashir's hit 70 of them.
Yeah.
70 of them, and that's off 18 deliveries. We're 4 overs into a lot of cricket to be played here in Bulgaria, and I'm liking what I'm seeing.
I'm liking what I'm seeing as well. It takes me back a few years when I was seeing the run machines of Bulgaria out there in the middle, creaming balls to all parts of the ground. Well, this is what we want to see. Hey, what a beautiful part of the world this is. I mean, I've just come from Austria, and the Seebahn cricket ground is beautiful. I mean, the picturesque scenery around there, it's all the rolling hills, the beautiful colours, etc. Here, well, it's all about the mountains and the snow. And there is snow at the top of those mountains as well. And it just looks stunning.
It's a little bit less snow than what there was last year.
Yes. Well, we didn't have to look up to the mountains for
That's
the snow
true.
last year. It
That's
was
true.
here, down below as well.
There you go.
Oh, that's sensational, isn't it? It is, well, it was uppish, flicked away, so it's nice to see Hussain. He gets off the mark. And he says, don't forget me. And all he does, well, I suppose is the right thing, Hussain hands the strike back to Bashir. Bashir, for me, look, I called one early in Austria when we saw Iqbal Hussain score 127. Well, I reckon Bashir is going to bring up 100 here, because he's just hitting the ball so sweet. And what we haven't seen a bowler do yet, we've seen maybe 1 or 2 balls so far in this innings that has been full and straight Yorker length delivery. It's all been too short, and Bashir has been giving him some punishment. Short, and this is missed out by Hussain. Asif is the bowler, Zain Asif.
That one just staying a little bit low, just keeping low, skidding on through, but yeah, that's really been the issue. It's not been full enough. It's been hit-me balls in the slot, and Bashir's just been loving life at the moment. And I'll tell you what, Faraz Hussain's only faced 2 deliveries, but at the moment, he's looking pretty comfortable. Here's a Asif then.
He wants a single, and well, look at him go. Of course, Bashir wants to get back on strike.
Yeah, can't blame him, can you? He's hitting it like seeing it like a baseball at the moment.
He is. Watch this. On the you watch. He's off the blocks like a quickie. Look at him go. I like the way that, the other thing about that I like is at least he waits. He's not, he's not going to get run out, is he, at the non-striker's end? And whips this one away. Should be stopped, and that's 4. That's 4. The fielder probably doesn't realise, but his legs go over the rope here. There's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, he gives a little smile. I think he knows as the skipper. And, yeah, that's it's really good effort. But look at how that skids through, by the way.
Yeah, great work there from Dennis up in the tower. Hello to our team from Spring Productions. Dennis is here, Richards as well, and Elsa. Hello, team. 4 runs there in signal by the umpire, quite correctly.
Yeah, they've been pretty busy in the first half of this game. A bit of wildlife coming into the cube. I'm sure we'll see.
Yeah, this I do remember. We're gonna have some fun with the creepy crawlies.
Oh dear, not for the faint-hearted, that's for sure.
It ain't. But anyway, at least the cricket's keeping us entertained. Bashir. Oh well, does he hit his own striker? I think he hits the Hussein here with this one. Let's see this again. Well, Bashir has been bashing everybody. Now, well, he's targeting his own players as well. Oh, well, almost. That's actually a chance, isn't it?
That's a missed opportunity. Anyway, end of the 5th over, and Sofia 88 for 1. Welcome to the Ice Cube. Charlie Hunt here alongside Rico Full, and well, it's been a pretty fun first 5 overs to be alongside you, Rico.
Hasn't it indeed? Well, we said we're going to bring you some fireworks, well, that's exactly what we're doing. Yeah, hello, good morning to everybody. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to you, our global family, for being with us today for the start of this series in Sofia, in Bulgaria. What a ground, what a setup this is.
Yeah, no, it's splendid. It really is. By the way, we're not the most height, are we, in the commentary cube?
Can I just say, this is not right. Where I'm standing, it goes like this. That's why I'm down here. Normally, I am taller than Charlie, but Charlie's loving this.
Oh, can't complain. This time, just skewed into the leg side. Should just be one and will be. Yeah, at the moment. How do you come up against it? You've got a batsman at the moment, Bashir, who's just anything that's given to him, he's hitting.
Yeah.
What do you do?
I think the simple answer to that for me is you pitch one up. They haven't pitched up. I mean, he's hit most of these shots sort of in the cow corner, mid-on. He hasn't hit one mid-off, so I think that goes to show the line that's been bowled to him. And I suppose the other thing to try is just vary the pace a little. See this one as well, it's outside the line of leg stump, and that's where a lot of the deliveries have been bowled. And somebody like Hussein, right, okay, he gets pad on it, he does the right thing, gets a single. But you watch the way that Bashir deals with it. Anything that's on the leg, he is so strong on it. And that's what I liked about him so far, that if it's short, it's punished. And, 50-metre boundaries, they're just going to disappear. So what can Uzair do to him? Uzair comes back in again, and, well, there you go. Proof in the pudding. As you said earlier, Charlie, don't bowl there. Well, this one has gone into the trees over there, and the fielder's done well finding it. Well, in Austria, we had the wheat field. Here, we've got these amazing, lovely trees. They're going to take some punishment, that's for sure.
Bashir, I'd love to know what that conversation is between him and the wicketkeeper. Wicketkeeper's probably saying, please give us a rest. Please, we're begging you. We're asking you nicely.
And well, the bowler is a bit excited about this. I don't know who he's gesturing to here.
He's not happy. That's just, again, just on the hinges in the infield are Plovdiv.
Who's he asking? Is he asking the supporters to give him the decision?
He wants something. He wants something, doesn't he?
He did, didn't he? Well, now this time Hussein goes for the big shot, but hasn't quite got the power, but gets a single. And that's all it's about, getting the single. They're approaching the 100 here, and Bashir will be pretty keen to bring it up in the 6th over.
Rob Thompson's got it. He's down. He knows that I'm taller than you, Rico. He already knows. He just knows.
It is not true.
It's fine.
Oh, Gundy. And he misses out on it. Can you believe that? It would have been a wide. He spoils a wide, probably because he thought he was going to smash him for 6. He doesn't. And the over comes to an end. And Uzair, I suppose, considering what's happened around him, that's not a bad spell. He's bowled 2 overs and gone for 18.
Yeah, he'd be pretty happy, but that's the story so far, so I can't. With a bit of a comical run out to start us off here in Bulgaria, but it's all been about Manan Bashir, 83 off of just 25 deliveries. And the best thing is it's been 360-degree hitting, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been good hitting. But he did show us that, well, if he gets a ball to cut, he will put it away. At the moment, unfortunately, most of the deliveries have been down the leg side. Short one. He's got a fair bit of the bat on this. And, well, that's a good stop. I mean, he's sliding backwards here, stopping this one. He does it well, Roman.
How's he managed that one? He's slipped at the same time as he's had to take the ball, but he's done well to keep that and keep it away from his face as well.
Okay, just losing his shape here a little bit on that one, Bashir. I mean, he's into the 80s. I mean, I don't know too much about Bashir. I believe it's the first time we've seen him in a European Cricket Series. And, well, wouldn't it be something amazing if he brings up a ton on his first outing? So he just needs to stay a little bit composed and focused. He's not that far away. 16 is all he needs. Okay, this could be out. This is plumb. And he is, well, the batter trying to get funky, trying to get sexy, Hussain. But he's not a good look in the end because he tries to do the reverse Malachi to a ball that is straight and hitting middle.
That's going to be the easiest decision I think the umpires are going to have in the next 2 weeks. Look at that. Pitching, everything is green for me. Not only is the pitch, some of the pitch green, some of the kit's green, but that's all 3 green lights for me. And, well, Hussain probably was looking a little bit frustrated and wanted to join the party but wasn't able to do so. He goes, second wicket down, and 100 for 2 on the board. Yeah,
well, a nice moment there for Sufyan. I mean, he's seen a bit of pain, isn't he, while he's been out there. But now the captain gets a wicket, so that's a plus for him. And maybe that will give him a bit of confidence. Of course, he bowled that first over. It just didn't feel right, did he? But that over in comparison to some of the others we've seen wasn't a bad one. It only went for 12. So Sufyan, they're looking to get another. And what they're trying to do here, of course, is just sensible. It just keep Bashir off strike. As Jacob Gul comes out.
Just sort of squares himself up, tries to just drop this into the offside and rotate the strike, but isn't able to quite do so. But yeah, this is a real test of character for Bashir. He's had majority of the strike, but just starved a bit of the last couple of deliveries. Needs to keep his patience, needs to keep concentrating.
Yeah, he does. Well, this one just gets pushed out nicely by Gul.
That's all Gul's got to do, isn't it? He's just got to get that single and get Bashir to face as many deliveries as possible at the moment. And if they can do that, then they're going to be looking towards that 150, possibly 160 if Bashir has anything to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great start. But, I mean, Vinny Sandhu always says, this one is up and it's over that fielder. So they do put the man in the right place. But there's no stopping him at the moment. The 100 has come up in the over. And now, well, Manan Bashir, he's got another 100 on his mind. That's his own personal one as he now moves into the 90s.
It's just picked up really elegantly from Bashir. Doesn't look rushed, hasn't looked like he's in any issue whatsoever. He just looks as if he's having a nice stroll in the park at the moment. 90 off of just 27 deliveries.
Yeah, Sufyan, 1 for 21, the captain. So not bad from him. But yeah, I mean, I was just going to say what Vinny Sandhu normally says. He says you can't really call a game in the first 5-6 overs. And of course, we know that Medical University of Sofia were motoring. But with that man still out there, you can still see them getting to I mean, they'll be disappointed they don't get to around about 140, 150 score. And Gul does the right thing, takes a single, hands the strike back to Bashir.
Yep, that's all he's got to do. That's all he's got to work on is just rotating the strike. And Bashir, well, he's 2 hits away from that century at the moment.
Yes, here trying to stop him. Short, slices it, is high in the air. It's a big boundary out there, and he still clears it. And there's just no stopping it. Manos arriba once more from the arbitro. And I think here Gul is just talking to Bashir and saying, hey, you are almost there. Well, folks, what a start could this be? Well, these are the 100s that we've seen already. And, well, there's been some big ones. Not quite updated, this one, in fact. I think this is a little bit behind where we were. So we'll get the right one up for you, because don't forget, we saw one recently in Austria as well from Iqbal. So that's a little bit needs updating. But, well, we could update it with one more on it because... Well, not this time as this gets played away. He'll get just a single.
Teasing, yep.
Takes him to 97. What a start this could be, folks. We could have a century in the very first match. Well, can he keep his cool Bashir and get there? Gul. Well, swings hard at this one. The keeper does pretty well.
Yeah, he takes it nicely, watches it after the bottom edge, but yeah, I think he makes his ground pretty safely. Yes, bats down in time. Morning to Dave. Jumps in the chat, says good morning. I hope you're well, Dave.
Yeah, good morning, Dave. And nice of you to join us. Hope you're well. Oh, this one could be out as well. You know, the umpire's thinking long and hard and decides that maybe he's going to go on to miss leg. Charlie, you quick shake of your head there. You think it's just missing?
Yeah, it looks as if that's possibly an issue of height, but also looks as if it may have been going down leg. But again, it's tidy. It's getting up in the right area. But here we go. Bashir on 97.
And he hits it straight, gets it under the feet of the bowler. And a nice bit of fielding there on the boundary from Zain, saying, you're not getting past me. So that's nicely done by Zain Asif. Just a single. So, well, he's crawling towards that 100, we should say. It is the end of the over. Not a bad one from Sahil Yasir. Just 10 coming from it.
Yeah, he's doesn't look nervous, but I'm sure there'll probably be some form of nerves. First time on in front of the cameras, and you're probably thinking, oh, I'm just going to go home and show everyone this when if it happens, because of course he's not there yet, but you never. There we go. That's what you've been asking for. That's the update.
That's the updated one. Well, I tell you what, it might need updating again pretty soon. But anyway, Iqbal Hussain, 127. What a knock that was from him. This is hit in the air, and it's dropped. Would you believe it? Bashir gets dropped on 98. The captain puts him down. Well,
by the way, he's turned around and he's gone, that's my laces. It was because my laces weren't done up. As soon as he drops it, he's blaming his laces. Watch, look, he's saying does it's his laces straight away.
I like the way, I've never seen that before. Never mind. Okay, it is a no ball.
What's going on?
It's been called straight away as Gul nearly gets his block knocked off here. Well, that's one reason you got to wear helmets, folks. Anyway, yeah, we've seen some action there. It's happening so quickly, you ain't got time to talk about it. Okay, all right. This will be, I say, another single. Yes, it will. So, Bashir on 99. He's rocketed into the 90s, and now he's taking forever to try and bring up what will be a fantastic milestone. Are we going to see the first century in the very first match here in Sofia? He charges down. He hits it hard. It will be a single. Well done. Congratulations. Shaba, Shaba. Ball bataya. Manan Bashir ne apni half century, ne apni century puri kali. Well, this is absolutely incredible. Manan Bashir take a bow. 132 deliveries.
Strike rate of 312, 10 fours and 8 sixes. It's been sensational to watch. And yeah, he's going to have to look to cash in now as we come back, as Gul this time just flat bats this down the ground. That was just a single, but that was just the celebrations from Bashir. I think he was a little bit nervous towards the late 90s.
But what a moment for him. Well, folks, as we say, the FanCode European Cricket Series, the European Cricket Network, making players' dreams come true. And he ain't finished yet, is Bashir. Because now he hits another maximum. You see, all of a sudden, he's got it. The nerves are gone. He's going back to free hitting again.
Yeah, it's really just freedom of batting, really, from Bashir. And he doesn't look like he's going to stop yet.
And this is a bit of a full toss. They might want to have a look at the height on this one as it drops into a bit of space. But I wonder how high this is. I think the umpires in Rummage may be looking at this. I mean, he stinks to go forward and goes back. I think maybe it's just okay. Yeah. They're happy with it. So that is the end of the over. Once again, not a bad one for Shiv Patel. And he'll go for 12. But the important thing is that Bashir will retain the strike. The score 129 for 2.
Yeah, that's the story so far for the bowlers, and it wouldn't surprise me if Zain Abidi sort of hides away, going for 31 off his single over. Wouldn't really be surprised if he, sort of shies away and says, I'm okay, thank you, I'm all right. But, but yeah, what an innings it's been. 107 off 34. And, well, if knowing the game of cricket, as we all love and appreciate... Oh, hello, no, he's not. No, he's not. No way. If he does this, it's legendary stuff. That's it.
Oh, that's it. Oh,
no way.
He's now turning into a left-hander.
What?
Really? Okay, let's see. Bashir. Oh, well, I tell you what, he's decided after scoring 107, he's decided, you know what, I think I prefer being left-handed. Well, I tell you what, if he can bat better left-handed and run right, well, I don't know. He plays that pretty well. Well, have we ever seen this before on the European Cricket Network? I don't know, but, well, Bashir says, well, 101 right-handed. Now I'm going to try and do the same, being left-handed.
Well, no, this is the thing. If you're Plovdiv, you've got to be sat there thinking, I don't like that. That's an insult. That's harsh, and that's where you've got to, you've got to have a bit of grit between your teeth and come out and really take the game to them. This time down the ground, hasn't quite got all of it, and it will just be one.
Okay, what? Right or left now? What's he going to do? What's he deciding? He's saying.
Oh,
he ain't made up his mind yet. Now left. He's staying left.
So good.
So Manan Bashir has scored 100 right-handed. Now he's batting left-handed. And, okay, this time a dot ball. Yeah, okay, this is what you got to do. I think Rahman is saying, okay, fine. If you want to do that, I'm going to knock you over. I'm going to knock you over.
As a captain, yourself, yourself probably thinking, okay, you've got your 100, but let's go back to and there we go. Because you've still got 3 deliveries left. You've had 4 in this over already. You've got to still hit these runs.
Yeah, this one, he drags out. It should be running harder. He decides halfway through the first. Now he could be run out. Oh, if it's a direct hit, I think he would have been gone. I think maybe, I don't know if the wicketkeeper had to be so far away there because of the throw. Here's a chance, but he started running so casually. In comes the throw. And, yeah, he has to do a bit of work to get there.
Yeah, it just wasn't quite, the landing area wasn't quite right. It made it a little bit awkward for the keeper, but Bashir, 110, still on strike.
Now this one is sliced up in the air, and he's going to get over the fielder. He ain't gone to the boundary, it's stopped, it's plugged. Now you got to run. He's going to get a couple.
It's all happening, Rico. It's all happening, and it's the first game. It's the first 10 overs.
It's the first, you know what that tells us? It tells us it's going to be one of those series. We're going to love it, and I know that the viewers around the world are loving it at the moment as well. And Dave, he's loving it. Well, what a start. Century's a start by this man. And now this is high. It's in the air. Fielder comes across. He doesn't take the catch.
And they get it. They should come back for the second, and they will.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to look at the height for this potentially, but thumbs up goes between the on-field umpires. I think they're pretty content. Just taking a look at the replay just in case. But, yeah, again, it's just dipped under. Just fine. So that will be 2 more to the total and brings an end to a very entertaining first innings.
Well, how about that for a bit of entertainment? It's all happening here at this, well, it's a beautiful ground. This is like the National Sports Academy cricket ground here, the Vasil Levesky. And, well, I think it's the 3rd year that we are here, and we've seen some excitement. And what we saw in the very first match is Manam Bashir has entered his name in the Hall of Fame because he's brought up a century. So well batted to him. He'll be applauded off. What a knock it was, because he smashed the ball to all parts of the ground. And then he thought, this is getting boring. I'm going to go left-handed. Yeah, well done. Good start. So Medical University of Sofia, who were the losing finalists last year, well, they made a good start with the bat. But it's only the halfway point. Let's see how Plovdiv respond. Let's have a look at these highlights.
Yeah, they still only got half the job done. You've still got to do the next half, which is going to be a tough ask. And we can take a look at the highlights. And, well, it was all about one man, wasn't it? It was that man at the top of the order, Manam Bashir. And, well, facing 39 deliveries, scoring 114. It's not easy. He hit 10 fours, 9 sixes, and his strike rate just under that 300 at 292. It was sensational hitting, but the most impressive fact was that it was all around the ground. It wasn't just one-dimensional.
Yeah, you're right, it wasn't. And I think early on it was pretty intelligent as well, because in the power play, he knew where the fielders were, so he wasn't trying to club the ball too hard. He was basically just hitting it over the fielders as the fielders were inside the ring. And then when the field did spread, that's when he turned on the style and he started smashing the ball. I think there were some points, though, when Plovdiv could have been better with the field positioning. It took them a while to get well, this is the crazy run out. I mean, he goes all the way, does the non-strike, and then has to run back, and he finds himself not getting there. So that was a bit of delight and joy for Plovdiv, but a lot of the time, though, there was a lot of misery as the ball was smashed to all parts of the ground.
Yeah, but that over from Zayn Asif, although the Zayn Abidiash says, well, they did pick up the wicket. They went 4 wide with the wicket, 6, 6, 6, 4, 4. And then the skipper, Mohamed Sufyan, was able to pick up the wicket of Faraz Hussain, caught in front. And then after that, it really just was one-dimensional yet again. It was all about Manam Bashir. And again, we'll pick it up at some point, but he got so bored that he decided to turn around and play, well, do you know what? I'm going to go and play left-handed. And this was a good opportunity, but just having an issue with height and possibly going down as well. But again, well backed up in those final overs was Bashir by Jakob Gul. But that was a big drop, wasn't it, from the skipper, from Sufyan, and he straight away turned around and went, well, it was because my shoelaces were untied. That's the reason I just dropped that. But that was the moment, and that was a celebration from Manan Bashir, and he was so happy to finally see that he was able to bring up that 3 figures, and it brings an end to a very impressive first 10 overs here. Academic MU Sofia finishing on 138 for 2, and it's going to be a seriously exciting reply or response from Plovdiv. They're missing their main man at the top of the order here today, no Hussein, but they'll be looking to some other talent to see if they can maybe get up towards this total. It's going to be a really exciting chase. We can take a look though at the scorecards here then. Again, just proof's in the pudding. It was all about one man, wasn't it? Manan Bashir, 114 off of 39. I'll say it again, 10 fours, 9 sixes. Just sensational stuff. No one else got into the double figures. That just shows, by the way, how incredible that innings was from Manan Bashir. Of course, no real chance to look at anyone else in terms of batting for Sofia, but of course they'll be hoping that they can do the second half of the job later on here in a matter of moments. But again, looking at the bowlers for Plovdiv, and again there was good promising signs from them. The likes of, I thought Zain Asif bowled well for his single over, only going for 9. And you also look at Mohamed Azhar, only went for 18, of course didn't pick up the wicket, but again, you've got to be pretty happy considering there were bowlers that ended up with economy rates of 17.5, for example, and also, you know, Zain Abidi, that big over, going for 31. There's confirmation of it there. But the equation is set then, as Plovdiv, they're going to require 139 for victory here in match number 1. With myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Rico Fool. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes for the response. Plovdiv, 139 for victory here on the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria on the European Cricket Network.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good morning, viewers all around the world. Welcome back to Sofia. And what a first innings we just saw. If you don't know what just happened, go back and have a look. I really would recommend that, because we saw Manan Bashir in the first game of the tournament hit 114 off of 39 deliveries. It was incredible scenes, and at the moment Plovdiv are probably thinking, well, this is going to be interesting, because they require 139 for victory off of 60 deliveries, and it's going to be a tough ask, it has to be said. It's not going to be easy. Of course, Sofia, they'll be thinking that they're right on top at the moment. They've just got to make sure that their bowling is in the right areas. If they can ensure that they can get it nice and full, ask the right questions, then they'll be happy. But that's the man. Look at him. He's tensing his muscles. He knows what he's just done, by the way. That's the main man, Manan Bashir, who just hit a century in the first game of a tournament, which is rather incredible. Of course, Sofia were the losing finalists last year around, so they'll be really hoping that they've got a point to prove, as we're almost set to get things underway. Looks as if it's going to be Azwad Khan is going to take the first over here for Sofia. But a very good morning to everyone tuning in around the world, whether it be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India. Charlie Hunt here alongside Enrico Fu will be joining me momentarily, as Khan is going to get us underway for the response then from Plovdiv. And it's going to start with a bang, and that's a lovely shot through the covers. Stand and deliver from Sufyan, the skipper. And that's going to be a boundary first up, and a bit of a loose delivery from Azwad Khan. Bit of extra pace, and on this outfit it's going to run away, and that's going to be a boundary to start us off then for Plovdiv. But yeah, they're going to need a few more of those, aren't they? That run rate sat at just under 14. Of course, 139 for victory, so that's where they're going to be. But it looks as if already that Azwad Khan's struggling with that mat. Looks as if he's having a few issues just sorting it out, doing a bit of housework, getting it all right and correct. But yeah, that's a really good start for Mohammad Sufyan. Getting a bit of a hit-me ball, a nice easy delivery outside the off stump, nice and short. Can thrash his hands at it, and he gets the reward. And that's really what's nice to see as well here in Sofia, is that you're getting rewarded for nice, textbook, elegant cricket shots at the moment. Although you can go for the aerial route. If you don't get it, it will plug, and it's not that easy to get over the boundary. But if you back yourself, like Bashir did, you're going to be pretty content, and you're going to get rewarded for it as well. Just making sure and getting everything right after that first delivery is Azwad Khan. He's going to want a tidy response here up against Sufyan. This time goes short and down the leg side, and that'll be a wide, and he's just looking like he's just struggling at the moment. I think that run-up is playing on his mind, and it's played on a lot of bowlers' minds early on here. But a good take, though. Good early take for Jacob Gul. Again, this is going to be an interesting chase. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be tough. But this is where the men are taken away from the boys, as this time, again, into the offside, and they don't take a single either. The fielders are pretty set back on the circle, and yeah, it's a dot ball, and well, dot balls are gold dust, as a certain Rico Fool likes to say, and a certain Rico Fool can join me back in the commentary box. And well, Rico, this is going to be an interesting chase, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. Great to be back. Hello to everybody that has joined us, and what a cracking start we've had so far. We've seen a century, and what a century it was also from Manan Bashir. And this is really well hit. And the thing is, though, it's only the halfway point, and as we know, well, whatever happens to you, you can do back as well. And that's what the captain, Mohammad Sufyan, is looking to do as he crunches this away. Lovely shot, goes all the way. And Manos Ariba, as you see there from the fielder, Hazi, and Manos Ariba from the umpire as well. 6 runs. It's a good response.
Anything you can do, I can do better. Has he got a response? Can't.
And drags this one out, and Hazi this time will make the stop. Gets the throw in. Very energetic and very vocal there at long on.
It's a good hairstyle, that is, isn't it?
he's got the style, he's got the looks, he's got the swag as well, hasn't he?
Very 90s look about that hairstyle. Before my time, though, that was, unfortunately. Just going to remind you of that a couple of times throughout the 2 weeks.
Listen, just because you think you're taller than me now, I'm going to level this ground. I'm going to bring a shovel tomorrow, level it, and then people can see exactly that I am taller than Charlie Hunt.
You're not. You're not. You're not. Good throw, by the way.
It is. Good bit of fielding. Asking the question.
Oh, dear. I reckon we can work it out at some point. We'll work it out.
We'll work it out.
Get you a little platform.
But listen, it's not a bad little viewpoint, is it? We're on top
That's
of
lovely.
the hill here. But you know there's going to be a few balls coming in here.
Yeah, I
can tell you that now.
I don't have a good history of balls coming. There was one where it hit the charger of my laptop. I managed to get away unscathed, but I think my luck would probably run out at some point.
Oh, this is thumped. Oh, wow, that's a cracking shot. What a hit this is. Sufyan is certainly turning on the start. This is just absolutely belted. 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot again. Good early signs, though. Bit of wobble seen from Aswad Khan, but it's too full. It's in the slot, and Mohamed Sufyan is going to really counter-attack. And at the end of the first over, 17 for none. 105 matches since we last seen a golden. I haven't been part of a golden ball for what feels like almost a year.
Well, you did. I mean, I know this about you, is that what you do is you break these long golden ball spells. And I think the last one, the record got to about 400-something matches.
405.
405. You were there. You broke it. So, well, look, I want some of that luck, and I want that set to 0.
But the thing is, it wasn't me. It was Tizer. It was Tyrone Peters.
Was it? Well, he's
the
not,
golden
because
boy.
Tyrone would. No, he's not anymore.
No?
He was in Austria.
Okay.
It didn't happen. So forget Tyrone. It's you, I reckon. Let's see what happens. Well, you've already got a century, so maybe you can get the golden ball as well. This one's played that. Hell, what I can tell you, I know they need 139. The thing is, though, after 17 of the first, they're on target.
Yeah, they are. They're looking pretty set at the moment. Plovdiv, of course, possibly relying on Sufyan at the top of the order. Of course, man who's in the chat, by the way, is Saim Hussein, who, of course, plays for Plovdiv. Isn't here today, but he's crucial. He was the top run scorer, as this is clipped leg side. And by the way, that is timing, and timing of pure brilliance.
I'm loving the sound of this willow. I mean, every time he hits this, it echoes around this ground. That's a beautiful strike. He's hitting the ball good here, you know, Mohamed Sufyan. And you know what? I know we've seen 1 century already. Sufyan saying it doesn't matter, because he will know, for the likes of Austria, just because a player scores a century in a match doesn't mean that they go on and win that match. This one probably would have been a wide. He spoils it. And, of course, I'm talking about match number 25 in Austria, when Karanbir Singh, who, by the way, made history, his name is on those hundreds, because he made back-to-back hundreds, 100 in one match. Then he made 117 against the Pack Riders. They put 163 on the board, and he lost. Yeah. He was the losing
was
captain.
Was he actually? Was he really?
Yeah.
That's horrible.
He was on the losing
That's a dagger
side.
in the heart, that
so
is.
that's what Mohamed Sufyan is thinking here now. He's thinking, all right, they had their fun. They got a man who scored 100, but don't matter. Doesn't mean they're winning this match. It's a nicely struck, but unfortunately, once again, finding the fielder.
Yeah, I think that's going to be really key for Sofia here, is their fielding's got to be on it. I think especially on this outfield. I think we may see a few Tortugas over the next couple of weeks, but I do think if your ground fielding's going to be up there and you take your catches, that's, you know, catches win matches. It's pretty simple.
And this one is blasted straight, and an incredible effort, you have to say, from the fielder. Almost makes an incredible stop, but doesn't. It still beats him. Unliking the way that Hazi had tried to stop this. He's given it some hassle, his use of the captain, but still gets past him.
Yeah. Did the hard work he got there, did Hazi.
Yeah,
did old Hazi, but wasn't able to cut it off.
And now this one will go into the mid-wicket area. Good batting in the power play. Unliking this, Asif. Well, he's now following the lead of his captain, Mohamed Sufyan. And now he's gone a couple of boundaries as well. Good way to end the over. So they're up and about. And at the moment, they're right on top here in this one, Chase. 32 come off the first 2.
But there's confirmation then, as Manan Bashir, the 8th century of the year already, and it's only nearly towards the end of May.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that, by the way. Match number 1. That's incredible. That's insane.
That's crazy. Let's have a look at some of the teams here. Of course, we're going to see quite a few of them. We're going to see MU Trakia later today. They're making their debut. And next up, though, I can tell you that Plovdiv will stay on the field of play. They're taking on Medical University of Plevin. Now, Plevin finished third last time around. So, Plovdiv, this has been a tricky start for them against Sofia. Let's see how this one pans out. But then, right afterwards, they have got another team that have been their rivals over the years, Plevin, to play. So that's also going to be a good match. Let's see what happens here as Khan comes on to bowl. He's second over. Aswad Khan went for 17 off the first.
Change of angle going round the wicket. See if it's going to pay off.
Could do, should be taken, and it won't be.
No.
Well, the fielder has come charging in here, gets this completely wrong, and that's a big let off. I think that's Firas Hussain.
He's just ran through it, didn't it? Just sort of, did he go for the crocodile? He went for the crocodile approach. Got it all wrong.
Well,
and realistically, Khan should have got rewarded with that change of angle.
He should have, and well, the crocodile lost his teeth because there was nothing to grab onto the ball. So that's a big let off. And this one will test the boundary, and you can see how quickly that races. Well, that was fast, wasn't it? I mean, it's good timing, it's a good shot, but just look how quickly this goes to the rope.
Yeah, it just tickles this down. A bit of an inside edge. It's a little bit lucky, but that races away. And well, last time I was here, that was a puddle down there. So it's nice to see that it's all dry and running along nicely. But
Yeah.
at the moment, it's looking like it's pretty decent conditions for cricket.
It's very good conditions. I'm liking it. Yeah, you're right. I remember last time you were here, and of course, the last time you were here, it was before. I mean, it was April. It was April last year, right?
Yeah.
Before you started doing some commentary for the European Cricket Network. By the way, which I love. I love all the internet. I mean, you're the international star, I reckon, because you get you've done a lot of international. I think more than anyone else. But yeah, you were here, and you were like, I think you were doing a bit of a project for uni, right?
I was, yeah. So I was doing a little story around the European Cricket Network and its involvement in in smaller countries, and Bulgaria was a really good one, and the timing worked. And by the way, that was a brilliant shot by Asif. Don't mean to miss that, but we're talking too much. Well, that's what we're paid to do. But yeah, no, it was a little project, and then 2 weeks later, got the call up for Malta, and the rest is history. Then the summer of Charlie. That's not what I've called it, by the way. That's not me being big-headed. That's not me at all. That's what everyone else has been saying.
Yeah, the summer of Charlie. I think it's a very nice way to put it. Now, look, I can't remember, while you were here, though, did we actually get any cricket in? I don't think we did we?
I think we got one day. The first day we had some cricket.
Yeah.
I got some footage from my project. And then after that, I was thinking, okay, I've got some. I can come back tomorrow and get some more footage. And there was no cricket. No cricket. I was here for 4 days.
I know what you did after that first bit of match. You did a lot of mopping and picking up.
Sponging.
Yeah, sponging, we call
dear.
it. We did the efforts that we put into. I mean, in the end, to be fair, it all paid off because we did get a fair bit of cricket in afterwards. But I think it's probably the worst that I've known. Oh, well, this one could have been a nightmare for the umpire. And that is fizzled past him. That was going quick.
He's finding the middle of the bat pretty easy as Sofian. He's just struggling a little bit to face as many deliveries as possible, but he's timing it well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's hitting the ball really nicely, both these batters. It's a very good start. It's a good response. It's a very good power play.
Does Khan have a wicket in him to finish his spell?
He's launched out onto the offside, but once again, we're in the power play, so there's nobody there. It's going to be 4 more. So they are 47 after 3. And can I just tell you that where were Sofia at 3 overs? They were 48.
Neck and neck.
Neck and
neck.
neck.
And neck.
Neck and neck.
I tell you what, if this is a teaser for what's left to come over the next 2 weeks, I think this 2 weeks could fly by. Could be some exciting cricket coming up, and it's going to be topped off by some nice internationals at the end of the 2 weeks as well.
It is. I mean, 2 weeks here is going to be marvellous. I mean, already the hospitality from the Federation has been great. I just had a chance to see Andrev and also Prakash, and from both of those guys are top organisers. Thank you, of course, to Tony as well, that's been picking us up from all times from the airport. I know I came in, landed, my flight was delayed, of course, got here
you had
from
a late
Austria
one
about 1:30. So by the time I set my alarm, it was like showing 2 hours, 59 minutes. So I tell you, you're laughing. Don't laugh, because I haven't told you this yet. I'm going to go home early. I'm going to go and have some sleep. So you're going to have to do the afternoon by yourself. So no.
I'm used to that though. I'm used to being on my own.
You are, actually.
It's a treat to be in the commentary box with someone
I bet
else.
you feel like somebody. You feel overcrowded, don't you? Because
I do.
You feel like, what are you doing here, standing next to me?
Stepping on my
This is
toes.
my house. What are you doing in here? All right, time for Danny Boy. And oh, that's quick! Woo! Wow! I wasn't expecting it. I think this is a bit of a slinger.
Yeah, he just sort of waltzes in, gets a bit of a rhythm, and then that rotation of the shoulder. That's an extra 4 yards of pace to what we've already seen. But good signs. But again, you feel that Sufyan might enjoy the extra pace.
Yeah, Danny and Ali, good start. And well, I tell you what, he doesn't enjoy the extra pace because that is a boogie, oogie, oogie, grizzly fireball.
Yeah, that's right on the money, top of off stump. It doesn't get much better than that. And, well, playing across the line, gets it all wrong. And Jacob Cool does well to get out of the way of it. But what a wicket that is. That's a big wicket. Breaks the partnership. Doesn't reach 50. First wicket goes. And it's Sufyan, the skipper, 47 for 1.
Yeah, it's the first time that we see the stumps being knocked over as well. It is a good wicket to get because the captain was looking dangerous, you have to say. Mohammed Sufyan, 22 of 11. He was before he gets knocked over. 1-6 and 3 4s. What bowled is that one that can hit the top of the stumps? And that's exactly what he does there.
Yeah, that's what you really want to see, especially where we've seen anything full being driven and anything short's being pumped. So if you can get that sort of that niggly area where it's asking the right questions and getting in that corridor of uncertainty, you're going to reap the rewards, and that's exactly what Danny Boy's done. I think that Danny Boy might stick.
Yeah, mightn't it? Good wicket. So we're going to see another batter come out, and it's Makidumi, who was the wicket keeper. So wicket keeper stroke batter comes out. Makidumi.
There's probably a bit of pressure on his shoulders at the moment. He's had a good platform being set by the two openers, but at the moment, this is where they now need to cash in and make the most of it. Just, again, outside off stump. Nothing really. I think it's the extra pace. The extra pace is proving to be a little bit of a tricky deal breaker at the moment for Plovdiv.
So Rashan Makidumi says, okay, I've got some work to do here. Oh, good bowling. Well, look at the wicketkeeper here. Well, it's too spicy for him as well. And this one clonks him on the shoulder. And interesting, I'm looking at the pace here, and for me, I think the third man is too wide. I'd have him a bit finer.
Yeah, he's really pushing it through, is Daniel Ali. Danny Boy himself. Again, needs to just keep it there, though.
Okay, this is hit high up in the air. This will be okay. That's not a bad shot. It might actually have gone all the way. I think the umpires just want to check. Yeah, well, there you go. Manos arriba, because everybody on the sideline says, yeah, it goes all the way. That's where our crew is as well. The European Cricket Network crew. And nice to see them all working well together. We've got a good team here. So nice to see that Medadaub is here as well as Mars Baiji. Nice to see Marzi back with us as well, or Wolfie himself.
Wolfie's it's a good nickname. I only recently found out the actual meaning behind that. 4 overs down, 53 for 1 then on the board for Plovdiv. But yeah, I only recently found out the meaning behind that. It's because he had an interesting encounter with. Was that down in Coimbra?
That was in Coimbra, yeah. Where we stayed, it was near a natural park there. One that has a lot of animals, including wolves. And, well, when I got there, Marzi was like, he was shaking at the knees and making his way to reception. And I said, what's the matter, buddy? He said, Rico, I can't stay here. I said, what's up? He said, I can't stay here. He said, I can hear all the animals. I can hear the wolves. And I said, well, and he went to reception, and the lady at reception said, well, I'm afraid, sir, there's nothing we can do because there are wolves everywhere and you're going to hear them all the time. Okay, well, it's time for the captain. Well, he's Huzzy here. He has got a bit of Huzzy here, hasn't he? There's a bit of highlights here, and he comes. He's well, he makes a great start. He's very unlucky to not have picked up a wicket with his very first ball here, Yusuf. Good start from the captain.
That's such a long run-up, but that's missed by a whisker, by the way. But that's this is a good sign. I mean, having this as your first change or second change bowler for Sophia, that's really promising. I think you have to look at the teams and the lineups over the next few days. A couple of players have moved. There's been a few changes. So I think, there's a big opportunity for Sophia to go one better than they did last year.
Well, this is played beautifully, though. That's exquisitely timed. I mean, we've seen a bit of hitting today, haven't we? We've seen some big shots. We've seen some carnage. We've seen some brutal shots. But we've also seen a bit of finesse as well. That's top draw.
Yeah, pure timing from Zayn Asif. And at the moment, it's all him. He's 27 now off just 11. But he's got to stay in, isn't he? He's got to be the man that bats all the way through. If he sticks around, they're going to be looking towards getting close towards this touch. But if he goes in the next couple of overs, it's going to be an uphill climb.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's a lovely shot, though. He times that beautifully.
Just uses that extra bit of pace as well that Yusuf has at the moment.
Okay, this time it gets played away. He'll get a single. Yeah, Dave was asking about, well, what's lurking in the trees? Is there snakes? Well, I'm pretty sure there's snake spiders, as you suggested, but I can tell you this, there's a lot of creepy crawlies here, and already in our cube, and we haven't even got through the first match. They're all over the place, and maybe you've swallowed one there, Charlie. Charlie is coughing away. Have you swallowed a bug?
Possibly. Good old wildlife.
It's the new protein food, by the way, so don't worry. Bugs are supposed to be good. And, okay, this one's the slower delivery, so he's showing some clever stuff here, Yusuf. And look, takes the pace right off that one. That one, did that get called?
No.
It should have been called.
No, I think judging to have just stepped inside. By the way, we're getting slowly attacked by creepy crawlies. Can I just say that?
Yeah.
There's flying ones, there's crawling ones. Not for the faint-hearted, is it?
I'll be getting worried about why this is here. Is this when you've had enough? Anyway, I won't elaborate on that as this is get played down the ground and it's just going to be a single. So
I will. There's a little green sort of, I don't know what it is, bit of string. That's my alarm. It sends one to the blue crew out there saying, help me, get me out of here. It's an SOS call.
Yeah, the blue crew, Dave is saying, is the blue crew here? Yeah, the blue crew is always here. We cannot function without the blue crew. I mentioned Meda Daub is here, Mars Baiji. Who else we got there? We got Simon.
Andy House.
Andy House, yeah, Housey. Talking about our house, yeah, Andy House is here. This will race away to the boundary. And it's going to be 4 runs. It's the end of the over. And it takes the score to 63 for 1. So they've just slowed down a little bit, which means that they're going to have to see plenty of firepower coming in the last 5 overs here. And let's have a look at this. Hey, what are your thoughts on this? Of course, we'll be back in Spain, back in Cardiff for the European Cricket Championship. Which group are you looking forward to seeing?
The thing is, like, what we've come to realise now is that every group has got some serious talent in it. I think everyone's going to be tight. I think every group will throw a little curveball in there, you know. I think, for example, you look at Group B, I think where we are at the moment, Bulgaria, they could potentially go ahead and throw a spanner in the works. Yeah. But Group A, what a first group that is, by the way. That's some serious cricketing nations in there. If France can get a few extra players to come in, up against Spain, that could be really interesting.
I think it will be, you know. This one's been nicely played, but straight to the fielder who stops it well, so it would just be another single. So what's the rate here? It's about 15.
Creeping up. It's creeping up. Every time there isn't every over that doesn't have a boundary, it creeps up. And at the moment, it's almost getting out of hand. As soon as it gets up towards that 16 and over, that's where you're really struggling.
Well, this will help. Well, there's the vortex area because we know the ball goes there pretty quickly. Well, Dave, you were asking what's in there. Okay, well, maybe the fielder going in there, Hussein, will tell us. And maybe there's a few, but there's definitely spiders. Is there snakes? I think so.
I don't know, but I don't want to find out.
No,
I don't want to be the one that goes in there. That looks horrible. That doesn't look fun.
Isn't it amazing wherever we go? I mean, I just mentioned Austria where we had the field of the wheat growing, and every time the ball was going in there, it was, well, entertaining to see the fielders going in there to try and find the ball. Wherever we go, there's something. And here in Bulgaria, of course, we have this vortex, but of course, a lot of greenery, a lot of trees and shrubs around the ground. Well, a lot of creepy crawlies, but Diana Oroz has walked into a cube, and straight away she's been attacked by the creepy crawlies. Well, she's liking them. She's stroking them. She's going to take that one home. She's going to put it in the jam jar. Anyway, yeah, Diana Oroz is here as well. So look out for some of the interviews. Edge, and this one goes past the keeper pretty quickly. So Jacob Gul has no chance on this. It's 4 more, and another ball that goes in to the area where the snakes are. Yeah, so look out for the pictures from Diana, and also from some of the social media videos as well. I'm sure there'll be plenty of those.
Yep, at the moment, Makdoumi's looking doesn't look as confident, but he's swinging and swinging hard, and well, whatever goes down in the book is all that matters. Doesn't matter how you get there, but if you get there, then you're going to be pretty happy. But as I say, that run rate, still at 15, they need 2 or 3 boundaries and over at the moment if they're going to get anywhere near this total.
Yeah. We see that where they need to be, they're a little bit behind. The acceleration needs to come. And of course, there were no let-up, really, from Sofia, because Bashir just continued to hit. Okay, this is hanging. This is an opportunity, but not an easy one. Oh, he almost takes a great catch, the captain. It would have been a good one because he makes a lot of ground up there. Does Yusuf, gets hands to it. He's disappointed he hasn't held on to it.
Do you think his hair? Well, his hair definitely didn't get his way because he got a hairband on it. But I thought that stuck. It just pops out at the last second. But yeah, again, it's another drop that goes down, and it doesn't seem as if it's easy. They may be struggling just to pick it up or something out of the clouds, but it's not easy. There's this time. That's a really good stop from Jacob Gould there. Watch this, by the way. Look, he's too far away. He's too far back, but he just gets that leg at it just in time.
Yeah, it does well, doesn't he? That's the difficulty there if you're the keeper on it, because anything that hits that area which has been padded down with a lot of sawdust and sand, well, the ball is just not going to bounce from there, is it? Chance gets fingers to it, makes the stop, and then well, this is gone well over the keeper. Well, he's a powerful man, the captain. They still just get the single. As soon as he throws this, you know it's going way over him.
I don't know how he's managed that. I don't know if he's just underestimated his own power, but you can see, look, he's not that far away. Just get the radars off completely.
Well, they're wearing green. Maybe he's the mini Hulk.
Anyway.
That was a big throw. He almost hits the power cables. Look, it's worth mentioning the power cables because this ground has a weird sort of local ground rule. There's power cables that go right across it, sort of almost go over where the wicketkeeper is. And we have seen on a number of occasions where batters have played shots. I don't know if you can see them there in that shot we just had, where the ball will hit the cables. Now, if it does, whatever happens before the ball strikes will stand. So if the batters run a single and then the ball hits the power cables, the single will count. And then after that, it will be called a dead ball. So let's have a look at this. Short. The slower ball again, and the fielder, he dives all over this, and he gets under it when he makes a nice bridge, and the ball goes under it. 4 runs.
Yeah, that's Sud Fernando out on the leg side. Doesn't quite cut it off. He did the hard work, put in a nice looking dive, but didn't quite remember to take the ball as well. And again, Asif moves on to 37. Need a few more though, don't they?
Yeah, they do need a few more.
Dave's put fuzzy, wuzzy, huzzy. That's too much. That's too much. I like Huzzy. It's a good nickname. It's going to stick. I'm going to use it, especially when you got the hair like that.
This is well struck, and it's going to be stopped. Takes it on the bounce.
Oh, there's buzzers. Oh, there's buzzers. That's poor. It was a bit of an attacking throw from the century maker in Bashir, but no one really there to back up, and then the backing up wasn't backed up, and ended up getting another run. So 2 come from it, but again, it's tidy bowling from Yusuf. He's putting it in the right areas.
Yeah, it is tidy. I'd be disappointed the captain though that did go for 2. But I'm liking the pace from Yusuf. I also liked it from Daniel Ali. Danny boy. And this gets played away. Just thinking here that I think Yusuf is hitting the deck pretty hard.
Yeah,
but it doesn't seem to be responding as much. I think it's one of those decks where if you bang it real short, it's not going to come up, whereas short of a length is your better option.
Yeah, I think it pops off a length more than anything, and then when it's short, it's just going to skid on through. So possibly just a bit of a dead area in the pitch. I'd like to know when it was last relayed. That'd be an interesting one to know. I'm sure we can find out.
Yeah, we can find anything out. Prakash is here. Prakash will tell us.
Prakash knows everything. I'll tell you what, he knows a lot about food. I'll come to that in a minute. Well, that one will just be, should just be a single down the ground. But yeah, I know it's a little bit early for food chat, but I don't mind. Vinny's not here. It's fine.
Yeah.
Prakash's restaurant.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, top 10 I've ever had.
It is great. And, that's one of the reasons I know that Vinny is really disappointed not to be here. As well as the cricket. I think he knows that he's going to miss out on some good meals. Yeah, that restaurant is absolutely pucker. And the food is great. It's well hit. He's got a good eye. Both these batters have shown they've got a good eye. They're playing the ball pretty well. They're dealing with the pace nicely. And Doomy, he's on 17, not out of 11. And Asif, well, maybe he's going to bring up a personal milestone for him, bringing up a half century.
Yeah, but look at that run rate. As soon as there's no boundaries, it's gone up to 18 out of nowhere. It was sat at 15. That's manageable, but at this point, it's going to be tough.
There's that slower delivery. So he's certainly got a few tricks up his sleeve, hasn't he, Huzzy? He does well, finishes the over well. So that's that slower ball again. It works well for him. And his belt will go for 20, so he'll be more than happy with that. He won't mind that he hasn't picked up a wicket. As we have a look at what's coming up next, well, this is going to be interesting. It doesn't get any easier for Plovdiv. They take on the team that finished third last time, Plevin. And Plevin, there's a couple of good players in there that I'm looking forward to seeing again. And let's see if they are going to be up to the task. Plovdiv, I'm liking their reply here, but like you say, just a couple of tight overs, especially that one from Huzzy. Another good over from him, and of course, Danny and Ali. Danny boy only going for 16 himself. That's really slowed them down, so then really now it's now or nothing. But yeah, that'll be an interesting one. Stay tuned for that. And when they take on Plevin, that's coming up in around about 35 minutes' time.
That's your last game of the day, isn't it? Because you're obviously, you've told me you're off this afternoon.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
I'm going to disappear.
Fair enough.
I will disappear. I'm going to go and get... Well, you know, first thing I'm going to do is unpack my bag. And this morning was interesting because is he going to get it through the gap?
What a shot, by the way.
Yeah.
That was a serious flick of the wrist there. That's out of nowhere. Watch this. Look, comes across. I mean, what's he doing?
Well, yeah.
It's unconventional, but it's worked.
I think he's got across, and maybe like we were saying, he's thinking it's going to come up a bit. Well, he makes the contact, but Huzzy, who seems to be everywhere at the moment, he's not able to stop that. Goes to flick it back in and misses it. So a bit of a misfield, you have to say. Oh, well, this is no pace on this at all from Khan. The big swing. This is Barial Khan. The big swing and a miss.
Yeah, just losing his shape, doesn't he? Just trying to swing too hard. Throw everything, plus the kitchen sink at it, but doesn't get it. But again, all he's got to do, he's got to find something at this stage. Sophia are 114 for 2, so they're well behind at the moment as this time just driven down the ground, and Danny Boy will do it for just a single. Bradley says, yes, Rico, good to have you back in Sophia.
Yes, it's great to be back. Thank you very much. Yeah, hello, Bradley. And of course, Bradley, I remember Bradley from when my first time here. And Bradley and his brother. So hopefully we'll catch up. Sliced up, chance for a catch, and beautifully taken. I didn't think he was going to get there, to be honest, Charlie, but he kept his eye on it. He needed to get the lunge forward, and he does. That's a good catch, and, well, that one would just make things even harder now for Plovdiv as they now fall 88 for 2. Good catch.
Yeah, well, you didn't think he had much of an idea. I don't think he had much of an idea, did Firas Hussain. I think he surprised himself that he took it, but yes, Zayn Asif goes for a well-made 41 off of 20, has to be said, but doesn't look as if it's going to be enough, as that run rate's now into the 20s out of nowhere, and this is slowly getting out of hand for Plovdiv in this chase, but of course they'll be back in match 2, we just saw. But yeah, that's a good catch in the end from Firas Hussain as the batsman comes out to the middle, and well, you've just got to swing now, haven't you? You
have to, and the other thing is, and it is worth mentioning this early on, there's 8 teams in this series. We've seen who those teams are already. Only 4 will qualify for the finals day, so I think net run rate could be very key. So one thing that I think is good here from Plovdiv is that in this reply to what is quite a high run chase is to try and get as close as you can. I mean, there we still be thinking that maybe they can still win it. They've got to go some with that rate now. They need magical overs here on in. But if they don't win, you've got to try and get as close as you can because a net run rate could be so key.
Yeah, it really is. That's something you've got to be considering early on, as you say. It could come down to the wire. You just don't know. You know, results could not go your way. And the worst thing you have is when it's out of your hands. You're waiting on results from other teams. You want to be able to do it yourself and know that you can work it down away to your own ability.
This doesn't go anywhere near he wanted to go. The fielder comes in, and once again we see a crocodile catch attempted. And, well, the crocodiles in Bulgaria don't have any teeth because they're not able to hold on to these. And the thing is about this one, if you get it wrong, well, your fingers are gone, because look at that. If that ball hits your fingers, you're in trouble.
Yeah, he just overran it. Momentum took him away. That's 8 overs down. 91 for 2 on the board for Plovdiv. Good news. Bradley's playing for the Sofia Spartans this year.
Okay.
So you will be seeing him. You'll be seeing him.
Well, that's good. I'm looking forward to seeing you, Bradley.
But yeah, no, that's an issue we've seen, isn't it? The fielding. It's been a lot of crocodile as the new bowler comes in. And it's just hides it outside the off stump, as that's the first delivery, or the second delivery, I say, for BD. He'll be thinking, as long as I don't bowl again, I'll be pretty happy. 31. That's tough.
Yep. It certainly is. Okay, Sultan. Once again, not too much pace in the ball. I wonder if that's going to be the key on this deck. Maybe just get the line right to get it up there, but take the pace off it, because you are seeing that once any bat or anything with a bit of pace, you get it in the gap, it's going to race to the boundary, isn't it?
I'd love to see what spin does. I'd love to see if there's any purchase on it for spinners. We haven't seen any effective spinners, but that's effective. That's full. That's straight. And the finger goes. And, well, it doesn't really matter if we get the finger or not, because Makdumi has played all round it.
Yeah, Makdumi, he got lucky, didn't he? The ball before, when Ali really should have taken it, but this time it's right on the money from the bowler, Mohammed Sultan, and he knocks them over. And we were just talking there, well, maybe pace off is the key, and maybe it is, because this one is it's all about getting the line right. It's up there, it's full, it's straight, knocks them over.
I don't want to be horrible, but I don't think that hat's doing much. There's a lot of hair under that hat. I don't think that's very effective.
The thing is, though, I mean, I thought it was like a shadow. I thought it was a shadow off his cap. But thing is, though, if he takes the hat off, what is under there? I mean, how
Bit of a sideshow bobber wrap, but or potentially anyway.
Yeah, well, Rahman, he's the man who comes out. He did pretty well. Should just be a single. Well, they're saying 2-2-2. Oh, wow. They could, oh, he's gone. Oh. It's a direct hit. Well, he will get one, but that's all it will be. He wants to go 2. And this is his teammates, because we can hear this. The teammates are all shouting 2-2-2-2. So Faizan Rahman says, okay, then. He goes, but I tell you what, his partner at the other end says, no way, I ain't coming. And Zain Abidi stays put. And that will be it. He faces one ball, he'll go. Well, at least he does get a run, so we'll never know what he's got underneath that cap.
I'm surprised it stayed on. It looks as if it was going to fall off at one point, but what an arm that was. That was an incredible bit of work to get that run out. It's not easy. He only had probably a stump and a half to aim at, but that was sensational to get that early thing. But that's, again, I think that's the standards you've got to set. If you drop a couple catches, as long as your ground fielding's up there, and that's what we've seen so far, it's been sensational. But that's an excellent bit of work. I think that's, it looks like Fernando was the man who did that bit of work. Sensational bit of stuff it was. Sud Fernando. But again, this has been interesting. It's a bit of a team hat-trick if this is a wicket here. It wouldn't be a normal hat-trick. It wouldn't be anywhere.
Not far from it, is it? Yeah, great bit of work from Sud Fernando. Excellent pick up and throw. Knocks them over.
But I think the issue here for Plovdiv's just the runs were too many. The scoreboard pressure just seems as if it's been too much, and a couple of rash shots. It's just not quite come off for them. But Sofia have bowled well. They've done everything right. The only area that they'll probably think, okay, that's something we need to look at, is probably their catching. I think that's the only issue that they've had, is a couple of the catching out on the outfield's been the issue as the end of the 9th over comes down, and Plovdiv are 94 for 4.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think in terms of the bowling, it's been good. I mean, fair play to Plovdiv. I mean, they started well. Remember, I said at the end of the power play, it was like for like. It was 47 compared to 48. But then we saw that very good over from Daniel Ali. Over number 4, it was nice. It was tidy. He got the first wicket as well. And I think the captain, Yusuf, bowled very well as well. And those 4 overs between those two really did just close the doors on them and put this out of, put the win out of sight for them. But they still can at least get to a good finish here. I mean, get past the 100 mark, that'd be good. But you've got 2 new batters out there now as well, really. Let's see what they can do. Patel not quite got off the mark. He plays this back into the deck as well.
Yeah, score over 100 will be happy, wouldn't you? from a net run rate perspective. You'll be happy that you can still, they haven't been, rattled out. They haven't been skittled for cheap. They've still got runs on the board. So there's positive to take out of this for going into the next game.
Patel, well, I think this is all about Abidi just deciding he's got to get to the other end. Patel won't mind because it means that he does get off the mark. So can we see a couple of big hits here from Zain Abidi just to get them over that 100 mark?
I think the real miss for Plovdiv's really been Hussein at the top of the order. I think having him alongside the skipper in Sufyan could be a really good bit of, or a good partnership to have. Yeah. And then I think if you also have Asif as well, that top three could be, that could be killer. That could be really, that could be a game breaker for Plovdiv. But yeah, just missing out on that variation of a left-hander at the top of the order.
Yeah,
as well.
And you've got to remember, I mean, when you look at the opposition, I mean, Manan Bashir scored 114 off those runs. The 138, 114. So it was almost like a one-man attack. They got the majority of the runs. So they'll look at that as well. But they need to take positives going into the match against Plevin. There were some there. But I think what they need to, the other thing they did badly, really, for me, is the line that they bowled. It was just a little bit too short.
Yeah, no, the length really was the issue. It just seemed to be all hit-me balls, really.
And this one asking the question. I wonder if there's a bit of bat on this. Just keep an eye on the umpire. No, all pad. So going down the leg side, I'm guessing. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, missing leg.
By quite a fair distance. But yeah, no, I think that was the issue, wasn't it? Their length was wrong. The game plan wasn't set, and they didn't really adjust to what was in front of them, and it just made it easier for Bashir. Last ball then.
Well, it gets playing out, so they won't get to the 100. It'll be 99 to fall one short of it. So it's a good victory in match number 1 at this Vasil Levesky cricket ground, and there's a victory for, well, the losing finalists last year. Well, Medical University Sofia have made a mark already early on thanks to a sensational knock from Manan Bashir. He made 114 not out, helped the team to get to 138, and despite a good, promising start from Plovdiv, especially when their captain Mohammed Sufyan was hitting the ball well. He made 22 quick-fire runs, and Zain Arif made 41. But once those two went, the runs dried up, and they fall short. So a victory by 39 runs for Sofia. Let's take a look at some of the highlights.
Yeah, there were some crunching shots first up from the skipper, Mohammed Sufyan, mostly on that offside, but also down the ground leg side as well. That was flat and that was hard, and that was 6 raised by the fielder. That was a nice little flick into the leg side. There was 4 boundaries in total from Sufyan. Zain Asif as well didn't look too comfortable to start with, but managed to find his groove of things, and he eventually went pretty big as well. That was a nice shot, just tickled around the corner with some nice touch. He went for 8 fours, but that was a sensational bit of bowling from Danny Boy, Daniel Ali, top of off. It doesn't get much better than that. And as a batsman, there's not really much you can play to that.
No, there isn't. And when he bowled that first ball, I think both of us went, oh, hello. And the very next ball, he shattered the stump. So he showed that he could be pretty useful. And I think Hazi, the captain here, he also bowled some good deliveries. What I liked about Hazi Yusuf is his variations. He had the slow ball in there as well. And I think after those overs there from Daniel Ali and also from Hazi, the captain, that was when they really sealed the win. And though there were a few errors in the field, you mentioned it as well, the catching wasn't probably the best. Apart from that one, that was a good one, because I don't think we thought he was going to get to it. That was a good one from Firoz Hussain. But still, bearing in mind it's the first match, and also considering, Charlie, I don't think a lot of these guys have probably played any real cricket outdoors at the moment, is a good start for Sofia.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the weather's been a bit of a tricky customer the last few weeks. So early on in the season, just a little bit rusty, but I tell you what, you have to remember, well, that wasn't rusty from Fernando, but a man who certainly wasn't struggling with rust, Manan Bashir. That was an incredible innings, and it ended up being a match-winning innings because, of course, they ended up falling short by some 39 runs. But that's what's coming up in match number 2. That's in around about 22.5 minutes to be exact, and certainly looking forward to that one. And, well, it's a chance for Plovdiv to come back and get a bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, I think so. I think they'll be hoping to have their own highlights and Plovdiv, they've shown already though, especially with their captain Mohamed Sufyan, and of course we saw a good knock there from Zain Asif as well when he got to 41 of 20. They've shown that they can turn on their style as well. As you see there from the scorecard, the top three making contributions, but once they were gone, they really just fizzled away.
Yeah, they did, but it was mostly down to some really good tight bowling as well from Emu Sofia. You know, I thought Khan had a bit of a struggle in that first 2 overs for him, but realistically he came back nicely. But Badial Khan only went for 12, of course, picked up a wicket as well. Daniel Ali with that extra bit of pace, and I think alongside Huzaf Yusuf in those middle overs could be really, really tricky to deal with. But at the moment, it's all good for Sofia. We'll be back though in around about 22 minutes or so for the second match. Don't go anywhere as you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Rico Fu on the European Cricket Network.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers. Well, what a start we've had here in Bulgaria in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Match number 1, and we've already seen a century. And I've got the Centurion with me here. Manam Bashir, congratulations.
Thank you so much, brother.
Manam, a lot of people are probably wondering, okay, where is this man from? Tell us a little bit more about it. Well, I don't need to tell you. Manam, tell us yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I'm from Pakistan and I study here medicine. Yeah, and this is my first time playing leather ball cricket. I never played it before. I used to play tennis ball. Yeah, so it's nice feeling to play leather ball here in Sofia.
So what you're saying is this is the first time you're actually playing hardball cricket.
Yeah.
So is this your first century?
Yes, this is.
Well, what an amazing moment that is. And this is what it's all about, folks. This is why European cricket is so special. It makes players' dreams come true. I mean, that must be a little bit of a dream for you. I mean, the world is watching. How does it feel to be out there? 118 scored in that player of the match performance. The team only scored 138. Tell us how you feel and how were you feeling when you were out there?
Yeah, it feels absolutely great being in middle in the pitch. Yeah, I never cared for the 100, but I got it. So thanks Allah. It's fine.
Well, that's a very humble man. Well, look, I'm looking forward to seeing you bat again. But we're not going to see you until the third match of the day. Next up, coming up, is match number 2 in this series. Plovdiv, well, that was a difficult start for them, especially with Manam here smashing 118. They're up against a team that finished third last year, Medical University of Plovdiv. Let's join the tournament referee who's out there in Ramage with the 2 captains for the all-important coin toss.
Go. Heads. Heads has been called. Oh. It has come down tails. So you've won the toss. Okay. So Pleven have won the toss.
No,
Plovdiv have won the toss, and they will field. Now we're to Charlie and Rico for the start of the match.
Thank you very much, Ian. Well, there we go. News from the toss then, as we look in towards this next game. And what a game it's going to be. Certainly looking forward to the second game. Match number 2 then, Plovdiv taking on Pleven. Plovdiv winning the toss and electing to bowl first. So, of course, on the back of that interesting game and that first one for Plovdiv, a defeat, a fairly heavy defeat as well. Just never looked to really be in the swing of things after over 3. They just struggled to keep up with the run rate, and it just proved to be their downfall. But again, I'll be really looking forward to seeing Mohamed Sufyan at the top of the order with bat in hand. We'll probably see him with the ball at some point as well. Don't forget about Zayn Asif as well. He batted pretty well. Looked a bit uncomfortable at the start, but was able to really get things going towards the latter stages of his innings, as it's going to be first look at Pleven here this year. Of course, came third in the tournament last year, so that's going to be an interesting one, as they're going to probably try and go again one better, maybe try and get themselves into that final. Of course, into Bulgaria, the reigning champions here in this tournament, and it's going to be another interesting matchup, to say the least. But again, a huge welcome to everyone tuning in around the world, whether it be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode out in India. Very good afternoon to you as it ticks over towards the afternoon over there. But that's where we are. This is a really good, a nice little shot to show where we are here in Sofia. It's a beautiful cricket ground at the National Academy, and we're ready to get things underway. Here's Rahman then. Just lets this one go and signalled wide, so wide to start. Just see this one, just well, umpire's probably going to go with the idea if it's touching, it's going to be given. So that's a wide to start. So nice sighter for Sunil, the skipper. It's in Sunil for Pleven. And again, no real foot movement though. Just fending at this one, just waving the bat at ever so slightly. Doesn't quite come off. Just hasn't quite been able to get any bat on it yet. No foot movement though, but if I remember correctly last year, he likes to dominate that leg side. And this time it will be another wide. Just hasn't quite got his rhythm yet, has Rahman. He struggled in the first game. Wasn't quite able to find the right areas with the ball in hand, but hasn't had much of an opportunity, possibly struggling for match time. And this is high in the air, and that will be given as the batsman turns and goes, and Sunil goes without scoring. A disappointing start to his tournament, but Rahman finally gets the breakthrough, and that's a really simple catch in the end for Makdumi, and Sunil will go without scoring. It's a duck, it's a quacker, and the first wicket down, and Plevin 2 for 1. Yeah, that's a tough one to take. Just popped up off the glove, and we saw that it was a shorter delivery that, rather than just skidding on through, actually managed to come through nicely and get a bit of lift. And well, questions already asked in the top order then of Plevin, as Plovdiv looking to come back with a vengeance as they look to try and at least take a victory from these first set of games here today. Of course, 60 matches over the next 2 weeks before we go into the ECIs on the second weekend of the end of the fortnight, which is that's a really nice change to the schedule and a nice way to end a 2-week stint in a country before moving on. As Butt is the new batsman then, coming in at number 3. And again, just tentatively plays this and hits it with the full face of the bat. That'll be a dot ball, and Rahman, after a few extras at the start of the over, he's really got it back onto a nice rhythm hit. Here's Aigan Butt at the moment. He's coming in, and he's going to have a bit of a opportunity earlier than he probably would have expected, and this is elegantly played into the offside. The chase will be on, but the ball will win. Abidi unable to cut that one off. It's a good way to get off the mark, and that opens up the boundary count for Plevin in this tournament. And it's Aigan Butt who just cuts this into the offside, and that'll race away, and that's a lovely shot. Good way to get the boundary count open for your side, and personally as well. That'll just settle the nerves a little bit for Butt as well. Coming in at number 3. And this one goes into the leg side and should just... it's not going to be signalled, so I'm not too sure as to what that may have been. It possibly have touched something, but not given. So that will just be the single then. A little bit of confusion. Wasn't sure if it maybe tickled something as it went through, or possibly a bit of bats being given as runs. So, but we'll probably take the single. We'll be quite happy to get another run to his total. First look at Mohamed Aram then, the left-hander for Plevin. Changing the field then, that's another tricky thing. And this lifts up again, and that'll bring an end to an interesting over. A few extras in there, but picking up the opener in Sunil for a duck, and at the end of the first over, Plevin are 7 for 1. This is what the supercomputer, the bat versus ball wall, is saying. Got that expected score of around 80. And well, if the first game's anything to go by, then realistically I think we'll be looking more towards that sort of par total of 100 plus. But only time will tell to see as to what it's going to be as a par total. But it's certainly looking forward to what is going to be a really sensational 2 weeks of cricket coming up here on the European Cricket Network. And we don't stop there. We go on after that, but 2 weeks yet until that happens. And what a tournament it was out in Austria. It was some really good cricket, and to be finished off with internationals as well. As it's Azhar is going to come in for the second over, and starts with just a single into the offside. Very good. Good morning to everyone, to Dave in the chat as well, to Kroom who's in there as well, and I know a lot of people will be lurking. And it's of course, if you are watching on YouTube, firstly do subscribe to the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Get involved in the live chat as well. It's one of the unique aspects of the network, that direct communication between us on the ground here and yourselves at home. Just really is a really nice element that we have here. Of course, myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Rico Full, will be joining me momentarily. And this one is a wide. But again, it will just be interesting to see how bowlers deal with the change of the right hand, left hand. It's never easy to readjust your line and length straight away. But a good early start. There's that. Just giving away that wide there. This time down the leg side, and that will be signalled wide as Rico Full joins me back in the commentary box. Good early start for Plovdiv, trying to come back away with a victory.
Yeah, it is. They've executed the lines a lot better, I have to say. They made some changes in the bowling lineup. Uzir niggling away to the left-hander. And well, I talk about niggling. There's no niggling about this. This has been blasted. Well, I'll come back in, and it's time for a little bit of bullays from the batter. He hits this beautifully.
Yeah, you come in and they go, okay, Rico's here, it's time to party, and gets a nice shot away, and that's first maximum of match number 2.
Yeah, it's absolutely been clobbered. It's a good hit. It was just there, and he went for it. And Arham gets it right. Mohamed Arham is out there with Sergei Butt. These two trying to get themselves a good start.
It's interesting after that first game to try and work out potentially what a pass score could be. I reckon around that 100, possibly more.
Well, I think this bat. Oh well, maybe. I thought there was. I think the batter thought it was. I'm pretty sure there was. I heard it. This is bat onto this. This bat onto that, I think. And the batter can't believe it. That's a tough call. But fair play to the batter. I mean, look, he can't believe it because, normally you can tell from the body language, can't you, Charlie, the batter? He's not looking at the umpire straight away. He's looking to see where the ball's gone because he knows he's got a bit of bat onto it. He looks up and the umpire puts the finger up. So umpire Paulson gives the decision. And the batter has to go. So a little bit unfortunate there. Arham, he'll go for 6 of 3 deliveries.
Yeah, he'll be a little bit annoyed. And yeah, as you mentioned there, Rico, that body language is really what you can go from. You never know, might be a really good actor, but yeah, there was a bit of a woody sound. But unfortunately, the finger was risen and he has to go. Means Rahim will come in at number 4. And well, this is not easy. Coming in at the halfway stage of the power play. 2 wickets down.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a rebuilding session for an over or 2.
Yeah, it certainly is. So, Uzir gets the breakthrough. Stays around the wicket to the right-hander. Well, this is a chase. And it's going to be 4 runs. That ball just gets to the rope and gives it a kiss. They're all saying, come and get the ball, throw it in. Oh, lag piya, rasse de lag piya, joka lag gaya. Relax, relax, take it easy. He says it's already 4. I love this. So he runs past it, and he knows it's 4 because he sees it hit the rope. Everybody else is screaming at him, get the ball in, get the ball in, get it in. He's saying, relax, folks, it's 4 runs. A lucky 4. And once again, Charlie, it just goes to show the pace of this outfield.
Yeah, it's exciting because I think what's really nice and something that you do struggle with in Europe, and obviously, we've both played a lot of cricket in Europe as well as watching a lot of cricket, is that there are areas and grounds that you struggle to get some reward for shots and textbook shots along the ground, for example. But it looks as if if you play your shots here, you're going to be rewarded, which is always nice to see.
Yeah, also that I think links on nicely with what you were thinking about, what you think is going to be like a pass score here. And I really do think, and I think that all the times that we've been here, we've never really been rewarded with what that score should be. And I reckon it should quite easily be on this pitch, with these boundaries, with this quick outfield the way it is at the moment today. And let's hope, weather permitting, it stays that way. I reckon you're looking at 125, 130. I really do. Yeah,
no, I don't think you're far off. I think that first, I'm not going to do what I did when we were in Belgium last year. We had a first game where I think 2 scores were in 160 and 180, and I went, oh yeah, pass scores 170, 200. And I think it ended up being about 110. I'm not going to jump the gun this time.
Well, that sounded like a rifle going off, but it doesn't go too far. And it's just going to be a dot as the end of the over. Uzir, he'll go for 12, but he picks up a wicket, 20 for 2 at the end of the over.
Yep, picks up the wicket, which is you'll be pretty happy with. But, well, there you go. That's Plovdiv. Sat at the bottom. Of course, the only other team to play against Sofia after that first game. But, yeah, that net run rate, taking a big hit early on.
Yeah, 2 teams from Sofia there. So we've got the Sofia Spartans as well. Looking forward to welcoming them to this series. Also to the Medical University of Trakia. And, of course, Istanbul KSK. Yeah, bring it on. And don't forget the Turkish Delight, boys. You know that we like it. We like it a lot. 4 runs. because that's the vortex. It doesn't slow down. There's nothing in this. It's all timing. Once again, you said it, Charlie, there is value for your shots on this field.
Yeah, that's really elegantly played from Zygan, but just opens the face and then it runs down towards third man. Now in T20 cricket, that's such a crucial shot to have in your arsenal. It just allows you to rotate the strike, but in T10, when you haven't really got many, fielders to play with, that opening up that vortex is such a crucial element to have in your skill. And at the moment, Butt's looking pretty comfortable down there.
Yeah, Faizul Rahman goes for a boundary of his first ball on his second over. He's the first over pretty well. Only 7 came from it.
Picked up the wicket of the opener as well.
He's reaching for this one, gets it over the fielder. He's got some protection out there though. So takes the single.
And I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not we get to see the return of a bat and hair again, but we will see. Only time will tell. But once more, this has been a good start here for Rahman. And again, this time, just flat batted into the offside. It takes a bit of a tumble, but gets the shin on it. That's Syed Ashrafi. He manages to get a bit of a shin on that one, but still, a shin is a shin, and again, it's just one more to that total. But at the moment, Pleven just having a bit of a rebuilding session at the moment, which is all that's really required.
This is well hit, and they're liking it as well. And of course, they like it. He goes all the way. Manos arriba from the arbitro, Ivan. And nice to see Ivan out there as well. Ivan's been with us every time we've come to Bulgaria, and as an umpire, he has just got better and better. And this time round, well, it's his turn to put him up in the air like he just don't care. 6 runs, nice shot.
Yeah, it was really elegantly played. Just lofted over the offside. That's all you've got to do. And this is a change of angle. Looks as if he's going to come round the wicket now. Needs to try and change something.
It's a good hit, straight down the ground. Probably coming up here somewhere.
There
thank you very much.
Nice shot again. This time goes full up. Bit of an overcorrection from Rahman, and that's flat batted and gets that front leg out of the way, and that just comes into the ice cube.
Yeah, first one in the cube. I knew they were coming. They're going to come thick and fast, Charlie. Be ready.
I don't mind it when it's like that.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad.
When it's flat hard and it's going for 6, that's when I start getting a little bit panicky, and I think, okay, I might have to get an insurance claim out at some point.
Good shot, though. That's what they need. You've got to keep playing your shots. And, Zygham, but moves into the 20s. And this one is rolling, and the fielder will get there.
Yeah, Mohammed.
Well, they could still go here. I mean, they weren't watching. They weren't watching.
Oh, dear. End of the over, though, after an interesting finish. And, yeah, end of 3, 38 for 2. But, yeah, that one just went right through him, didn't it?
He went through him. He does get a bit of glove onto it. I think that's why that one doesn't go to the boundary, the keeper. But still, so let's have a look. That's the power play. 37 for 2. Not a bad power play, you'd have to say, but I think on this pitch and with this outfield being so quick at the moment, I think power plays you're looking to be in the 40s, to be honest. I think especially you've got to really make the most of just 2 men outside. So 37 it is. It's both batters starting to get going. Raheem is on 5, but now on 20. It looks like the captain, Sufyan, is going to come on to bowl himself out as well.
Had a mixture of the time with the ball in hand, didn't he, in that first game? Looked promising, but just again, his length was wrong and it was too easy to hit. So he's probably going to try and correct himself here. Hopefully he can from a...
Oh dear. Wide.
Well, no, he can't. It's the answer to that. He's turned around and gone, Charlie, you don't know what you're on. He's still doing his shoelaces up.
I'm glad you picked it. He's always doing it. This time it's the other lace. Every time something goes wrong, there's something to do with the lace. Let's have a look.
It's the lace again.
There's the lace.
Ready.
Fair play. What,
the shoelace is undone. Oh, I've got to do it up again. I think I'm going to buy him some Velcro shoes. I'm going to buy him some Velcro because he can't do his shoelaces up.
And he beats him outside the office.
No ball.
I like that. Velcro shoes. Are you listening?
No
Sufyan?
ball.
Is that a no ball
No
call
ball called.
here?
Front foot by the looks of it. Free hit coming up. There you go. Single by the umpire. What's this foot?
You know what that was? It was when he did his laces. A bit of the lace went above the line. Now the chase is on. On and on, Eva, and they should get there this time. They will, and the batters, they do well. They come back for 2. Oh, no, there should be another. They're not looking. They're not looking. There could have been another there quite easily.
It's all happening. It's all happening. And again, Sufyan's going to turn around and say, it's my laces, I can't do it.
Yeah, Zayn Asif, he's enjoying us chatting there. Zayn, what do you reckon? Zayn, do me a favour. Go do his laces up for him. Do a double knot.
I hope it comes to Zayn now. Oh, it has. Oh, come on.
Zayn, we're watching, yeah. It slows down for him. He's all right.
He's going to turn around to his captain. He's going to say, get me away from long off. I don't want to be down there. It's horrible. He's doing his own laces up now. Oh, dear. They all go to you. They're all medical students. They should be able to do their laces.
They've got delicate fingers, though, haven't they? And this one is going to be over the fielder. Chases on. Got a sweeper out there. And, well, he does extraordinarily well. He gets a touch on it. Batters take 2. What a good stop that was. Brilliantly done. And that's a Zayn Abidi, I think, out there. Just gets the fingertips onto this before it goes over the boundary.
He threw everything at it, didn't he? He did the hard work. He covered the ground. Just through the legs as well. That's some style points as well. There you go. Saved a couple of runs in the meantime.
Gundy ball from the captain down the leg side. Wide ball signalled straight away by the umpire.
I am now just waiting for those shoelaces to come untied again. And when they do, I am celebrating to the end of the earth. It's so good. There's twice he's made a mistake and he's just gone, nah, it's shoelaces.
This one is pretty high. It's going to be taken. Catch taken, but hang on. Don't get too carried away. Let's have a look at side on here. I wonder if Ian Rummage wants to have a look, and the third umpire, Gutsara, because it is pretty high. Let's have a look. Is it on his way down? Oh, it's borderline, isn't it? I think you got to call him. I think you got to call this. Now they're having a look here, the umpire. So I said don't celebrate too quickly. They're having a look. And, well, the umpire, Gutsara, the third umpire, and Ian Rummage will look at this. And what's the call? It looks like they're honouring it. I haven't seen a no ball called. I mean, question is it on its way down or not? I think he's still pretty much inside his crease. So I think tight one. It was a tight one. Good catch taken though. You see the celebrations there. I tell you, it wouldn't have been celebrated if a no ball was called. This is where the batters have to be smart as well. Got to keep running until the umpires have finished making their call. Sufyan. Then he bowls a Gundy ball. If this time he comes round the wicket, another wide.
Just glad that the fielder had his shoelaces done up. Otherwise, that could have been a dodgy one. You see it, look, honestly, look, he took a tumble with his shoelaces done up. You ready? Look, he goes afterwards. Ready?
You're right. You're right. It could have been a disaster.
I'll tell you what, considering we've been here for about 2 hours, I've already had as much fun as I think I've ever had.
Doesn't quite get much of this, does okay, what are you gonna call him, Jose or Jose?
I was just thinking that exact same thing. Well, you and I, right? We both live in Spain.
Yeah.
We both reside in Spain. So I think we've got to go Jose.
Yeah, let's call him Alan Jose. Yeah.
Alan, are you going Jose or are you going Jose?
Jose.
Jose. Yeah,
Jose.
There's no accent though.
Well, yeah, there isn't. So we'll just go
Jose.
This is wide. Yeah. So Jose has now got a new name, Alan Jose. He's going to come up to us after and say, "Hey," he's going to say, "It's Jose."
It's Hoz. Oh dear. We're trying our best. Trying to finish off the over though. And he will when he gets a wicket as Butt just plays all round this one. And wickets tumbling. That seems to be the story so far. 4th wicket down at the end of the 4th. 11:48 for 4.
Yeah, well, he gets a wicket. One thing I don't think we're going to see from the captain, Sufyan, I don't think we're going to see the shoe phone celebration because if he takes it off,
he can't get it
it'll
off.
take him forever to do the laces up. So there's not going to be a shoe phone celebration. Hey, we saw one in Austria, you know. But
I saw that.
He does well. He gets another wicket. And you just see they're just not getting going a little. They're stuck in the 40s here, aren't they, Plevin? 48 for 4 at the end of 4.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if he takes his... I don't think he can take his shoe off. He's done it up so tight now that the shoelaces don't come undone. Hey, a very good morning to everyone tuning in around the world. And if you are watching on YouTube, on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel, 2 things. First of all, subscribe. We do appreciate everyone's support on the broadcast. As Sufyan going to a bit of off spin, by the way. But yeah, huge good morning to Julian, who's just jumped in, and to Dave as well, who's been here since the start. Always much appreciated. But the man who was just in front of us now, he's going to have a bolt. It's going to be...
He's going to question. He turns around, looks at the umpire, and umpire Ivan says, not out. Oh, we'd like to have a look at this again. Let's have a look at this again.
They're not happy.
They're having a debate. Let's see this. Well, you're up and about. Let's see.
That's
there's an edge. That's a big edge there. That's a big edge. I mean, you can't. You got to go with what the umpire says. But there's no point the fielder appealing and saying, "Hey, it's out." I mean, you can't go by. I mean, we see what we see. We comment on what we see. But you got to go with what the match officials say. And umpire Ivan says not out. Now, I don't think you can change this really. Can't change it by listening to us. And well, I tell you what, they want it changed. But,
there's a conversation. There's a conversation. In theory, you can't overturn it, right?
No, there you go. I mean, how does a batter here not walk? I mean, yeah, I mean, they're doing the right thing. The umpire, you can see the fielder. Now, this is where I think everybody says, look, we've got big mouths. Yeah, we have. That's what we do. Well, we're seeing it, so we're saying, oh, he's definitely clocked it. And then the fielder thinks, oh, they're giving it out. We're not the third umpires here, Sufyan. Anyway, don't get your laces in a twist.
This is the most fun I've ever had. I've been doing this for a year now, and it's been 2 hours. It's been brilliant. I'm having a great time. Oh dear.
Well, we are here to be entertained, and we like to entertain. So this one gets missed out. But yeah, I mean, look, it's one of those. I mean, sometimes they're so fine that the batter doesn't really know. He knows he's middled it. He knows he's clocked that. He doesn't go. The umpire Ivan doesn't see it, so he survives, I guess.
Oh dear.
Okay, this time he gets his out into that third man area, which is going to be quite an important area, I believe. But get stopped. So Jose survives.
Crooms just said that that's very Stuart Broad-esque, and I know. Do you remember what he's referring to there?
No,
there was a game. I can't remember who it was against. I think it was against the Aussies in an Ashes series. I'll come back to it after this delivery. Slight an appeal for LB, but not given. It was against. I think it was. Again, I'm grasping at straws. I'm really testing my knowledge. I think it was against Ashton Agar in the Ashes. And he's middled it. He's middled it to behind square, or to the keeper, sorry. And he's just not gone anyway. He's just stood there, stood still. Wasn't given, and they went away. This one's a variation. He's not found the middle at all. And Jose, still there somehow. It's just a single.
You see Kroom is saying Stuart Broad batting there. Was the bowler in the umpire's line of sight? Now, that's a good point for Julie Dawson. And if the bowler did go right in front of him, and of course, Ivan can't see it, you can't give what you can't see. So, yeah, it could have been.
What could have been, hey? What could have been? Asif trying to get a wicket. It doesn't look as if he's going to do so. That's driven nicely. And it should just be a single.
Yeah, well, look, a very good morning to everybody, and thank you for joining us. We are, of course, at this Vasil Lavaski cricket ground it's the National Sports Academy set up here. It's fantastic. So many sports around us. We've got football pitches, we've got hockey pitches, we've got some athletics behind us, people throwing the hammer and the javelin behind there. So I don't know if this is strong enough to save us. And also, of course, here we've got the cricket as well. What a start we've had to today.
Yeah, well, I keep saying it. It's been the most fun I've had in 2 hours, I think, in a long time. But it's been really good. You see the height difference there, by the way? It's still there. Anyway, back to live action.
Not for long. You're loving it. No wonder you're having such a... Look at this. It's quite... Should we change sides?
No, but look.
Hang on. I'm going over... We're doing Twister here now. Right, okay.
See what happens here as we come back here. Full toss, leg side, and that looks as if it may have carried all the way, and it has. 6 runs, and well, that's a well-needed boundary.
Yeah, well-needed, and now in a moment, don't you try, get off your tiptoes.
I'm not on my tiptoes.
Get off your tiptoes.
Move over a little bit.
We've done a bit of Twister, and yeah, see, and let's show you high heels. Okay, we're all tangled up here now. Look, it's great to have you with us. Rika Full here with Charlie Hunt. And we're going to have a ball. We're going to have a party. And we're loving the action that we started off with. Remember, match 1 already delivered us a century. Now we're in trouble because we have to try and get back to where we were. There we go. It's done. Of course, we know each other for a long time, don't we?
Well, the thing is,
go on.
this is the danger of commentating with you. You know more of me, and you've seen me do a
Don't
lot
I just?
than anyone else. This is the danger. If you could just turn around and say some interesting stories.
We should do a deal on that, shouldn't we? We should have a professional agreement that we can't talk about some of the things that I know the things that you're worried about. There's nothing to talk. I mean, you're a very nice guy. I mean, you get.
I am now, but when I was younger and playing cricket, and
behind the stumps, it could be naughty at times. But look, all good
wicket
keepers are doing that. That's what you're there for. You're absolutely right. Now we know each other a long time. Charlie came up through the junior ranks playing cricket in Spain. Well, that one knocks him over. Well, there you go. Sufyan comes back into the attack, the captain. And he takes wicket number 3. 3 for 19 now. And now shutting off some of his footballing skills. Don't do that because the umpire will tell you off. You can't be playing about with the ball like that. But, well, this is what you should be doing. Slows it down. Look, credit to Sufyan. When we saw him bowling in the last match, he was having all sorts of trouble. The run-up was fraying him. I can understand it if you're used to really pounding in on a hard surface. And now you got this mat that's been put down to protect the surface because it's being very wet here. It does throw you a little bit. It does throw him, but he's made the change. He's adapted, and now he's taking 3 for 19. So well played to the captain.
Yeah, he does. I thought you were going to say that he can't start kicking the ball because his shoelaces may come undone again. I'm never letting that go. I am never letting that go.
Okay, so 61 for 5 here now, Plevin. They're struggling a little. Somebody though has to come out and smash the ball around. At the moment, the only man that's been able to get any runs for them was Butt, who made 23 of 13. And this is what hasn't been good. That's wide number 12 now. 15 extras that we've had in total.
Yeah, it's almost the highest run score at the moment. Well, that one lifts up.
Hey, I'm going to do something naughty here. Zane, tell me about that one then. So why wasn't it out? Was it caught behind? Was it caught behind? Yeah. Zane is saying, yeah, what do you mean? You know it. No, we didn't see anything, Zane. As this one's in the air, and it's going to go to third man. Wait to stop. You know what's going to happen? Zane's going to come back, and he's going to, like, knock them all over. And every time he does, he's going to be looking at us. So, see ya, that's out as well, Rico and Charlie.
That was, by the way, the one that wasn't given, that was a really good catch behind the stumps.
It was a great catch, one-handed, wasn't it?
Yeah. What a shame.
Good areas again from Sufyan. So that's the end of the over. So they are really struggling.
Yeah, just haven't quite been able to get things going. Have they? Just wickets tumbling at the wrong time. But credit where credit's due. The bowling from Plovdiv's been pretty good, isn't it? I mean, you look at that, the share of the wickets mostly going to Sufyan, bowling his little offies and here, there, and everywhere. But at the moment, yeah, it's all Plovdiv at the moment.
Okay, well, we know that Jose has had a bit of luck. Can he get going? He's on 3 of 6 deliveries at the moment. Oh, Rahman, who's on strike here now, only faced a couple of deliveries, and he's quite happy to let this one go past him. It's another wide to go on the board as the man we were in conversation with. That's what I like about here, is that we're close to the action. We can talk to this. For example, now, I can say, well bowled to Sufyan, who's right in front of me. Sufyan, well bowled, captain. 3 wickets. It's good. We can have conversation as well. You know what I'm thinking? Hey, this is a novel idea. Hey, I reckon we set up a microphone just here.
Oh, hang on a second.
So we can have a chat. Well, what's happening here now?
Come on, you're getting sidetracked, Rico. Come on, back down on it. I think they've appealed for a run out or a stump. Does he?
Oh, well. Looking at that, his feet could have been out the crease, but they're not looking at it again. The umpire has not asked for a review. That's it. And this is up in the air, in space. The chase is on. Fielder doing... Oh, well. That's well, I've never seen anything. Charlie, pick yourself off the floor. The ball actually stopped before the boundary. It can't be 4. The only way it can be 4 if he... Never seen that before. It will be 4.
It's come back. Oh, it's an inside edge. It's an inside edge. It's going to run away for 4 again. Oh, dear. When it's not going, when it rains, it pours.
We are professionals, really, folks. We really are, but I've never seen that. The ball was never going to the boundary.
It wasn't 4.
It wasn't 4, and then watch it.
Oh dear. Oh, I can't.
Save me, somebody. And it had to happen from the bowling of Asif. Was that Asif probably thinking, I should have stayed in bed.
Oh dear.
Oh, my word.
The poor boy.
Well, I am going back to bed after this, I tell you. And I'll probably wake up tomorrow thinking, was it a dream?
Oh.
Did this day actually happen? Oh, wow.
Anyway, Sain Asif, it's not been his day. He should have had a wicket, wasn't? Oh, there we go. He's down. Bit of an wicket. He's happy. Oh dear. Well,
Bring it on.
When I tell
Bring
you,
it. Look, that is, you've got to mention his name. That is Saeed
again.
Ashrafi.
we're doing it again. Ready?
Look, see here, it's plugs. He goes past it. He doesn't, if he doesn't. I still believe
dear.
that. Oh, well, that will go viral. I'm telling you, this is a good attempt from the fielder. Can't get there. And that's a Kumar Ramasai trying to get to it. Can't do it.
You okay?
No, I'm just full of tears, mate. I really am.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Anyway.
dear.
Anyway. we still a
How
game.
did you not fall off your chair? That's what I want to know. I'm standing. I'm okay, but oh boy,
can't believe
that's
what-
got to be that's the best of the year so far. Okay. That's well bowled. Good areas.
Can I just say, Mac Doomy's he's a serious legend behind the stumps. He's up on everything. Everything's almost out for him. He's a classic wicket keeper. Good delivery though, and I'll tell you what, it'll be a little bit disheartened to feel that he didn't get a wicket. But hey, this is what's coming up. We're here in Bulgaria for 2 weeks, and then we've got ECIs coming up, and then we go to Sweden. That's going to be a really good tournament. Then we're off to Romania, and hey, I think I'm back in Bulgaria, and I can't wait because at the moment I'm having a great time. So I'll be coming back from the 23rd of June, so that's going to be really fun. And then we have some more internationals out in Romania. Rico's I think he's taking a breather. I think he needs it as well.
I just heard Elsa just told me, of course, shout out to Elsa, to Dennis, and also to Richards, who are the Spring Productions crew here. Now, that, of course, they followed a lot of cricket, and apparently Dennis couldn't hold on to the camera. He was laughing so much. He said Dennis and the camera almost ended up coming off the tower. Go on.
Interview.
Interview.
That's got to be
I couldn't. You do it.
I'll not do
I
it.
couldn't talk to him. I can't keep a straight face. I'll be laughing. There'll be no talking, just laughter.
Can we get him to do a
Look at the chat. Have you seen the chat? The chat has gone wild. And I know there's probably somebody on there saying, you can only have 5 emojis. Well, I tell you what, forget it. 5 emojis doesn't do that any justice. Okay.
76 for 5 on the board at the moment after the first delivery here in the 8th. I still can't believe what we just saw. It was sensational. And, well, I told you that I've been having the most fun in the last 2 hours, and that's just proved it.
Yeah. You know what I'm thinking now is, do I really want to go back to bed? Because I don't know I don't want to miss anything. There's so much happening. I think it could be a mistake.
You might end up getting FOMO.
I've got a stitch. I've actually got a stitch. I'm laughing so much. Okay, come on.
Oh, dear.
Who's there? Okay, this is more like it. Balle. Well, Jose, who's on borrowed time, and he's, well, let's just say he has had a little bit of luck. Hay poquito de suerte por Jose antes, pero ahora hay una máximo. Big hit from Jose.
He shouldn't be there, but he's going to cash in whilst he is. And, well, they need a few more if they're going to get up towards a decent total here. They've just stemmed the flow of wickets at the moment. Look how far out the crease he's batting, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, even look at him crouching forward. And, okay, whips this high up in the air. It's not going to carry. This fielder's come from all over the place. So Jose gets himself hung on out of a big 6 and a single. Can Rahman get one out of the slot as well?
Oh, dear. I think I'm going to dream. That's going to be going through my head every single time I blink now. It's just that image. Oh, dear.
Gets played out. And given out. I don't think this is a bump. I think a few people saying, does it bump? It's not. No, it's straight to the fielder. It's a casual catch from our friend. At least some things are going for Zain Asif. Makes no mistake with the catch. So that's going to be the end of Rahman.
Yeah, pretty simple catch. No real celebrations either. I don't know if many people were too sure if that was a bump ball, but yeah, no, it was pretty simple in the end, and he finally gets his involvement in the game, doesn't he? Well, didn't get the wicket, and then well, he had some involvement.
Julian Dawson, good luck. He's saying, please stick to 5 emojis. Julian,
Yeah, okay.
Julian, you got to understand, when you see something like that, 5 emojis just can't do it any justice, can you? But yeah, you were right. He's look, big shout out to everybody who's doing the moderating on the chat as well. They're doing a fantastic job. But we see another wicket go down. So can somebody just bring a little bit of firepower to this innings and maybe get them up to the sort of 110 mark? I still think is below par, but I think just getting to the 100 will make a difference.
Yeah, they just need to have some form of pressure here.
Big swing. I like the idea from Thomas, who comes out. Wants to go for the big shot.
There again. He's swinging, isn't he? He's going to give it a go. And all that, you can see there at the end of 8, Pleven are 83 for 6 with 8 overs down. 12 deliveries remaining then, hopefully, or they'll be hoping that they can get up towards that 100 mark.
Nick has just come on to the chat and he's saying, I don't know what I've missed. I hope it's on the highlights. It will be, Nick. It will be. But the thing is, I tell you, I challenge you now. And when those highlights are on, you will not be able to focus for what comes afterwards. That's all I'm saying. Steve McVeigh, I like it. He said about Jose's shot for 6. He said, did he get a nick on that one as well? Yeah, maybe. Bit of a big nick. And, okay, where are we at here now? So 8 overs down, 83 for 6. And short from Yes here. And a direct hit, it'll be in trouble. Oh, this is not far away. A little bit of fielding there from Zain Asif. Picks it up and throws it straight away, attacking. And, sees he's got a chance, and if he does here, I think he would have had it. Just have a look here. It's not far away. And, well, this one should not count. This has got to be a dead ball. Well, he's called a wide, but the fielder, I don't know if you see it in the shot, the fielder has run because he knows he's in the wrong place. He runs from fine leg all the way to third man. So we can't see it on this shot, but he's running all the way across here. Now, this one actually could be only, I mean, I wonder what they do here, because you could turn around and say, yeah, it's a dead ball. Or, under the new laws, you could actually say that's 5 penalty runs. But there's no warning given for it, and I don't think it was unintentional. It's just the fielder realised he was in the wrong position. So this one will be another wide. So just getting the line wrong here. Yes, here.
Sorry, I just have to take a moment and just work out when that happened, because I think that's got to be posted on the socials, because that's I think that might end up going viral at some point, because that was just incredible. And you see it, he can't get it right, can he? He's thinking, just get me a right-hander. If I'm up against a right-hander, I'll be okay.
Yeah, well, we know that Mars Wolfie is here, and I know that he's quite heavily involved in some of the content that we get going on social media. I think he'll be all over this. There's a batter. He's all over this one as well. That's 4 runs. It's a good hit. So the bowler finally gets one straight. Yes, here. And the batter says, thank you very much. I can hit it now. And he does well. Stays inside his crease. Gives it a clobber. And it goes to the boundary. Good hit.
Well, you normally expect the surprise of the straighter delivery to get a wicket, but it's not quite gone for Yasir, is it? None for 7 off 3 legal deliveries. He just needs to just quieten this down at the moment.
Tries to go in the same area again. Doesn't get it right. Another opportunity for a run out, but this one's a little bit wild from Zain Asif. He overthrows it. Let's watch this. He doesn't quite time this one right, but he wants to go on the hit. He's going. Once again, good pickup, but just, you see the throw a little bit too high. I'm just wondering there, though, the bowler, I mean, the right thing to do would have been to try and get behind the stumps. And if he had done, I think he may have got the run out. And the fielder's doing it again.
It's happening again.
Well, at least it's better than the horses that were running across this field last year. This time it's just a player. I don't know who it is back there. And now he's been stopped. Why is he stopped again now? Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, it's aerial. It's an opportunity, and this time it's put down. Well, he's taken one good catch, and They want to run for a second, and now they're diving all over the place. It's all happening out there at the moment. Well, we saw a good catch taken by the same fielder earlier. It was the one that we were debating whether it was a no ball or not. In the end, the umpires looked at it and said it was fine. But this time is not a good moment. It's not a good look. Asking the question for the LBW. And umpire Ivan was already on his way, knowing that this is missing a leg stick. It's worth having a look again. So the batter does lose his shape, but I like the idea. Lisa, he's trying to make something happen, trying to get the sweep shot in. So, yeah,
Well, not giving out, so he survives. By the way, just take a little moment. Just going to say, very warm, happy birthday to Tizer.
Oh, yeah,
Tyrone Peters. It's his birthday. Happy birthday, mate. I hope you're all well. Of course, probably just travelling back from Austria, I'd assume.
Yeah, I think he was travelling early this morning, was Horns himself. Tyrone Peters, of course, the tournament referee.
And commentator and everything.
Yeah, and everything. He's done some commentating with me. He was, of course, the tournament referee in Austria. And then, of course, in the ECIs, he did some umpiring as well. And what a good tournament we had there in Austria. Donnerstadt, of course, were the champions. It was the last European cricket series that we were at. And then at the weekend as well, is it going to be a third time lucky? He stepped over!
Oh, no!
Oh, no, I can't believe it.
No.
I cannot believe it.
No.
He takes the catch, and now this time he runs over the boundary. Rahman, what is going on here? So we see the 4 that should never ever be given, and now we see a catch taken. He said, "Mera catch mein far lena aale, far liya, shabash, shabash." Oh yaar, ki kar ditta, satyanas kam. And Rahman, now he's given 6 away. And the action still continues. This is a wide. Oh, what is going on? I tell you what, this
I don't know
is
what's going on.
turning out to be a sensational start here in Bulgaria. Oh, dear.
I don't know what's going on. Now something's happening here. Now there's a conversation, and it's all happening. There's umpires getting involved. That's 10 runs, by the way. That's 10 runs that hasn't come, that shouldn't have happened in the first place. 10 runs shouldn't have been there. And then, you know, if they end up winning, but if it's close and it's a victory by 10 runs, they'll be coming back to kick themselves. Oh dear.
Well, yeah, and the extras is another thing that's hurting them. I mean, I'm going to give you a tally on extras at the moment. I think that's the 20th extra, and I think that's something. Hey, have a look at this. Get ready to laugh. Okay, Nick said he missed it. Nick, this is what happened first time.
Oh, it's so good. It doesn't. It never gets
we
boring.
just see that one. Action, entertainment, excitement, drama, and also a little bit of comedy. Cricketainment, that's what we bring you. There is nothing better. And, well, this is the cricket that has taken the world by storm. You can't get enough of it, and you can see why.
Jose's going for a walkabout, so he's off. He's ready. He wants to strike. It's 20 or 14, rightly so.
Well, Jose's saying, hey, boys, is coming up. No, it's not quite like siesta time. So, Jose, okay, it's just in front of Sufyan, who I think he makes the right call here. I think he thinks maybe about the catch, and then he decides, well, if I'm not there, it's going to get through me. I'd rather save the boundary, and that's what he does. Good bit of fielding from the captain. It's already got a highlight today with a good 3 wickets, and I think he's looking forward to going out there. This is a more realistic target, so I think he'll be fancying himself, the captain, Sufyan, to go out there and get these runs. But the 100 does come up on the board now. And this one is a wide, and he wastes it, and now run out. Well, I'm so glad he doesn't throw it. For a moment, I thought the bowler, the sudden rush of blood, was going to throw this in, but he holds on to it, doesn't he? And Kama Asami, he gets the run out. It would have been a wide, though. You see there, just that moment, I think he's going to run it, and then he thinks, hang on a minute, nah, I'm not going to be another one that's going to go on a highlight reel. So there's none about it. Charges into bat.
He's ready, isn't he? He wants to be there. He wants to be involved. Jose's been involved in a bit of drama, isn't he? Yeah. Can't keep him out of the game. Look at him. He's outside of his crease. He's wandering all over. Oh, here we go. Oh, he's shuffling. He's dancing. There's Bales. Oh, it's all happening.
Jose, the Bulgarian bull. And what's Sufyan doing here now as he gets running to the umpire? There's something going on here at the moment. Not sure.
There's always something
what
going
it is.
What's going on now?
I get that. Are they talking Oh, I don't know. I thought for a moment they're talking with each other and saying maybe the last one's a no ball. We might have the batter come back. I don't know. There's something going on. Once we find out, we'll let you know. And
3 deliveries left. All we got to do is get through them. Listen, Pleven have got up to 100 here. They're getting up to a decent total.
this is a very good take from the keeper. It's not, I mean, look, I know that you're a bit of a specialist keeper yourself. If you're keeping in that area, it's not easy, right? With the bounce the way it is, with the surface.
It's a tough, you know, if you're not feeling up to standing up to it, then it's almost harder because it ends up staying low, doesn't carry, and you make it 10 times harder for yourself.
It doesn't quite get bad onto it. Ends up being a bit of pad. Jose, he's like a charging bull at the moment, isn't he? He wants to get there.
Give Naroon, just making sure his hair's okay. Just a single again. Last ball then coming up.
He was keen to get out there, wasn't he? And what's he going to do with it? And he hits it pretty well, but it's high up in the air. It should be taken. And of course,
oh no.
It gets down.
Oh, the bails have gone. It's not going to be out. Oh,
now
no.
look, they say we might as well run again. Why not? Now this is not out unless he. Okay, now that's better. I was going to say if he just touches the bails, and I said you got to have ball in hand and pick him up or smash him over because the bails were down. Oh, action-packed entertainment from first to the last ball here. First the catch goes down. It's an absolute dolly that Uzair puts down. Then he rolls it in, and just watch Jose here. Jose's running, like I said, well, there's where the bails come off because the bowler knocks him off with his feet. Jose then says, look, let's go again. Let's go again. He starts running again, and then the bowler then has the ball, and he taps the stumps first time, and then everybody screams at him and says, no, you got to pick him up with the ball in hand. And in the end, I think he does the right thing. So the innings comes to an end. They're pretty happy that they've got to the 100. I think it's probably 105, is it? We'll have to wait and see on the final count. Good luck to the scorers on that one. But hey, let's have a look at these highlights and get ready. Sit down and hold your bellies.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun highlight reel to watch. There were some really elegant cricket shots at the top of the order. Of course, losing the skipper and opener Nitin Sunil in the first 2 deliveries was never part of the plan, but then there was a few nice shots, and then this was given out, and arguably possibly a bit of bat on it, but given out on the on-field, and that's what you got to go with. And there was some questionable moments, but it just kept on going, and it just seemed as if it was just going to be entertaining all the way throughout.
Well, we knew it was going to be. They didn't quite get the acceleration that they wanted in the innings. I mean, this was a good catch. This is the one that we wanted to watch for the hype, but it said it was okay. But that man you watched there, Faizan Rahman, he comes in the action once more in the field. This is a good bit of bowling. I'm liking the adjustment that the captain Sufyan made. Well, this one was straightforward, you thought, but the umpire says not out. Now, I do actually think that when you look at that again, that Ivan, he actually can't see because the bowler's in his way. So if you can't see it, you can't give it. The batter doesn't walk, so he's not out. And well, Jose, he stayed in there and had a little bit of a highlight himself when he smashes the big 6. But Sufyan, credit to him, the captain, he picked up 3 wickets.
Yeah, he did. And then there were some comical moments in and throughout. Well, that was a good catch that time by that man there, but there was just some incredible moments. And that one did reach the boundary. That one got there, but this one, however, this one didn't get to the boundary, and it shouldn't have, but then all of a sudden, it was given 4. And it was really, that was where everyone sort of lost it. No one knew what was going on. And then it went into the leg side, and it should have been a catch. It was taken. He ended up falling over. That was 6. And then all of a sudden, they were 10 runs ahead where they shouldn't be. And then Jose just turns around and goes, well, I still want to be involved. Now I'm going to be involved in the run-out.
Yeah, well, Jose, this is what happened right at the end. First, the bowler kicks him over. Then you see the other field. I don't know if we get all of that, unfortunately, because it went on forever. But in the end, Jose does go. But, well, that was entertaining. That was exciting. And, well, Charlie, I'm going to leave you to go through the scorecard while I get ready for the next match that's coming up.
Yeah, no, that was, we take a look at the scorecard. And a couple of players getting going. But went for 23 off 13. Jose finishing 21 off 17. And then only one other player was able to get into the double figures, and that was Rahman. But apart from that, everyone just seemed to struggle. Sunil went for a 2-ball quacker at the top of the innings, but then you look at the bowling side, and Plovdiv doing what they did last time a lot better. They bowled in the right areas. Sufyan going for pace off, and that seemed to be crucial, didn't it? Only picking up 3 wickets for just 21 runs. That was really crucial from him in those middle overs. But then you also look at Yasir, bowled well, just went for 9. Asif went for 17 off his 2. But it's a simple equation, as Plovdiv have been set 102 for victory, 107 for victory, correction, here in match number 2 at the National Sports Academy in Vasilevsky. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Rico Full on the European Cricket Network.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to this Vasco Levesky cricket ground here in Sofia in Bulgaria. Welcome to the FanCode European Cricket Series here, and well, we have had an electrifying start. Match one was a good victory for Sofia, where we saw a century in the making from Manam Bashir. He smashed the ball all over the place. 118 he scored in the score of 138, and in this one, well, we've seen so much entertainment and so much excitement that, well, you're just going to have to go back and watch the highlights to see it all over again. It's had us in stitches, but there's been some good performances as well. I think the bowling from the captain, Mohamed Sofian, was good. Now he's looking to prove what he can do with the bat as well. He batted very well in the first match. It was a high chase that they had on their hands because the Medical University of Sofia put on 138 on the board. He made a good start. I think he hit 22 of 11. But he knows that this is a match that he really does want to win. Plevin, they get to the 100 mark. They finish with 106 for 8. So 107 required. Well, that will help because that is going to be a no ball 4. Well, that's 5. And 5 of nothing. Not a good delivery. It's too high and gets called straight away.
Yep. Well, that's not a good start to the innings, as that was he did well to help that on its way, really. But again, yeah, this is we've got a free hit coming up now, and when you've got Sofian who's up for this one, he knows he wants to get his team a victory on the board, and he's got a good opportunity to do so up against Plevin here. Free hit time.
Yeah, and he'd be looking to make this count, wouldn't he, Arham? And this is pretty high again. I'm loving the shot here. It's funky time. And let's have a look at this side on as well. And CNF lovers is saying hello to me and to yourself. Well, he's saying Mr. Maximo. Well, there's no. Well, if you're not Maximo, you're Minimo. You are shorter than me, so yeah. Mr. Minimo is here with me, Rico Full.
I'm not shorter than you.
You are Charlie Hunt. You got heels as well. All right, we're gonna have to. No, there's no heels there. We're gonna have to sort this out.
Oh,
you haven't grown over the years. You've always been little. Okay. Down the leg side. I think does this clip a bit of the pad on the way through. See what the umpire Ivan gives here. Still waiting for the ball to become dead. Now give us a signal. Yeah, leg bias.
I am not shorter than you. It's just not true. It's fine though. I'll let you have your little moment. It's okay.
There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, if I was the shortest person on the planet, I'd probably like the opportunity to be taller than someone, but I guess I'm still used to the old Charlie when you were.
Oh dear. Oh well. Anyway, a siff off the mark straight away. It's been a good first over. This run rate already come down and dropped down to just over 10. I'm just finishing off as quiet as possible. Sofian trying to get fancy again. Again, the delivery's there. It's only a short, fine leg. He's very square more than anything, but doesn't get anything on it.
You're going for the short stuff here. I suppose after the 2 fuller deliveries, I think he's just making extra effort just to bang the ball into the deck. And it's better. He goes a bit wider, wide outside his crease, angles this in. A better delivery. He gets defended away by Sofian. And not a bad start, though. He got 11 of the over. So they're more or less where they want to be, but I think they just need to be a little bit more aggressive in the power play. 11 of the first. 106
matches now since a golden ball. Of course, well, it's Mr. Golden Boy's birthday in Tyrone Peters. You think it's me, it's not, trust me. Well, if it happens in Bulgaria, fair enough, I'll give it to you, and I'll happily take the old Golden Boy name.
This one gets whipped away, chases on, a challenge for the fielder, and well, he's motoring now, he's got to get the brakes on because, well, I'll tell you what, Alistair Priddle worked hard to get the banner up. And if he runs through that, knocks it over. Well, Alistair is not the man to be confronting. He's a big dude, isn't he? And you don't mess with Alistair. So, yeah, he pulls a handbrake pretty quickly on that. But once again, look how quickly that ball runs to the boundary.
Yeah, it's just nice to see. It really is. It's pleasing on the eye. Nice to see batsmen get rewarding.
Chance taken. What a good catch this is. And they're up and about. The fielding side, because Plevin, they know they need to get wickets, and that's exactly what they do. That's nicely taken. That's hit pretty well, but no mistakes there from the fielder. Good catch. I mean, he's got a bit of power into the shot, but look, leaps up into the air and takes a catch. And then, well, he's applauding everyone else when they should be applauding him.
That's a humble celebration, that is, isn't it? That's a humble one. I like that. Good, nice to see there, but yeah, good early signs though. Here we go. Here's the hat and hair. Look at it. It's not doing anything. What's he doing? It's not doing anything to help. Oh well, but you know, it'll probably prove us wrong now, and it'll do something, and it'll be great. Oh well.
First wicket does go, and it's a good one to get because you know that the captain Sufyan was probably the key batter, and hits it aggressively, hits it on the up, but he can't get it past the fielder. So, in fact, it was a sieve that went. Sufyan is still there, so, and it was well, I always think that these sort of catches, you just get yourself in the right areas, otherwise you get them wrong, and he took that really well. Left hand that whips us away, nice little shot, flicks it off his pads, gets 4 runs straight away. Good shot. Yep,
nice timing. Flick of the wrists from the new man in Rahman, and yeah, just turns it around the corner. That's a nice shot. His running was quite good. He was running and then realised it was going for. He went, I'm going to save my legs, and put the brakes on pretty quick out in the middle.
Isn't it interesting that Faizan Rahman, he was the man who gave us the highlights on the boundary. So this one gets taken. He stepped over when he took the cap to 6. When he's fielding, he's not wearing the cap, but when he's batting, he is wearing this cap. So
yeah, but the cap does nothing. It doesn't cover anything else that the hair isn't. It makes no sense to me. Oh dear. Oh well. Here's Mustafa then. Oh, this one's right in the block. Oh, that's going to squeeze into the vortex and run away, and no one's cutting that off. It's another boundary, and again, Rahman gets a little bit lucky, just squeezes this out. That's really done well to dug that out. That's through the legs. Bit of a, what you would call a nap meg, but you'd probably call it a Rahman meg, but it's 4 more.
Yeah, and once again, it will go quickly, and you're right, it's nice to be somewhere where you really are seeing the ball racing to the boundary. And this one will be called a wide. We saw that in Portugal, where it was really quick along the deck. And most of the time, I think in Austria as well, when the weather was good. Really well. There you go. That's success to Charlie, because Charlie's been saying the hat is doing nothing. Because it's like he's pushing this on. Look at the hair, like a sponge. That hat is not made for that head.
What's the point? It adds nothing that the hair doesn't already do. He's trying to put it, no, it doesn't do anything. Now, you talk about Portugal. It was nice to see some of the Portugal lads out in Gibraltar a couple of weeks ago in the Tri-Series. Of course, they went unbeaten, 6 from 6 against... could be an interesting one here, but it's eventually fielded. Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, good to see that Tri-Series between Malta, Gibraltar and Portugal down in the Europa Point complex. 27 for 1 after 2. We've been there quite a few times. You were there after I was, weren't you?
Yeah, it was. It's a lovely ground, lovely setup. Though the conditions outside the summer can be very harsh.
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion when I was there just 2 weeks ago, I think it was. And we were saying, you know, maybe going in January isn't the best of ideas when you're contending with spraying and the wind and everything.
It's nicely placed, sort of batting with a lot of time still is Sufyan. He knows the captain needs to stay there. He's already lost Zain Asif, and Zain Asif was quite instrumental in that opening partnership with him, who made 41 of 20. So he wasn't able to get it past the fielder, Suhaid, who took a very good catch.
I think he's just enjoying himself up there as well. That's the thing. Leading by example as well. Just saying, you know, we don't need to take any rash decisions here. Enjoy it. And the longer you're there, the easier it gets.
Steps away, trying to make some room for himself, Rahman. But it's not the way to play this. Really, in fact, it needs to be going the other way. It needs to be going to the ball.
Coming back to wildlife, there's a spider hatched a web on something on a camera. It's all happening. It's all happening.
It's a biggie, isn't he? He's like a jumping spider as well. Okay, gets down, makes the block, and in comes the throw. They'll get the single. He goes on the hit there, Rahman. So good running from him.
Good bit of fielding from our Enjoy. Just gets the classic long barrier out. Well, Murad's got a good question. What if the hat falls onto the wickets? That's out.
He's out, yeah.
It's the same as if a helmet was to fall on and hit the wickets. It's out.
Yeah, he is out.
It's not worth the risk, I'm telling you. Especially when you got hair like that. Show it off.
Oh, clubbed. But fielder coming across and almost pulls off a sensational catch. And, well, what he does well is, well, first of all, the attempt was brilliant from Hossein. And he also stops the ball going to the boundary. Yeah, good action, this.
Yeah, it really is. And, again, manages to get round, but gets a hand on it. But just couldn't get that last metre, could he? Just couldn't quite get down to it. But, again, good attempt nonetheless.
Yeah, it's good. I'd like to see that. And one thing is, Hossein knows that the landing is pretty soft. Okay, Lamont. Oh, this one goes through the fielder. They'll make two, and the cap comes off again, Charlie. I know, you just want to run out there and take the cap and say, it's being confiscated. You're not getting it back.
It's just, look at it, mate. It's more hassle than what it's worth. He's exerting more energy, picking it up halfway after a running than anything else. It's just pointless.
Yeah, I think even the wicketkeeper said, give it here, give it to me. He said, I'll tell you what you should be doing with this. What's he doing with it? What's happening here?
Is he loosening it? Is he tightening it?
What is going on here? What's the wicketkeeper? Oh, well, he says, never mind, just give it here. Even the wicketkeeper's had enough of it.
Oh, I love the fact that this is... The best thing is the cricket's been really good that we've seen as well. It's just showing up. It's showing some really good examples as well. And, oh dear, I think there's is there an injury? What's going on? I think Sufyan's got an injury here.
Has he got an injury? Well, what is going on? Sufyan, is he struggling? Is he?
His right arm that's what he's having an issue with. He's pointing at his shoulder.
See. Yeah.
He looks uncomfortable. And if he goes, that's a big miss. That's a really big miss, both bowling and batting. If he's struggling, he's done. He can't go on. Look at him. He's saying he's got to go.
Yeah, I mean, this is not good because, I mean, well, we've got a medic. The medic comes on and he's going to spray some of the magic spray on. Is he spraying it through the sleeve? Yeah, through the sleeve.
Should that not be on skin?
Well, well, he's the doctor, I suppose. Well, the proof will be on the pudding. He's still holding it.
They're all medical students. A lot of them are, so I should say. So
yeah,
it seems okay. He's going to hope. I mean, realistically, you should. I mean, as a batsman, it should all be top hand. That bottom hand shouldn't come in. So in theory, it should be. Should be able to bat on and be okay. But
he's only getting it treated so he can do his laces up afterwards. I think that's what it is. He's saying, "Hey
dear.
Doc, I'm going to have to take these shoes off later, and they're done and really tight." This is off the bat. And there comes the hat. Again, I'm going to get it. I'm going to go get it. Where's those scissors? Give me those scissors.
It's just not worth it. Look, ready? Look at it. It's bobbling around. It's pointless. What's the point? Dear. Anyway, 3 overs down. Plovdiv 33 for 1.
Yeah, so, well, where are we? I mean, they keep going at this sort of pace, then we're going to get a close one, aren't we? So they're going at 10s. And this is, well, look at the like for like, 39 as opposed to 33 here. So we're close. That was the end of the power play, being signalled there by umpire Paulson. Shout out to the umpires. We've got Paulson out there and Ivan. And Gatasara is the third umpire. And Ian Rummage is, of course, the tournament referee.
Look at those shots, by the way. It's a little bit different to a year ago.
No, yeah,
it's a little bit different. It's lovely to be here and it not be raining or snowing and sun's out. Everyone's enjoying themselves. And that's the thing. Everyone's playing with a smile on their face as well. And, of course, you expect so when you have some comical moments that we've seen so far. But anyway, looks as if we're going to have some joy come into the action coming from this end.
Yeah, I'll enjoy when he floats this up and it's called a wide.
Interesting action. This is, you got to wait for it, don't you? You got to wait for it, and that's a wide.
Yeah, and it does well. Even well, this time is a no ball, so this is going to be called straight away. I'm pretty sure the ball gets to the fielder.
Yeah, it's all happening, isn't it? Even though it is, it doesn't feel as if it is, but it's still all happening. They're just saying, well, there you go. That's your helmet's your hat. I'm going to see how good it is if it doesn't fall off.
Yeah, if it doesn't. And he's obviously well attached to it for some reason. But the thing is, the weird thing is, like I said, he didn't really wear it in the field. So it's not really there for protection purposes. Maybe just his good luck charm. better. That was the free hit, of course, and two men come to gather it.
Just looking at how Sufyan's holding his bat, he seems as if he's okay. Not wincing at it anymore, so it's not the end of the world by the looks of it, which is good to see.
And this one, how high is this as it gets pulled away? It's going to be 4 runs.
Oh, Howsey with the fielding, the one-handed fielding. Good bit of fielding. But yeah, 4 more. And again, it's a hit me ball, isn't it?
Yeah, I want to see the height on it. I mean, he comes forward.
Yeah, he's so far out of the crease, though.
It's on the downward trend. Yeah, Andy House doing a bit of one-hand fielding, clipboard in one hand, and no trouble at all for Housey. Okay, this one is, once again, in the same areas. Gets through the fielder, but not through the sweeper. And as you expect, the cap comes off again. He's not even got the strap on now. That cap is so small. It is a strapless cap. And I think maybe he did finally gesture to somebody to say, can I have another, or can we get rid of this one? And talking about getting rid of, the batter really needed to put that away. It is a wide, so it'll have to be bowled again from Enjoy, but that one should have been walloped.
Yeah, these extras are really keeping them in the game. And what's going on here now? Is he doing his laces up again?
Yep.
Shock horror.
See, I told you the spray would say he could do his laces up. That's what he was waiting.
Oh, this is honestly, it's the best now 3 hours I've had in such a long time. Oh dear. Joy, 10 off of 3 for him at the moment. Conceded that, I should say.
And this is hit well, and it gets over the fielder. He just took a few steps going towards this. And I suspect if he stayed on the boundary, he would have had a better chance. Whether he would have been in play on it, I'm not sure. But you can see he's, well, quite a few, about 2 meters away. He comes inside, Jassi there. And by doing that, the ball goes over him, Raheem. Bowled it round his legs. He's a goner. Well, how about that? Well, there is a little bit of joy in the air, a little bit of joy in the middle as Arun Joy picks up a wicket.
Big wicket of the skipper, Mohamed Sufyan, who was just looking like he was going to take the attack. He's batted with a lot of patience in the early stages of this second innings. He was looking to be the aggressor out of the 2 batsmen, and just plays all round. Wicket to fall. As Plovdid are now 49 for 2.
Yeah, that's a big wicket. He'll be, yeah, you can see he's bitterly disappointed. It's basically it's a full toss on the leg stick, but he sort of walks all the way around it. I mean, there's one that you're probably looking to play the sweep shot and get down on it, get something behind it, but he goes to sort of maneuver it away. He's missed out on a couple of those. This time, well, he misses it to his peril because it knocks the stumps over. So all of a sudden, Aaron is the demon bowler. He's got a ball to go in his first over. He's gone for 16, but he's taken the prize wicket of Mohamed Sufyan.
That's the thing. This type of bowling, you'll either get hit for 6s or you'll pick up wickets. It's realistic, especially at this level. It is a very common theme here.
Okay, high up in the air, and it will drop before the fielder can get there. But I think that's a better shot to play. He sort of backs himself. He's looking to sweep. It does go up in the air, but the fielder's got to come a long way from square to get to that behind square. End of the over. Not a bad one from Arun Joy. There was a little bit of joy there. Big joy for his side as well, Plevin, because they get the big wicket of Mohamed Sufyan, and at the end of 4 overs, score 50 for 2.
Yep, the 50 comes up. 57 needed off 36, and but at the moment, Plevin just trying to break through.
Nice looking shot, and it will beat the fielder. That's a lovely shot. Good timing. So Makdumi comes in, and maybe he's the man to pile on a little bit of doom himself onto the opposition. That's a really nicely timed shot. And once again, when you've got an outfield like this, I think you get value for playing good shots.
Yeah, textbook cricket shots as well. That was just the transfer of weight onto that front foot, that press forward, just getting the hands through the line of the ball as well. Nice shot from Makdumi.
Asking the question, umpire, and having a big long look. He decides not out, Thomas. A bit of a wristy bowler. Watch the wrist come in play. Oh, I don't know about this action, you know. But first of all, on that one, I don't see what it's missing. And this will just confirm that I don't think height would be a problem. It's probably going to go on and maybe hit. But the action here from the bowler, I'm not too sure about it. I mean, I wonder if that's what's coming through to Ivan here. Just got to be very careful with his arm. This will be a wide called.
Yeah, batsman's just got to be careful, Romani. He always bats outside of his crease, so he's just got to make sure that he remembers that.
Yeah, very risky.
Again, it's working though. It's another dot ball. Again, just the issue for Plevin. They're giving away too many extras, aren't they? It's just making it that much easier for Plovdiv at the moment.
Yeah, both sides were guilty of that. This time he goes back and no run, so a bit of frustration for Rahman. He knows he needs to pick up the pace and take leadership here after his captain has departed. Get another single here.
It's more though, that run rate just below 10s. It's been stuck there for a while. They've been keeping it going. Again, just one or two big overs can change it for both sides here.
Okay, this is up in the air, but won't carry to the fielder. Does really well because it takes an unkind bounce, but dealt with nicely. There's just another single. We get to the halfway point, and really looking forward to these international. The one group that excites me is Group D. I tell you why, because in Austria, of course, we saw the ECIs there, Austria, Hungary, and the Czech Republic. And those two teams there, Austria and Hungary, didn't they have some battles? And yesterday, well, we saw an incredible run chase from Hungary when they beat Austria in one of the matches. And it gave Hungary the opportunity, if they could get a good win against the Czech Republic, to win that mini-series of the weekend. But unfortunately for Hungary, though, they got a good win against Austria. They then lost out to the Czech Republic in the last match, meaning that they finished second. But they won that little contest, that little battle against Austria with 2-1. Well, this one's high up in the air. Fielder Jassy just can't get to it and opts to allow the ball to drop in front of him. I think he could have made through a catch here, Charlie.
Yeah, I think there was just a little bit of hesitation. You've got to back yourself. You know, if it goes down, it goes down. It was obviously nowhere near the boundaries. There's no, you're not running the risk of conceding any extra runs. I don't see why that wasn't taken, but again, we're not out there.
Joy just gets this into that sort of outside the off-stump slot, but the batter uses the width of the ball. And this is a nice shot. He waits for it patiently and dispatches it. Lovely shot, 4 runs, nicely played. That match, by the way, folks, it happened yesterday. Match number 8. Check it out when you get the opportunity. This one has been blasted. That is a biggie. That is brutal. That will go all the way. That's a monster strike. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, I tell you what, you got the rescue party here to find that ball. I'm glad that chopper wasn't flying above us a few seconds ago because it was in danger.
Yeah, really nice shot, Rahman. He goes on to 30 off of just 15. He's really sort of taken the reins, isn't he, after losing his skipper and both openers going. He's really come into the frame of things here.
Now he should be gone, and he will be gone. Well, it is a case of big 6 and out for Rahman. He loses his shape. He gets frustrated. He thinks, this is another one. But Joy, he's clever. He teases him, gets one past him. There is a little bit of turn there as well. And let's just check the keeper. No mistakes for him. No, he does well. He waits for it and then takes the bails off. So good work. And nice. I'm liking this. A good little fight back here from Plevin. And good work from the captain behind the stumps, Nitin Sunil.
Yeah, that'll makes him feel a little bit happier, considering he's now able to say he's contributed. Of course, 2-ball duck in the first innings at the top of the order wasn't quite how he was hoping to get his tournament underway, but new man comes in, and classic case of commentator's curse. That was just saying Rahman looking as if he was going to take things into his own hands and then gets himself out. Means that the new batsman, he's got a lot to do as a BD.
He does. He takes guard, gets ready to take a Joy, who's picked up 2 wickets now. Well, I tell you what, I mean, I know several bowlers like this. You know it. I mean, how many times have I been charging in, bending me back, whizzing the ball past the batter without any success, and then you get somebody like Wombeck comes on and bowls these pies and picks up a hatful of wickets. It happens all the time, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. Thing is, by the way, 2 wickets, but 2 big wickets as well. The 2 in batsmen, he's got Sufyan at the top, and then he's gone ahead and got Rahman as well. He's taken 2 massive wickets in the context of this game, and it could just end up being the difference. You're getting attacked by the wind now, aren't you? See, you've opened up the panel, the cube. You've opened it up to the elements.
Yeah, but hang on. Let's see this delivery. It should be a wide. It will be. I opened it up, but you don't realise this. My timing was to perfection because I opened it up just when that error in the field happened, and I was able to see it live. And that's what I like about it. I got to see it live happening. So, you know what? Yeah, the wind is coming in, but I'll want it as this one gets worked away. So, being a little bit leg-sideish, though, and he's being expensive. But the question is this. If you're going to say, right, you're going to take those big wickets and you're going to get the likes of Sufyan and Rahman out, and it's going to cost you 35 runs, do you take it? I think maybe.
Yeah, it's a tough one. If you had a few more runs to play with, you'd be happier. But, well, of course you would. But, yeah, you haven't got too much to play with at this point.
This one's been belted pretty well as well. It's a good test for the fielder who doesn't let his side or the bowler down. Makes a good stop. That's the way to do it. That's housey style, old school. That's the way we were taught to do it. Get your body behind it. It is the end of the over. And it is a 77 for 3. Yeah, what I was talking about, those internationals and the match that you got to go back and see if you get the opportunity. Austria, 138 for 3. Hungary, 141 for 1. Zishan Cookie put on a magical display with the bat, 87 to 33, getting a win for Hungary by 9 wickets with 9 balls to go. It's quite sensational. But though they did win their little mini-series between each other, 2-1 to Hungary against Austria, Austria went on to win that ECI. And yeah, I'm loving the ECIs. And of course here in Bulgaria, straight after this European Cricket Series, we're going to have international action as well. And this one, I suspect maybe 4. Yeah, 4 being signalled, because I think the fielder here does catch some of the rope while he's in touch with the ball. Just here, I think the foot is probably, well, the ball goes over the boundary rope anyway, so it's irrelevant. But I think at one point he's touching the rope and the ball at the same time. This is being blasted away. It's a gundy ball on the leg side. It's going to be 4 more. So though they are picking up some of the crucial wickets, they're still bowling some bad deliveries. And this time, Rahun Magdumi plays it away for 4.
Yep, just making it 10 times easier for this side now in Plovdiv. They're getting hit me balls, and they're doing exactly that. McDoomie has 21 off 9 now, so he's just been able to motor along, and again now at just exactly a runner ball.
Sneaks this one through just inside the line. New bowler is Raju, so Jinoy Raju. Once again, it's on the leg side, and there's no protection out there at all. They haven't got anybody on that 45. And the thing is, though, the captain, you don't want to put a fielder there because you shouldn't be bowling there. The bowlers just haven't bowled consistently outside the off stump. They're strayed short or down the leg side, and the batters, as you see there, they don't really have to hit it too hard. It's just all about placement, and it's 4 more.
Yeah, that's what we've seen, and that's been the demise of the two sides that have lost the 2 games, is their bowling's really let them down, hasn't it?
This one gets worked away.
Yeah, that's just where they've struggled. It's been the bowling that's let the sides down, and leaking too many extras in reality. That's been a serious issue that needs to be fixed.
It's a nice looking shot, isn't it? Gets in good position.
He sounded surprised.
Yeah, well, you know, it's a beauty. Nice way to get off the mark. And that is the end of the over. Remember, this one looks like it will be Plovdiv that will bounce back with a victory. They only need 17 runs in 18 deliveries coming up. But this is the next match we're going to see. Medical University Trakia. They're taking on Medical University Sofia, who, well, remember that man, Manan Bashir, he scored a century. The question is, though, isn't it? He scored 118 off those 138. No other batter did get going for them. So is it just all about him? That's what we want to find out. If he goes early, what have Medical University Sofia got? But I know that their captain, Hufaz Yusuf, well, when I saw him out there in the middle, he was saying, we're definitely winning this year. He's so confident. We're winning this year. We've come second 2 times. We're going to win it this year. Well, let's see how they come up against a team making the debut, Medical University of Trakia. That match coming up in about half an hour's time. This one gets played out for a single.
Yeah, no, certainly looking forward to that. But yeah, no, that's what we said, didn't it? We didn't get to see much of the lower order or the middle to lower order. So it'll be interesting to see if we do get an opportunity to have a look at that and take a glimpse at that. But nevertheless, they'll still be hoping that their Centurion can come good again.
Yeah. And what a story that is from Munham. Never played hardball cricket
crazy.
before. And he goes out there and he whacks the first 100 he's ever scored. Trying again, it's down the leg side. It's that wristy action. I don't think there's anything really wrong with it. If you look at the arm, I think it's all in the wrist. And of course, Ian Rummage will be keeping an eye on that. But don't have to do anything too sensational here. Beatty, I like the way he played the last ball. Was nice and correct. Tries to work this one away in that gap between backward point and point.
I think we've also realised as well that pace-off's the go-to, isn't it? That's what we've seen, that if you can take the pace off, it just makes it harder.
Doesn't quite get to the pitch of this one, looking to work it around the leg side, the left-hander. But Tabidi will take the single and give Magdumi the strike again. He's batted well while he's been out there. You think he came in when we saw a wicket fall pretty early, and that was that of Zain Asif, who batted very well in the first match against Sofia. He made 41, so he had to prove himself, and he does. Oh, this almost puts this into... No, he doesn't. He doesn't touch it, so he's called a wide. I thought for a moment he's hit that at the keeper.
Yeah, again, now this is just doing it in singles, really, when they can do, can't they? Don't need to take any risks. Just enjoy it. Use it as a net session out there now. That's all they need to do.
And he just lobs this over that fielder. At the same time, though, I mean, we've seen plenty of times that teams in this position, they lose a couple of wickets, a couple of dot balls, and all of a sudden it becomes panic stations.
It's an interesting situation. A few more wickets down, you'd probably be asking more questions, but yeah, it should be comfortable now.
Goes across his stumps, and this time that fielder does get pushed back there. So I suppose it's a good move if you know that the batters are eyeing up that area. So it keeps it to 1, saves the boundary, end of the over. And the score moves to 98 for 3, and 12 balls to come. And only needing just 9 runs now from that. So 2 big shots could seal it.
Yeah, certainly could do. I don't think that's the way they're going to go about things. I think they're just going to nerdle it around and see what they can do. But yeah, it has been a pretty dominant showing out in this second game from MU Plovdiv. And they'll be happy though to bounce back after a bit of a thumping in the first game. They'll be pretty content, and they know that they've got a long way to go in this tournament.
Yeah, a lot of matches. And remember, teams who will play each other on 2 occasions. This is going to be a good chase for the fielder. I like the style there. Nicely done. It gets a slide in, making the stop. And well, now, unfortunately, again, a bit guilty of not backing up. It's good work from the fielder. He comes across, slides in. Okay, he's not the best of throws. Fair play, but who's backing this up? Nobody is.
Yeah,
Here comes the throw. You see the wicket-keeper has got an eye on the batter. Goes over him, and once it gets over him, they're going to say, right, we'll take another. So that's a useful 3.
Yeah, they can do it in a single hit now.
This is down the ground. Will he get past the fielder? No, it won't. Well done. I'm liking the way that Amal Thomas slides in here and to make sure that there's no way that ball is getting past him. Good stop. We'll get the single.
Yeah, now 5 then needed with 10 deliveries to go. Makdumi probably going to try and do it in style. Would like to see him try.
Well, that's not a bad delivery.
That
I think if you're bowling round the wicket, this is what you're trying to do,
yeah,
right?
No, exactly. That angle's the way you need. It's tough to, if you're coming right across the body of the right-handed batsman. It's not easy. Yeah, he's bowled well.
And you just put the mockers on him.
Can't
but
do it.
The fielder is back there at least, so he
to his
does
field.
save it.
Bowling
Yeah,
to his
he is.
field. It's
You
fine.
got to, yeah, fair play. He is. He's there to do a job. And now, of course, the field must change again to the left hand.
It's the reverse vortex.
Mm.
A reverse vortex, trust me.
This one will just be a single. It gets fielded. Good throw from the fielder. But the batters, good understanding between them to get there. So, are we going to go into another over? Or will it be done in this one? They're almost there, aren't they? Just 3 runs required. And that's nicely played. And has this got the legs to go all the way to the boundary? And fielders, well, one of the players has the legs to go all the way to the boundary. He goes over it. Well, the player goes for 4, but the pool doesn't. Have a look at this. Well, this is Johnny Raju. Raju says, "Quattro carreras for me." He goes for the flip back, but misses it. But fortunately enough, the fielder who is there gets the throw in.
I was just going to say, it's lucky that they weren't making there wasn't contact with each other's legs as he flicked the ball back.
Yeah.
'Cause that would be in the game over.
That'd be game
Anyway,
done, yeah.
106 for 3 after 9, and yeah, scores are tied, aren't they? Just 1 run needed, and yeah, but if you're Pleven, what do you think? Where's it gone wrong? Bowling for me. Bowling has been the issue.
Bowling's been the issue for sure. And this should be out. Oh, well, how about this? This is just the fielder who should have taken the catch. That's Arun Joy, who has bowled well. He's picked up a wicket. He comes charging in, and he ends up being lobbed. And then he's lucky to look behind him and seeing that another guy, and that's Raheem, coming in behind him and saving his blushes, because he charges in like a headless chicken, gets himself in no man's land, sees the ball going over his head, but Raheem is there to take the catch. So they get another wicket. I suppose that is something. But, yeah, Pleven, I think, is with the bowling. You're right. I mean, when we have a look at maybe over by over, you can see that the first over 11 from the first 16. Then that one from Aram, I think he bowled pretty well. He went for 17 of his 2 overs, but then 17 from Arun Joy, though he did pick up a wicket. And Amal Thomas, not a bad one. Arun Joy, 19 when he bowled, so he went for 17 and 19. So getting wickets, but expensive. And that's where he's been. They've just haven't bowled a good line. And I think you mentioned it before, the extras hurt you. And both teams have been guilty of too many extras. But in this innings alone, we've seen 10 of those in wide. So there's all those extra balls as well.
No, absolutely. You also have to think of the fact that 10 runs that shouldn't be there from the
from the
fielding.
Don't forget that.
But are we going to see a wicket maiden to force a golden ball? No way. Surely not. No.
Played out.
No.
And that'll be that. So it was wishful thinking, and if it was, I would have said, see, it is you. You are the golden ball guru, but it's not to be. It is a victory, and, well, congratulations to Plovdiv. They do bounce back. I mean, they got a bit of a thumping, you have to say, in the first match, 138 to 99 from Medical University of Sofia, and that was a 39-run win for Sofia. We're going to see them in action again against MU Trakia, but not before we see the highlights of this one.
Yeah, a couple of nice shots at the top of the order for Sufyan, who again just looked like he was playing with time and patience as well. Didn't really take many aggressive shots. That was the more of anything. But yeah, he was well backed up though by Makdumi. He does end up carrying his bat all the way through, and that's really a good sign for Plovdiv, because it was just looking in that first game that they didn't have much apart from the top order. So a couple of different people getting in the runs is always helpful. Now the man that hit some runs had a bit of trouble with his hat, but still was able to get some out of the middle. Rahman looked really good, and then this was a nice shot down the ground. Questionable fielding whether or not he was too far in, but went for 6 anyway. But it didn't matter because he was ended up around his legs.
Yeah, and Arun Joy, he was full of joy after seeing that one knocking over the stumps of the captain. And he wouldn't like that. You go back and look at that again. He really gives his wicket away here. That was a pretty close one, I have to say, because looking at it from, though that's not the best of angles, didn't see that missing too much. But then there was this clever bowling, and Joy, though expensive, he does pick up 2 wickets. Nice work there done by the captain, Nitin Sunil, who takes the bails off and gets us another wicket for the bowler, Joy. This one was 4 runs, a good effort from the fielder, trying to stop it. Amal Thomas and certainly threw themselves around in the field, did Plevin. I think when they look back at this, just a few many extras, and just didn't bowl the right lines. There was too many deliveries that were short down the leg side, and you have to say that, well, Plovdiv, they put them away quite nicely.
Yeah, no, they did, and this is what's coming up in 23 minutes or so. MU Trakia taking on MU Sofia. That'll be a good one. Sofia looking to make it 2 from 2. Of course, Trakia making their debut on the European Cricket Network, and I'm certainly looking forward to that. Have you made a decision? Are you sticking around, or are you off?
I think if I have to be at my best tomorrow, I think I'm better off going back and maybe getting a little bit of a kick. But I'll hang around for a bit. Maybe I'll help you start off the next match, particularly since lunch has arrived. It'd be a shame to disappear while lunch is there. But let's have a look at that scorecard. And Faizan Rahman, and after the wicket there of Sufyan went for 18, I think it was good from him. He scores 30 of 16 deliveries, and he got some support there as well from Makhdoumi. And Makhdoumi, the not out batter, 34 of 18. I like the way that he batted there as well. Zain Abidi, I think he played the ball pretty well. I think he just wanted to finish the match in a hurry. He wasn't able to, as he got caught by Rahim when he sliced one up. So a good wicket there for Hussain. But Kumarasamy, I think in the end, he just came in and just saw things home, just dropped the anchor and let Makhdoumi do the work. So there's the mid-match summary. It is victory for Plovdiv. So they do bounce back, and they will hope that they can stay in good form. Plenty of cricket coming up. You can know the next match that we see the debutant Medical University Trakia taking on Sofia once more. That'll be interesting. Be interesting to see if Sofia can remain dominant with their batting. But we do see Plevin and Plovdiv. They do it all over again. So we'll see a repeat of match number 2, match number 4. And then to finish off with, Plevin will play the third match in the day when they take on the Medical University of Trakia. So we've got a big day of cricket ahead. Remember, there's 8 teams in this series this time round. And that means we're going to see 60 matches before we see who is going to be crowned the champion. So we're going to take a little break. Rico Full here of the European Cricket Network, and Charlie Hunt is with me as well. And we'll be back in just under 20 minutes time for the start of match number 3.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back. Well, what a start we've had to this series already. We've had two very special matches. We've seen a century already, and we've seen some action and entertainment in that last match that we will never forget. That match where we saw Plovdiv take it on, of course, a team that we know very well, Plevin. Next one, though, is going to be an exciting one. We welcome back the Medical University of Sofia. They won their first match comfortably. And remember, Manam Bashir scoring that century. Well, we're going to see him in action again here in the middle. They're up against a new team, so Medical University Trakia. So it's going to be interesting to see how they start. But I know that the captain, Hazi of Sofia, he's very confident. He's already said to me, even after that first victory, we're going to win this time, he said. He said, we come second twice. This time, we're going to win. Well, let's see if they can keep this incredible form going. You're going to see me back in the commentary position with Charlie Hunt. But first, let's join Ian Rumage and the two captains in the middle for the all-important coin toss.
Tails. Tails has been called. It has come down tails, so you've won the toss.
We will bowl first.
So toss won by Academic, who will bowl first. And I'll hand you back to Rico and Charlie to start the match.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ian. A very good afternoon to everyone tuning in around the world, whether it be on FanCode or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Welcome to match number 3 then of this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria. And we're seeing a debut for MU Trakia. They're taking on MU Sofia, of course. Rico just mentioned Sofia. They're coming off the back of a very impressive win in that match number 1. Mostly down to one man, really, wasn't it? Manan Bashir with that very well-made century, of course, in that first game. But we won't see him. We won't be seeing him until later on this afternoon because, well, we're going to see them with the ball first. They've elected to field here, which is an interesting choice. Only time will tell as to whether or not it'll pay off. But I'm certainly looking forward to another game of entertaining cricket, that's for certain. It's been a really incredible, entertaining first 2 games of cricket here in Bulgaria with some comical moments, to say the least. But it's also going to be a good opportunity to take a look at MU Trakia. Looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring to the table. I'm sure there's a wealth of talent in and amongst the ranks. Certainly looking forward to what's set to be a really exciting match number 3 here. Sofia, well, they can really set their tone in this tournament if they get themselves up to that 2 from 2. It'll be a really good opportunity to take themselves and come away from today, and they'll be pretty happy. Here we go then, and it is going to be Zaru for Sofia. And that would be a dot ball to start. Interesting, no. As Iza Zaru is taking this first over. Of course, in that first game, there was really good elements for Sofia, of course, taking that win in the end. And again, right up in the block hole. Just tries to drive this, does Patel. That's Dave Patel, taking the first few deliveries here for Trakia. I don't know if that was just picked up, but that's I've just heard some of the worst chat from a fielding side I think I will ever hear. I'll touch upon this after this delivery. This is a full toss, and it's well fielded at point. It's Mubarak Ali. They're just checking this one. They're just going to see for height. They're just going to see as to whether or not it was deemed legal. We'll just take another look here. That could be called. Yeah, and is called. Signalled no ball for full toss, so will be a free hit. So that's a nice bit of work there from the crew at Spring Productions, doing as good as a job as ever. But free hit time then, and it's going to be Ali to face up. And that one, wild swing. It was Patel, I think, in fact. But it's a dot ball nonetheless. But there was, after a few missed drives, there was a call from the fielding side of, I reckon he's got his provisional license. He can't drive yet. And I have to say that goes down in the book of one of the best bits of tap in the field I think I'll ever hear. Here is Zaru again. Well, this time, just dropping his length back a little bit, but impact certainly outside that off stump as Patel was just trying to turn it around the corner into that reverse vortex that we've now called. But again, Sofia, they've come into today's play and they're looking up for, aren't they? They look as if they're here, they mean business. They're really trying to be as positive from the start. And this time finds the outside edge. Will run towards the vortex, but luckily there's a man at third man, and it's Firas Hussein, and it'll just be a single. Been a very tidy over from Zaru at the moment, only conceding the 2 runs off it. Of course, one of them being a no ball, so he's done pretty well up until this point here on in. Just trying to finish out the over as quiet as possible, though. And it's a superb delivery, bit of outswing as well. And Zaru a little bit frustrated that he couldn't find the outside edge of Majid Ali. That's a peach of a delivery to face up first. And at the end of that first over, Trakia just taking a bit of time to get into the swing of things. 2 for none. Yeah, Majid Ali just got stuck, didn't he? No real foot movement. And we're going to go from one paceman to another. It's going to be Danny Boy. It is going to be Daniel Ali. He's going to come in for this second over. Again, looked really promising with the ball in that first game. I thought he was really crucial with that extra bit of pace. Looking to do the same again here, though. And again, just keeping outside that off stump, which is where he really excelled in that first game. Really, he was able to hide it outside that off nice and full. No one was really able to get him away. But if he can keep it there, we'll be pretty happy. It's when he drops his length. If he drops the length, then that's where you're going to find issues. And again, you see that carry flows all the way through. You can see that. Just keeping it inside that wide line, but pushing it as far as he could, but that time wasn't able to do so. But again, some serious carry. Gets a nice massage from his skipper. You can't complain if you're getting a massage from Huzzy. Siddharth is showing their support, but it's not coming off, as that's going to be another wide. And Danny Boy just hasn't found his rhythm yet coming into this game. Hasn't been able to pick up where he left off from in that first game. A good afternoon, though, to everyone in the chat. If you are watching on YouTube, of course, do go ahead and get involved in the live chat. It's one of the unique aspects of the ECN, is that direct link or line of communication. Here's Danny Boy then. And again, pushing it wide, and once more, hands on hips, really, and doesn't really know where he's going wrong. Possibly just trying to bowl a little bit too quick. Needs to just realise there's a bit more cloud cover now than there was at the start of the morning. And again, if he's able to just let the ball do the work, let it swing laterally through the air. And again, he's just trying to hide it. And he can't quite get it in. I don't think he was as happy with that call as the last one, but again, he just can't get it on inside the line. He's struggling. This over's been a rather long one until this point. This time is on the money, and Patel will just drop it around. Well, carrying on where we left off with the old comical moments. Take a look at this one, Yusuf. He just forgets that he needs to throw the ball as well. I don't know how he's even managed to do that. But it's another, again, just a single. That's the 5th delivery of the over, only the 2nd legal one, though. This is just pushed offside. That's good fielding again from Firas Hussein. Once more, though, if Ali can just ensure that he doesn't give him room. If he gives him too much room, it becomes too easy to just throw your hands at it. And anywhere on this ground, on this outfield, is just going to run away. It's going to be pretty tough to cut off. But at the moment, if he cramps them up for room, he'll be okay. Just an issue on field with the on-field umpires. Just trying to sort out the issue. Not too sure if it's a communications issue or there is an issue of some sort. Something's not quite going the right way, so we apologise for the break in play. We're just trying to find out as to what's going on, as to why this pause in play is. As soon as we get that information, we'll relay it over to you. But for in the meantime, we can again just reminisce on what happened in the first 2 games here this morning. So of course, Sofia, they took a victory in that first game. Of course, match number 1 was an incredible one as well. As it looks as if we're ready to get things back underway. Yeah, Sofia taking a 39-run victory over Plodvid. But they were able to come back in that second match earlier on. And this time, back on the money is Danny Boy. And get it in that right area again, asking the right questions. Again, it's been a pretty conservative start, though, for Trachea. Haven't taken any risks. Yet to score a boundary, which is rare. Of course, exactly halfway through the power play. This time, this is driven nicely, and that'll get through. And now on this outfield, that's a prime example. That'll run away, and that'll be 4. Good bit of work from Patel. Just leans on this one, waits for it, gets that front leg out of the way, and gives himself some room, and means he can let his hands go. And he gets a nice boundary as a reward for it. First boundary there for Trachea. Again, there's another pause in play. And the thing is, you have to remember as well, by the way, it's taken almost 10 minutes to get through these 2 overs. And although it's there's been a technical issue that took up about a minute, the rest of it's all been down to the amount of wides that Danny Boy's bowled. And once more, he's able to finish off with a well-bowled shorter ball. It's a bit of a miss-up in the field, but it won't be anything, and it'll be a dot ball to finish. 12 for none then after 2. And we can take a look then at the standings here of what's happened so far. These are the updated standings. So Plodiv will go second, of course, 1 from 1. Again, that victory just aids them in terms of their net run rate. But you can see there Sofia just showing that they took that victory in match number 1 earlier. And Zazari is going to continue. Only went for 2 off his first. And this could be an opportunity and maybe a run out. Oh, well, this could be interesting because he looked as if he was going to try and go for the catch. Don't think he got there. He got Majid Ali in all different positions. He was square on. He had no idea where he was going. But you see here, it doesn't get there. And I think he's going to be gone. It doesn't look very good from that angle. We'll see here. I think he's gone. And that's not a good start for Majid Ali. I think he's going to be given his marching orders. As, again, just want to see here, just one little look at it just to confirm. You see, yeah, he gets in a terrible position and then gets sent back again, and yeah, he's gone. And that should be gone. Yeah, that's enough evidence for me that he should be gone. I think there's been a miscommunication out in the field because I think he's eventually going to be giving his marching orders, and rightly so, because there's enough evidence to show that he was given and he should have been given. Nothing wrong with it there. It still rolls on through, and it doesn't seem as if there's any. Not too sure as to what they're waiting for, but to me, it seems as if there's enough to show that he's out of his crease and not made his ground. Yeah, that angle almost tells us exactly there. Stumps have been broken, bails are gone, and well, he's not inside his crease. It's a good freeze frame though. Yeah, he just rolls on through, and yeah, he's no way near, is he? So he will have to go, and that will be the first wicket down then. Majid Ali didn't look comfortable, did he? Looked as if he struggled with the extra bit of pace and the extra bit of bounce from Izazaru. And first wicket down then, and it's 12 for 1. Izazaru Again, he's just been pushing him through, isn't he? He's really been asking the right questions. And again, there's another play, a pause in play. Again, not too sure as to what is going on. We're just trying to work it out. Again, do apologise. There's just some technical issues in and around the ground. Of course, the ECM Blue Crew trying their best to work around it. As we can get play underway, which we will. New batsman is going to be Khan. And this time just blocks into the offside and it will get through the man at point, but it won't cost them a run. It's the skipper in Walid Khan is the new man coming in at number 3. His finally confirmation that given us a run out. It's been really promising this from Zaru coming in to this game here. At the top of the innings and again squaring him up, and he does well just drops the bat, doesn't he? You can see here squares up and a bit of swing and extra bit of pace as well. He's just asking the right questions. But again, has been right on the money. Has Zaru. He's looking to close off a very impressive spell. Oh, that's a superb delivery. He's asking the question. Not too sure as to what for. Doesn't look as if he was as if Khan was even able to get anywhere near it. But another peach of a delivery. I mean, look at this. The away movement, and that misses off stump by a matter of millimetres. But again, just proving to be a little bit too much for Tracker at this current point. Zaru. Haven't really seen him much on the network. This time driven, shouldn't get through and won't. And it will just be another, oh, it should have been a dot ball. It's somehow ended up in a run. Zaru will be a little bit annoyed at the fact that he's just conceded another run that goes against his name. Again, well, I think you have to remember, and I know Ian Ramage will be taking, of course, considerations into the timing, but they're technically 27 minutes left. They're 13 minutes into this innings. They've not even got to the third over yet, or out of the third over. Of course, there will be leeway in terms of the technical issues, but an excellent spell comes to an end for Zaru. He goes for none for 3 off of his 2 overs, and that really has tightened things up at the top of the innings for Sofia. And at the end of the third end of the power play, Trakia are 13 for 1. But again, this has just been a really good bit of work here at the moment from the opening bowlers. It's been pretty tidy, only conceding 13 off of 3. Not easy, especially on this here at this ground. And here is Danny Boy to continue trying to keep things tighter than last time, but good start. Nice, good start from him. There's just a few confusions on the field in terms of fielding placement, but they've got it right now as Khan, 1 off 5 at the moment, is the skipper. That will be a wide again. And Ali, he is struggling, isn't he? He can't quite get out of this spell at the moment. He's really just offered too many. Just offered too many. This time it lofts up in the air. It's not going to carry, but it's also going to go for 4. Well, that will relieve a lot of pressure for Trachea. As far as he's saying, he's been pretty on it down at third man in the vortex. Gets lost in the vortex, doesn't he? Just bounces in front of him, and that will be a welcome boundary for Trachea. And this one just bounces in front of the keeper in Jacob Gull, and that's just the only criticism. He's too far back at the moment. Especially when Danny Boy's just trying to get things right. He's not getting it on the money. But once more, it's just proven that if you get in the right areas, there's a few areas of this pitch that just die a little. They just skid on through. And again, this is well played by Patel, who at the moment in a T10 format is struggling. He's 6 off 13 now and hasn't quite got into his stride at the moment. Here again. Just trying to get things going here. And that will help because it'll be another wide, this time down the leg side. And, well, Daniel Ali, Danny Boy, is having a completely different game to last time. The game this morning, he was right on it and was causing all the issues. This time around, hasn't been able to get it on the right areas and ask those right questions. Driven again, skews off the bat. There's a bit of a collision, but you can see that they're both okay. Once more, you see here, he just isn't able to get it off the middle as he can't find that middle of the bat. Ali Rizal just asking what's the penalty. It's a 5-run penalty in this format. Again, driven. But this one is a dot ball. And it's, well, you feel that Ali will probably be very thankful that he's finally able to get out of the spell because he goes for 17 off his 2 overs. And again, Trachea just toddling along at 21 for 1 after 4. You can see that. That's the first over that's really got up towards a runner ball, but they're currently set at 5 1/4 in terms of run rates. And from what we've seen the first 2 games here in Sofia, they just haven't been able to get into the frame of things in terms of run rates. I mean, we've seen sort of the usuals of around 40 after the power play. That's what we've kind of come to expect, but hasn't quite been the case, as it's going to be Aswad Khan is going to take us into this 5th over here. Again, even though they obviously did have issues with technical issues off the field, they're not exactly rushing around in the field, as this will just be driven for 1. It looks as if Patel is walking very gingerly on one of those legs. It looks as if he may have picked up an injury of some form. I don't know what's happened there for Dave Patel, but he's not looking comfortable at all. No, that's not his batting I'm talking about. It's not going well. But yet again, someone's got to dig in deep here for Trachea. They need to get a decent score on the board here. And this one will be down leg side. And just trying a little bit too much there, I think, from Aswad Khan. Just trying to push that one through a little bit too quick. Again, we've seen examples of lateral movement with the ball. But again, needs to just work on letting the ball do the work. If he can do that, he'll reap the rewards. And this time lofted into the air, but got nothing on it. And a disappointing innings comes to an end for the skipper in Wali Khan. And Aswad Khan does pick up the wicket after letting the ball do the most of the work. And again, another wicket goes. And Trachea struggling at 23 for 2. Yeah, of course, Trachea making their debut here on the European Cricket Network. We've yet to see them. We've seen a couple of their players before, but it hasn't not quite gone as well as they probably would have hoped so far. Yeah, Dave Patel playing for the Blacksmiths last year. That's where we've seen him before, and we've seen a lot of them before, but there again, it just isn't coming off at the moment. But coming in at number 4 is the wicketkeeper for Trakia. It's going to be Zayed Zulat. Again, yeah, we're just hearing that the issue off the ground or off the field is a bit of an internet connectivity issue. It's just causing a few issues at the moment. But again, we are just trying to work it out and just make sure that we can get things going. But you can see there, ball's about to be thrown. And we're almost ready to get things underway. Yeah, a lack of boundaries at the moment, isn't it? It's all dried up for Trakia. We've only had the 2 4s up until this point. They'll be hoping to try and add a few more, though. As Zulat with an interesting stance. Does seem to keep himself pretty planted straight away. Doesn't look like he's going to be moving. Be interesting to take another look at this one for the next delivery, though. I want to see if he replicates it once more and if this is just, you know, what we're going to come to expect from Zayed Zulat. Look at that. That's a serious stance, by the way. This time loses the top hand and will come through for a single. Gets off the mark off his second delivery. But, yeah, Trakia, it's not quite been the start that they would have wanted. Not quite got off to the races as well as they would have hoped. Of course, still a long way to go in this game. Still got another half of this innings. And then they've got an opportunity to real opportunity to perhaps do an unthinkable with the ball in hand. This is a lovely shot from Patel, and that will raise the spirits a little bit for Trakia as that clatters into the advertising boards, and that'll be a welcome boundary. Too short from Aswad Khan, and Dave Patel, even though he has been struggling, he's going to certainly pounce on a shorter, wider delivery. Last ball then of the 5th over. Trying to finish it as quietly as possible. It won't be this time because that'll be another wide. And again, that's just been the issue here on day number 1. There's been a lot of extras. A lot of people have struggled. Of course, potentially being an issue with the matting and just not being as comfortable as possible. Or as usual, I should say. But Aswad Khan, again, 1 for 8 now. Will be trying to just get out of this and then hopefully come back for his second. Last ball of the 5th then. And again, bit of a back foot drive. And again, he's running very gingerly as Anand Bashir will eventually do the work. And that will bring us to the end of the 5th. 30 for 2 then after 5. And I can bring you into a bit of a lonely ice cube here. Rico has left me. He's gone. He's taken the afternoon off. And understandably so. He was in Austria about 12 hours ago, so he's doing pretty well. But yeah, as soon as Rico's left, it seems as if it's all gone a little bit quiet. But me, Charlie Hunt here for the European Cricket Network on day number 1 of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria. And it's been a really exciting morning. We've had some comical moments, some incredible cricketing moments with a century in that first game, which was incredible to see that we came here and almost straight away, you know, that we started from the off and there were some big sixes all around the ground. It was 360-degree hitting, so I'm looking forward to potentially seeing him at the top of the order in the next innings. But of course, we still got to see what Trakia can get out of this. They're halfway through, 30 for 2. As it's going to be Khan coming into the attack, and this is going to race away, but that's going to be cut off. Good work from Zazaru. Khan starting off with just the single. Once again, just looking to be positive. That's what you'd like to see from the Trakia batsmen. Now they haven't got many deliveries left. 29 deliveries left. And look at that start. That is a power stance from Zalat there. Offside, which you probably expect him to favour with that stance. And it will be cut off eventually, just from Manam Bashir. Who, by the way, what a story that was. We mentioned it in the previous game, but if you didn't know about it already, so Manam Bashir hit an incredible century in the first game. That was his first ever hard ball. That was his first ever hard ball game. That's a rather outstanding feat to have. And this will be a wide again. Just haven't been able to get their line and length right. The rhythm hasn't been there. The consistency is what's letting this game, what's letting it not be as dominant for Sofia as it probably would have been. I mean, you look at the extras now. I mean, it's up to 12 with that one, and it's second highest run score, only to Dave Patel, who's 14 off of 18. But that's a good comeback, though. And Patel, probably an element of frustration coming into it now as well. Nick saying, couple running all over my shoulder, which was always fun. They're not small either, by the way. There's some big ones around. And this is again driven, but there is a man at long off, and will just be cut off for another single. But yeah, it's all gone a bit quiet, isn't it? So not really many, no maximos or anything like that. There's not really been anything yet to have a 6 in this game at all. Here is the interesting Zalat. Down the ground, punished. And that will be all the way 6 runs, and I was asking for it. And Zalat says, don't worry, Charlie, I've got you covered. And that'll be a very much needed 6, flat and hard down the ground. And even with that interesting stance, he's still able to get power behind it. Lovely shot. Khan, again, under a bit of pressure now, so slightly, as they now move on to 44 for 2 after 6. That just changes the game completely. I mean, it goes from Sofia dominating completely to being a little bit more of a level playing field. Again, you'd still argue that Sofia will feel they're right on top after that. But you can see here, story so far. Majid Ali run out after being bounced by Zazaru. And then Wali Khan, he was caught, wasn't he? After just trying to fend into the leg side, but got it wrong completely. Here is Aswad Khan to continue then into his second over. And that'll be a dot ball again to start. That's really been, you know, Trakia. They haven't rotated the strike, have they? I mean, you look, only a handful of singles, really. That really haven't been trying to push the fielders on their arm and convert anything almost out of nothing. And that's just why they're getting drugged down and struggling here. Again, this one lifts up and once more will just be a single. Yeah, people saying that, you know, people are talking about that 6 that just happened and how I asked for it. Well, you got the commentator's curse. You also got the commentator's kiss. You can't forget about that one. That one works in the favour of batsmen. Very rare that it occurs, but when it does, it's nice, and it's nice to see it come off in a good way rather than a negative way. Here is Zalat then. And again, this one down the ground hasn't quite got all of it. Full safely though, as Huzzy, the skipper, will do the work, but again, miscued off the bat of Zaid Zalat. Right off the splice, wasn't it? Didn't get anything of it, even though it's a short boundary down straight on. Just struggled there to pick it up, I think. Did Huzzy? Didn't quite get there. And again, just driven, and once more, you can see he is, Patel is just struggling. Seems if it's that left leg, potentially. Not sure if it's something that he's picked up here or if it's an ongoing, reoccurring injury, but even still, though, it's never easy batting on one leg. Well, you just struggle even more. Here's Zalat, though. Again, driven nicely. This will take something to cut off. He will get there. He almost rolls his ankle. He steps right on top of it. does Bashir. That will be... there's a few giggles around, but he did well to cut it off. He did the hard work. Managed to get through. Yeah, it was nice to see him talk to Rico at the start of the second game. Again, was so happy with his performance, and rightly so as well. Rightly so. Of course, this is match 3 of today. Of course, there'll be 2 more matches after this. Matches 4 and 5. They'll be coming your way. Certainly looking forward to bringing you those. Oh, this is a slower full toss, and it dips and knuckly, but they're still not taking a run there. And that means that Zalat will keep the strike, because that's probably what he wants. He's 14 off 7. And at the end of the 7th over, Trachea are 49 for 2. This is what's coming up, though, here on the European Cricket Network. We're here in Bulgaria for 2 weeks with the ECS running until the 2nd of June on the Friday. And then Saturday, Sunday, we've got some ECIs. And that will be Bulgaria taking on Greece and Turkey, which will be really exciting. Then we go over to Sweden, and we're there for 2 weeks again doing the same. Then we've got Romania. But in between Romania, well, we're back here in Bulgaria. And I'll be here covering the, there'll be some T20 internationals to be covered here in Bulgaria. That breaks it up as we then go back to ECS in Romania. I'll be running alongside it. Then we go to Romania again for some internationals on that final weekend as well. So that's what's coming up to run us into the start of July. Of course, that summer period beginning slowly but surely. But Dave Patel, there's just some information, has gone off injured. So he'll be retired hurt, which is not good to see. You could just see that he was struggling, wasn't it? I think that was the issue for the lack of rotation of the strike, but it means that the new batsman is going to be Usman Rahman. Oh, and this is going to go all the way. That's going to be 5 wides. Misses everything. As the new bowler is the skipper. It's Hazi Yusuf. Just gets this one wrong and beats everyone. But yeah, obviously we hope that Dave Patel's okay. He's taken his kit off. I don't think he plans on coming back in. But again, it's never nice to see anyone go off injured. I mean, there was a story of the T20 International Series in Gibraltar was injuries. There was plenty of them. Oh, hello. Where's this come from? That's a lovely shot from Zalat. Just stand and deliver. Thumps into the leg side. And what a shot that is, because that's 6 on any ground. That's almost taken me by surprise more than anything. Zalat looking to be the aggressor here now. And we've said question is never question his ability, but question the stance more than anything. But the thing is if you can hit a long ball, that's all you've got to do, and he's proved to be able to do so already. But this over's gone for 11 off of 1 legal delivery, and the skipper's under pressure. And this time, right off the toe end of the bat, it will get through Mohamed Tayyub, and will just be a single. So Yusuf goes for 12 then off of the first 2 legal deliveries. It's Rahman is going to be on strike, coming in for the injured Dave Patel, and no real foot movement. Just drops the bat, and that will be a dot ball. He's finally moved. He didn't move for a while, but he's just held his ground and said, I'm not moving. I've dropped my bat. I'm happy there. But again, Trachea 61 on the board. You can see they're looking to get up towards 80, potentially. They'll be hoping for a few more, though. This is slapped offside, and they'll take on the arm, and will just be 1. So that's now 21 off of 9. He came in at number 4 and came in a pretty difficult situation, didn't he? But it's good to see that we've had a few more boundaries now, because we've had 2 6s. But for Zalat, he has got to be the aggressor now, hasn't he? He's got to cash in on his start. Short leg side. And that'll be 4. It gets away from the field. That's Danny Boy out on the leg side. And again, Zaid Zulat, although it may seem unconventional, it's certainly paying off. It's timing into the leg side that he's been able to execute. And the skipper, Yusuf, is under a lot of pressure. He's running the risk of this over going magical. You can see that with one boundary, that projected score goes up by 7. It's a real difference. Fuller, and again slapped down the ground. Should just be 1, and will be, which means that Zulat will keep the strike. And the over goes for 18, and 8 overs down, Trakia, 67 for 2. Very good good afternoon note to everyone tuning in around the world, whether it be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode out in the subcontinent in India. I hope you're all well and enjoying the this new FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria. Of course, we've seen 2 matches already, and that's always fun when you have some very comical moments. I mean, that 4 that should just never have been a 4 will forever stick out in my mind, and I don't think I'll ever forget that one. I don't think anyone will, as it's going to be Khan to continue. This is an edge. This is going to run away into the vortex. That'll be 4. And yet again, if you're going to swing, swing hard. Doesn't matter what goes down in the book. As long as it's 4 or a 6, you'll be pretty happy. Too wide, though, from Badial Khan. Means that Zulat has that freedom to really swing his hands at it. And that's exactly what he does. He reaps the rewards. Now moves on to 30. And again, this has gone high in the air. It's a catching opportunity. Oh, dear. No one's got there at all. No one's gone for it whatsoever. Keeper didn't really seem interested. Khan had no interest in it whatsoever. I mean, that went so high, re-entered the atmosphere at a rate of knots, and no one really got near it. And it ends up just being a single. And this one, swinging away at it is Rahman, and can't get anything on it. Getting that front leg out of the way and just trying to get some bat on it is Rahman, really. And again, just trying to swing at it once more. Well, so that's going to take a single, and he's missed, and there's a collision. That one looked like it hurt. Right into the ribs of Jakob Gul. Think he's okay. He's getting up slowly. Zulat's okay as well. He looks okay. They both give the old thumbs up. And it's a single there. He tried to put the brakes on Zulat, but he ended up just skidding. See there, he took a right skid across the ground. But it's good to see that they're both okay. So then, Zulat, 31 off of 13, looked to be the aggressor. That's a wide, that's poor. Hasn't quite been able to find his line of length again. Sofia, although have restricted and taken early wickets, they really have given away a lot of extras now. You know, it's moved on to considerable amount. I'll add that one to the list as well. It's another leg side wide. Again. This time Fuller, and this time driven with strength from Zulat, and that'll be a maximum, and that'll be one of the best as well. Gets down on one knee and says thank you very much. And with the full swing of the bat, that'll be 6 more. And yet again, Zulat proving to be crucial for this Trakia side as they look to get up towards 100 this time. Again, down the ground. Should be stopped and will be. That'll just be 1. And that's ideal for Zulat. He'll keep the strike at the end of 9. Tracking 82 for 2. One over to come then. And really looking to get up towards as close to that 100 as they can. Of course, they need 18 off this one over to do so, but yeah, you look at the bowlers. I mean, this Azari going for 3 off of 2 is rather incredible, but it's going to be Hizab Yusuf is going to bowl this second over of his spell, and it'll be the last of this innings. And he's going to need to keep it as quiet as possible. Of course, the only issue for Sophia, well, from our perspective, we haven't really seen anything else from them. We saw Bashir go big and was really crushing it to all areas of the ground. But at the moment, they'll just be thinking about this last over. They can starve Zul out of the strike. They'll be pretty happy. Here we go then. Wild swing from Zulat. Wild swing. Uncharacteristically, really. We've seen him being pretty consistent in terms of his striking abilities. This time, leg side, back of a length, should just be one, and that's an ideal situation for Sophia. No Zulat on strike means that Trachea, well, what's Rahman going to do? He's probably just going to swing and hope. If you get a single, it's ideal. If you get a boundary out of it, it's even better. But with only 4 deliveries left in the innings, any run is gold dust. That won't be a run or anything, because that's a very well executed full Yorker. Simple cricket, really, from the skipper. Bit of a you miss, I hit, and into the leg stump he goes. And it's a wicket for the skipper after getting a bit of tap in that first over. He'll feel as if he's worked hard for that one. 4th wicket will be the next one. It's 3 down, 83 for 3. Yeah, a lot of people just talking about that stance from Zulat, I have to say. Sort of surprised everyone upon first inspection, but after a while, you can say that it's pretty effective, because he's 39 off of 17 at the moment, and he's probably thinking, well, can you please just get a single, let me get back on strike and try and cash in on a few deliveries here. Well, that'll be a wide. That'll be a wide from Yusuf. We'll just see it from here. That's a bit tough. I mean, consistency is really, if you're going to go with anything touching the line, then fair enough. But again, it's all it is consistency is all you're asking for at the moment. And if that's what you can get, then that's what you can get. And it has been consistently very tight. Oh, Dill, this is a frustrating moment for Zulat. Being stranded on 39 not out. Would have been hoping with the extra bit of pace as well of Yusuf that he can cash in and pounce on a few filler deliveries potentially and swing into that leg side, but he's not really been able to do so. He's watched wickets tumble at the other end and then also just watched the strike starved, really. He'll want to face at least one more delivery, though, with 2 left. This time will just be one, should just be one as well. So that will finally face a delivery then here in this last over. And again, looking for anything here, looking for a boundary ideally, will Zulat. But once more, you'd be hoping that they take on the run. They need to take on the run. Anything towards that 90. Here we go then, last delivery then of this first innings of match number 3. And down the ground and put down. And it might run away for a boundary. It won't. It will just be 2. Zulat's thinking about coming back for a second. And they won't. It'll just be the 2. Which means at the end of the 10 overs, Trachea, well, they were looking like they were going to struggle more than what they did. But they were able to get back due to some nice hitting from Zulat. They finish on 87 for 3 after their 10 overs, requiring Sofia will need a total of 88 for victory. As we can take a look then at the highlights of the first innings of match number 3, and it was a really good opening spell from the 2 openers for Sofia. Azaru was exceptional, really. I mean, this was the wicket, wasn't it? Just pushed him for pace, squared him up on that shorter delivery, and it was a bit of a panic from the batsman in Majid Ali, and then ended up being caught out. And well, then Wali Khan came in at number 3, trying to provide a bit of resistance. Got a bit lucky with that one there, and then he ended up just holding out to square leg. It was a bit of a nothing shot, really. But then that meant that Dave Patel, although struggled, hit some nice shots. Those were the 2 boundaries, that cover drive and then that one there. But apart from that, struggled. He ended up retiring out. But they brought to the crease Zayed Zulat, the wicketkeeper for Czechia. And upon first inspection, it was an interesting start, and you weren't really sure. However, he ended up coming good, didn't he? As they ended up coming through for a single. This was a bit of a scary moment. He skidded, didn't really stop. But good to see that they both got up and were okay. Then the skipper for Sofia got the wicket of Usman Rahman, and that meant that Abdur Khan came in to join Salat in that last over, and Salat would only go on to score 41 off of 18, finishing with 3 fours, 3 sixes. And apart from that, no one else really got going. Dave Patel 17 off of 24, but his strike rate was with the issue, going at 70. And apart from that, no one else really getting any runs. Wali Khan getting a boundary, and that was about it. But it was really down to really tidy bowling for Sofia. Azaru at the top of that spell, by the way. None for 3 off of his 2 overs, but going for a no ball as well. So that really just shows how tight and how hard he was to get away. And he's also well supported by Aswad Khan. 1 for 14 for him off his 2 overs. And then Hizif Yousaf ended up finishing pretty well. Picked up a wicket, conceded 23. Considering he conceded 18 off his first, he'll be pretty happy with his second over in the death. But yeah, simple equation then, really. Sofia looking to make it 2 from 2. They require 88 runs for victory here in match number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so for the response, as we are getting ready to get things underway. Match number 3 then. The second innings coming your way in 10 minutes here for the European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria on the European Cricket Network.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Sofia then, here for the second innings of match number 3 of the FanCode European Cricket Series Bulgaria. And it's set up to be an interesting contest here. A couple of early wickets could be very crucial for Trakia, as they're looking to cause a bit of an upset here. They've set Sofia 88 for victory after they finished on 87 for 3 off of their 10 overs. And of course, you have to remember that they've got a Centurion, a very recent Centurion in their ranks as well, do Sofia. It looks as if it's going to be Izazaru who's going to take the first ball here for Sofia. A very good afternoon though to everyone tuning in, whether it be on FanCode out in India or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here for this second innings for what is set to be an interesting encounter. It could go one of two ways. It could be over pretty quickly, or it could be a very tight, interesting affair, but only time will tell. We're almost ready to get things underway, as there's a bit of a cloud cover, a little bit dark around the local area, but should be okay. Here we go then. And we'll start with the wide down the leg side in classic European cricket style. But yeah, it was an interesting one, wasn't it? That first innings didn't really get off to the good start that Trakia wanted, but they were saved by their keeper in Zaid Sulat, who went 41 off of just 18, as this one is pushed leg side. Yeah, that sun certainly has gone away now. It's got a bit chilly and not looking as nice as it was this morning. But we'll still be hoping that we can get through without any interruptions from Mother Nature herself. If you are watching on YouTube, go ahead, get involved in the live chat. Certainly love to hear what everyone's been thinking about the start here in Bulgaria. Well, there's a Centurion in Bashir in just his second ever hardball game, by the way. And that does mean that in his first game, ever hardball game, he scored a century. So it's a pretty good feat. It's a pretty good stat to have. Oh, that's done everything. That's a wide. That's a serious loose snap from Wali Khan, as a few droplets of rain start to just come in and creep in a little bit. There's a bit of a dark cloud over us here, but hopefully should get through pretty quickly. And again, this is just fended back, met with the full face of the bat. Of course, that spitting of rain makes it a little bit different. Of course, we're used to some interesting weather here in Bulgaria after last year. And that's a wild drive from Zaru. Plays all round it, down the wrong line. This is the skipper in Wali Khan here. Going cross seam. I don't mind that. Just ask a few questions. Yeah, just spitting at the moment. Nothing crazy. Hopefully it doesn't come out to anything else. And again, this time on the offside. And will once more be a single. There'll be a dot ball, in fact. And Dave saying the 88 should be more or less pretty easy. Well, in theory, you'd say so, but you just don't know. That's the beauty of the game of cricket, isn't it? You could struggle at some points, as this one will be driven, and it means that Zaru will keep the strike, as that goes to the injured Dave Patel. And that's the first over down, and at the end of one, they are 5 for none. 107 now without a golden ball, and that tally is going to keep on rising. Of course, last year we went 405 matches without a golden ball, which was rather incredible. Of course, it was that massive tally of no golden balls was eventually broken out in Portugal with myself. It was the Lisbon Capitals beating Gorka 11. That was Lisbon Capitals' only game that they won in that night series out in Coimbra, in Madeira. That was the only one that they won, which is rather incredible. But Gorka 11 ended up getting another chance at a victory from a golden ball, and they took it. So they were pretty happy that time around anyway. It looks as if it's going to be Dave Patel to bowl a bit of spin. It's the first real sign of spin here. And Zaru will just fend this into the offside, and will just be a single. Brings Bashir on strike then, and Bashir is coming off the back of an incredible century in that first game. It was such a joy to watch, and it was all areas of the ground. It was no slogging, there were proper cricket shots. It was just brilliant. Well, and he's going to carry on where he left off, because that's going to be one bounce four. And you just feel that realistically, if Manam Bashir gets going again, it could be over pretty quickly. You can see him there. Of course, had a nice interview with Rico. Well, this was full, and this is into the leg side. It will just be a single. I think realistically all Zaru needs to do is just give himself time to get in and let Bashir just do what he does best and bash it all around the ground. And this time offside. Will get through the man. That's Abdul Mateen. And they'll come back for a second. Yeah, 114 off of 39 deliveries is rather incredible in reality. At the moment, just adjusting himself is Zaru, but yeah, wind starting to pick up, rain coming down a little bit heavier now. And again, it wasn't forecasted for today, but it's coming down, and it looks as if the wind's picking up as well. So once again, we're going to be battling against the elements here. Well, this is nice and full and given straight away. And Patel gets the wicket of Zaru, and Zaru probably struggling at the moment with visibility potentially, because it is it's raining rather heavily now. But that was full straight, and it doesn't really get much easier than that as an umpire. And that means that it will be the first wicket down, and Sofia are 13 for 1. And they're just holding fire on the covers at the moment. You can just see that they're just on standby at the moment, are the ground staff. Ground staff can sort of consisting of a few players and a few helpers as well. But again, that rain is just picking up ever so slightly. This is full down the ground, and that'll be 4. That's a really good start for the new batsman in Ali. And that was 2 full from Patel, which meant that it was just going to be punished down the ground and given a bit of width as well, a bit of freedom. End of the over. And at the end of the second, Sofia are 17 for 1. Story so far then, the updated one as well, as it looks to be Sofia out on top at the moment, with Plovdiv, of course, 1 win from 2. You can just hear it a little bit now as well. Well, this is a full toss leg side, and that will just evade the man at square leg, and that will be 4. And another boundary, and not a good start for Rahman. And again, Bashir just carrying on exactly where he left off, and you can see there that the rain is coming down a little bit here, and the wind's picking up as well. And you can just, there's a few conversations going on at the moment, just trying to work it out. sticking at it for now as continues here. He's gone, and that'll just be a single as Bashir sort of goes around everywhere just to make sure that he makes his ground. But yeah, once again, well, it wouldn't be Bulgaria without a battle of the elements, would it? I'm looking out to where this weather's coming from. It's looking a little bit similar. So if everyone's happy to stay on out there, then we should be okay. As this is pummeled leg side. That'll be 6. Nice shot there from Mubarak Ali. He's gone 10 off 2, but 10 off 2. And stand and deliver stuff, and he's saying, oh, I don't like playing in this rain, so I'm just going to, finish this as quickly as possible and get into the dry as this rain keeps coming down. And as I say, I look over from where that weather comes from. It's not looking like it's brightening up. We're hoping that if it stays like this, we should be okay. But yeah, again, of course, you just got to be careful with this outfield as well. This time again, leg side, and that'll be another 4. And well, you do feel that they're probably thinking, I don't want to be out here. I just want to get on with this and just get this game over with and then get back into indoors. But that's a nice shot again from Mubarak Ali. And yet again, comes on through. Ali again then, 14 off 3 at the moment. He's just been looking to be as destructive as ever. This time offside, and that's even better. That's a lovely shot. Stand and deliver from the big man in Ali. And it's a really elegant cricket shot. Just waits on the back foot, gets that front leg out of the way and pierces through the covers. And that's 4 on any ground. And on this electric outfield, that'll be 4. Good bit of field. It's a fumble. It's a fumble in the end from Ian. Again, he's only dealing in boundary at the moment, is Mubarak Ali. Again, offside. That's a good stop, though, from the man at point. It's a rare dot ball, and at the end of 3 overs then, Sofia are 36 for 1 after 3. So here comes, income is going to be Abbas Zaidi, who is going to be the new bowler. And again, everyone is sort of just on standby at the moment as this weather just comes on through. It wasn't forecasted, so it's taken everyone a little bit by surprise. Bashir then, all of a sudden playing second fiddle to Ali, but I have a feeling that he might want to take on Zaidi here. And it's a bottom edge, and everyone's slipping and falling, and everyone's all over the place. Oh dear. Oh, Bulgaria doesn't change, does it? There's always some weather to deal with. There's always some comedy. It's why we love it here so much, and it's proving to be entertaining once more. Wild swing. Good bowling from Zaidi. Keeps it down to... keeps it minimum and keeps it within the line as well. But then again, we've seen those called, so it's one of those. But yeah, you can't... got to be consistent. This time fuller and straighter, and this time should just be one into the leg side, into deep mid wicket. And this time into the leg side, and that'll be another boundary. And again, this time it's Bashir getting back into the swing of things. Too short from the bowler, too fraught, and he gets punished, doesn't he? And understandably so. It's a bit of a Gundy ball, a bit of a hit me ball, and well, Bashir is not going to miss out on that. 42 then on the board at the moment, and 46 needed for victory. Off of just 38, so they're not far off below a runner ball. This time full toss, just pulled into the leg side. And that's Patel out there. Well, Liam's in the chat saying I may be out of the question, but imagine 2 centuries from the same player in a day. Well, we saw it in Austria, didn't we? Saw the first player ever to do it back-to-back, which was rather incredible. This is down the ground, struck firmly. Plugs a little bit. Of course, the outfield wet now. It'll just be a single to end the over. And at the end of 4, Sofia are 44 for 1. Well above that rate then, aren't they, at the moment? Of course, you can see that they're well above that red line. Anywhere on or above it, they're going to be looking like they're going to go and take a victory. But you can just see that that run rate was the issue for Trakia, really. Just weren't able to get things going. Of course, in these elements, you kind of have to bring into the idea of Duckworth-Lewis as well. That's something that you've got to contend with as another variable to worry about, but it's not really picked up on the screen ever so slightly if you look into the black shirt of the umpires, but it is still there. Leg side for, and again it's Gundy bowling, and again it's hit me bowling. Raikondalia is the new bowler, and yeah, it's not really in the right areas, and it's getting punished. It's now 48 for 1 then, and at the moment they look as if they're going to be getting there pretty comfortably. Of course, one of the things that you have to remember when playing the cricket here in Bulgaria is, you know, what happened last year with the outfield is that it will get flooded rather quickly, and it's always something you've got to take in consideration, and the state of the pitch as well. So, you know, if it gets to the point where it's just too much, getting the covers on as quick as possible is always, you know, really, really necessary. It's what you see groundsmen all around the world. It's what they master, is getting those covers on as quick as possible. This is down the leg side. That'll be another wide. But again, they can remove these two. It just changes it. This is a top edge up in the air, but he's got a lot of it. That's going to run away, and it'll be 6 more. And yet again, Ali, he's come in and he's going at a strike rate of 300, which is incredible. That's a top edge. They might have a look at it for a no ball potentially as well, but it sails over the leg side fielders, and that'll be another maximum. This time down the ground, hasn't quite got all of it, and that'll just be a single. It's fielded in the end by Wali Khan, the skipper for Trakia. Leg side, and again, there should be a fielder out there, and will be, and it will be stopped by Abbas Zaidi out there. Again, now at less than a runner ball here. A wild swing from Ali. A little bit uncharacteristic. I think the pace off was just troubling him a little bit. You can see there's a bit of a giggle. This time down the ground, hasn't quite got all of it, and it will be taken. That's a good catch by Abdur Khan. And that'll be another wicket to fall. And he was just trying to go for one too many. It was off the toe end of the bat, really. And Arya Raikondalia picks up a wicket. And it's the wicket of Mubarak Ali. He goes, second wicket down then. And at the end of 5, Academic MU Sofia Oh, 57 for 2. Of course, you have to remember that this is what we're all building up to, is the ECC, the 25th of September, that gets underway. Just under a month's long. Just under a month's long in duration, but yeah, once again, looking at those groups, they really are going to be interesting, aren't they? And they're going to show some really exciting cricket talent as well, as this is an edge and put down. Oh dear, that's a big drop. That's a big drop, and they know it. It looks as if that's Majid Ali down at sort of fly slip, and wow, Bashir gets a life on 18. You know, if you're going to take this game into the deep, that's a man you need to get rid of. And again, Bashir just struggling here. He doesn't quite face as many deliveries as he probably would have expected. You can just see there, he's just having a few issues with the spin of Patel. This time it's down the ground and it's long. That'll be 6. And well, that's how you come back with an answer. You say, no, I'm not struggling. What are you on about? I'm going to punish you down the ground. It's a lovely shot. And that's 6 runs. It's in the slot. And stand and deliver stuff from Manan Bashir. And I've just received this. This is into the leg side. It will take some cutting off, and he gets the boot out. That will, well, don't rub that one because that'll hurt. That's Abdul Khan. And it'll just be a single. But I just got a text from a certain Rico Full, who's just texted me saying, don't worry, just been soaked whilst walking back to the hotel. Well, there you go. See, stay here under the cube, nice and dry. The rain's stopped now. Everyone's happy. Dave Patel then, looking to try and pick up another one here. He's got Hussain. This is clipped off his legs, lovely into the leg side. That's a good bit of fielding though in the end, and it will just be yet again another single. Of course, they can do it in singles now. Can Sofia. Good to see that rain has stopped though, which is good. Fuller. And that's clipped again into the leg side. And this morning that probably would have run away for 4, but after a bit of rain, pretty simple collection for the fielder. And that's another single. 21 for 1 for Dave Patel off his 2 overs. And at the end of 6, Sofia at 66 for 2. Story then so far is Azari giving LBW caught in front. Pretty simple, wasn't it? As the rain started pouring, 5 off of 8 for him. Mubarak Ali came in destructive in his path, 31 off of 13. He was eventually caught, though, as he held out down the ground. Manan Bashir, 26 off 14. A little bit slower than last time we saw him, but still gave away one opportunity that realistically you would have expected to have been taken. But he survived and will be looking to cash in on the opportunity now. Here is Ali Khan, and this question's being asked, but sounded as if there were 2 sounds as it went on to the bat. (22 runs, 21 runs needed now then off of 23 deliveries left, going at just under 6s, and that's what they need to do, don't they? You can see that it's getting there slowly. And confidently driven for yet again just a single. Can do it in singles, that's the thing. I'd like to see a bit of a squeeze put on potentially, just saying, well, go on, if you think you can do it, hit me over the top and see what you can do. Don't want to let them just stroll over you. Ask the question, see what they've got, see what they're made of. That's lovely. Leg side. Well, that's an interesting and unconventional stop from Abbas Zaidi out in the leg side. I thought he was managed to get it away from him. He picked it up nicely. Didn't quite middle it though, but survives. Good stop, saves 4. This is lofted into the offside again. Hasn't quite got all of it. Don't think he's got the legs to run away. It won't. It will just be 2. That's Abdul Mateen who will do the work. Dave Patel was in the covers as well, but he can't really run. So we had to just watch that as it sailed past him. Of course, Trackett will be back in that last game of the day. Nice looking shot, just clipped on the onside. Early call of 2, good running. Run that first one hard, makes that second one even easier. And that's exactly what we just saw. But again, these two looking pretty confident. Short, pulled firmly. I think that's gone all the way. It's been called a no ball as well. We're just saying it is a full toss. It's at the shoulder height, rightly so. And I'm just not too sure as to whether or not this was flat 6. I think it was. Let's see that one. I think that's gone all the way. That's a ferocious shot from a full toss. And I think they're just, this one's just a bit tight on the angle. That's 6. That's gone all the way. Well, that's a serious hit. There we go. Umpire gives a signal. 6 and a free hit. So 7 and then potentially more. They're saying then. Down the ground. And it should just be 1 and will be. Will mean that Hussein will keep the strike and Bashir will just have to watch in vain at the end of the 7th over. Sofia R74 for 2. And this is what's coming up then in match number 4. Pleven taking on Plovdiv. It's a repeat of match number 2. Those two will go at it once more. Plevelin will be hoping that they can potentially get one back over Plovdiv, but Plovdiv looking to make it 2 from 3. Of course, they play 3 games today, as Abdul Khan is going to come back into the attack. And that's clipped leg side, and that will be 1 bounce 4. That's a lovely shot again from Hussein, who is just proving to be a really good pickup in that middle order. He struggled out in the field, but his batting has been rather exceptional. He's batted really well. He's now 17 off 7. And he came in a period where it was a couple of questions were just being asked, but he's just steadied the ship, and now just a single hit away are Sofia from making it 2 from 2. Oh dear. And that's just the issue of the footwear potentially being worn, and also just the fact that it's quite wet out there and it's not easy. So Khan just putting the brakes on. And that's met with the full face of the bat, and that will just be a single. So then 2 runs needed, and it would be fitting, wouldn't it, for the Centurion of the previous game for Sofia to hit these winning runs. It's Bashir, 28 for him at the moment. Not quite yet, because that's a good delivery from Khan. Bit of a slower ball variation. And that one, yeah, just on that right line and length, just that across the right-handed batsman is a difficult one to negotiate. Well, that will be one of the runs, because that will tie the scores. Yeah, that one was too wide. Wasn't able to replicate the previous delivery, but yeah, Sofia just needing 1 run for victory then here in match number 3. And that will be it, as it's clothed down the ground, and they will stroll on through for a single, and Sofia will be your winners then here in match number 3. They beat Trakia by a total of 8 wickets in a happily not rain-affected game, although the rain did come down. We were able to stick at it, and it was good to see that Sofia were able to stick at it out in the middle, mostly down to the batting of 3 men, really. It was Bashir, Ali and Hussein all getting starts and all hitting some nice boundaries throughout their innings. But Trakia just looked as if they were struggling, didn't they? And just didn't seem as if they were quite at the level required. But this is the highlights then. And realistically, Bashir started where he left off in that last game. And that was trapped in front by Dave Patel for Azari. He went for 5 off 8. And it was a pretty simple one as well. Finger went straight up. But then the rain came down, but that didn't stop the flow of runs. And it was a pretty simple equation. But it was Mubarak Ali, 31 off 13. 4 fours, 2 sixes, striking at 238 with some really nice shots, mostly on that leg side. But again, it was slot bowling. And it was also a lot of short leg side bowling as well that was punished throughout the innings as well. This was how he was gone, though, right off the toe end of the bat. Good catch down in the deep by Abdur Khan. And then this was a noble flat 6, ended up being 7 for Firas Hussein. And that was realistically all she wrote, as Sofia are your victors here in match number 3. They were won by 8 wickets. We'll be back, though, in about half an hour exactly for match number 4. Pleven taking on Plovdiv in that match 4 there. You can see there, little sneak preview. Plovdiv, they won the toss and they're going to go ahead and elect to bowl first. So certainly looking forward to that one. That will be coming up in half an hour. But taking a look at the scorecards then, and I mentioned Zari not really getting going, but Bashir, Ali and Hussein all getting going. No real need for anyone else after a bit of a lackluster performance with the bat for Trakia. And bowling wasn't too bad. It was just not enough runs on the board, really. But when you've got Bashir, Ali and Hussein striking all at above 200, it's rather sensational, apart from Bashir going 170, of course. But then, yeah, looking at the bowlers for Trakia, there was a good spell. Zaidi went for just 8. Rakandalia picked up a wicket, as did Dave Patel. Dave Patel bowled well, of course. He's on a bit of an injured leg. But apart from that, it wasn't really an issue of wickets. It was just the amount of runs there to defend. Do remember, though, we'll be back in around about half an hour as you're watching the European Cricket Series Bulgaria with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good afternoon then, welcome back to Sofia then for match number 4 of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here as we're almost ready to get things underway, and we've got a very, very interesting matchup. It's a repeat of match number 2 as we're going to see Pleven, they take on Plodvid here in match number 4, a repeat of match number 2 as I just said. Of course, Plodvid, they were the ones that came out on top. I'm really excited, I'm looking forward to this one. We can go to tournament referee Ian Rummage, he's in the middle for the all-important coin toss.
Heads has been called. It has come down heads, so you've won the toss. Okay, so Plovdiv will bowl first. Toss won by Plovdiv will bowl first. Now up to Charlie at the start of the game.
Thank you very much, Ian. There you go, then news from the toss. Plovdiv, they're going to have a bowl first. And, well, it's interesting because if we take a look at what happened in the last game between these two, match number 2, Plovdiv, they ended up winning by 6 wickets. So I'm liking this move. Of course, Pleven, they took part in that second game, didn't get a win. So they'll be looking to try and get a victory here as they're looking to get at least a win out of this today's play. But of course, match number 4, 4 out of 5 then here today. And you're going up against Plovdiv, who are 1 from 1, or 1 and 1, I should say. And they're just looking to try and keep up the pace that they set. Of course, you can see there at the top of the order, Mohamed Sufyan for Plovdiv. They're going to be crucial. He's going to be crucial, isn't he, in order to get this under wraps here. Of course, you can just see that the players making their way out to the middle. Again, me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. Very good afternoon, good evening, good morning to you, wherever you're tuning in from, whether it be on YouTube or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel, or whether it be on FanCode out in India. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for joining me here this afternoon on what started out as a very lovely lovely morning here in Sofia. However, it's turned into a bit of a grey, windy, miserable sort of afternoon, and that rain that we had is now right up on those hills. That's a stunning view, actually. You can see there's the rain coming down on the hills. Stunning, really. You normally see the snow, but Rahman is going to get us underway then here in match 4, and this is just left by Nitin Sunil, who, by the way, he's on a pair at the moment. He's on for a golden pair. See what he's able to pick up here, and you can just see that that wind is picking up again. You can just see it picking up on the players' shirts as they sit in the field. Yeah, no, that rain that come through is now just rising up on towards the hills. And this one will mean that he avoids the duck and avoids the pair, and will survive the second delivery. As we just got jumped in the cube by ECN founder Mr. Daniel Weston. Took me by surprise. Yeah, well, might be an opportunity to maybe get Daniel Weston on commentary. That might have to be something that we look into. We'll see. We'll see what we can work on. And of course, if you are tuning in on YouTube, go ahead, get involved in that live chat. As I keep saying, it's one of the unique aspects of the ECN. Direct link of communication is Aram just blocks this one into the offside. And yeah, you can just the cube almost lifting off. Oros next to me, the photographer, getting a little bit chilly, I think, and is just wrapping up a little bit warmer. It is just cooling down. And this is just turned. There's a semi-appeal from Rahman, but I don't think it was really going to come to anything. Yeah, again, a huge credit to the players in that previous game, of course, between Trakia and Sofia for sticking at it. The rain did come down at some point, which wasn't, I can't imagine it would have been very pleasant being out in the middle, but they stuck at it. Able to get a full result, which is nice. And no foot movement from Sunil. That's been his downfall, isn't it? We saw him struggle with the shorter delivery. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Plovdiv go to that pretty early on against Nitin Sunil. But he has just struggled to get that shorter ball away, but those feet just getting stuck at the crease. And this time, shorter ball up in the air, and it's a really good catch. And that was that back of a length shorter delivery that I was just saying that Sunil seems to struggle with. And it's a good catch in the end from the skipper, Mohammed Sufyan. And you can see there, there we go. He's got the shoe off. The shoe's off. He's going to have to undo the shoelaces now. This is the thing. Watch. He's going to undo the shoelaces, put them back on. And he's also going to have a wet sock because I imagine it's still a little bit wet on the outfield. But the first wicket goes. It's Nitin Sunil at the end of the first over. Pleven are 2 for 1. There was a mixture of celebrations. There was the old shoe phone, and I think there was a Marcus Rashford in there as well. There he is. He was pointing at me. He knows what I'm on about. He's seen what I've been saying. Anyway, this is the bat versus ball wall, and it's picking Plovdiv over Pleven. And well, if that's a tongue twister I've ever heard, it's really testing me after a travel day and then straight into it. Yeah, expected scores of 91. We tell you what, though, you look at the average runs for, almost neck and neck. Well, there you go. That's what we've missed. And as long as the wind doesn't change, then we'll be okay. But if the wind changes direction, we could be in some trouble. That shot's taken a few by surprise. Here's Uzet. And that'll be a wide to start. But yeah, that weather up there is looking horrible. And as long as the wind stays, then we'll be okay. And the wind has been, if there has been wind, it's been across up towards those hills, so it's not too bad. But any change in the wind and there could be trouble, but I think we'll be okay. And this time trying to adjust. It's too much and a bit of an overcompensation and gets it all wrong, and this time is a leg side wide. That wind is still picking up, and the cube could be taking lift off. That wouldn't be fun. It's not just me here in the commentary box, Charlie Hunt in the ice cube. Rico Forward made the decision, and understandably so. He went down after the first 2 games. Of course, Rico travelled in at got to the hotel about 2 o'clock this morning. Of course, he was in Austria about 15 hours ago, which is pretty impressive. Some people were a little bit surprised to see him turn up to the ground this morning. But no, he's understandably and rightfully so having an afternoon off, and you can't really argue against it. That's leg side, that's 4. That's middled, and that's a beautiful shot from Adam. He just took a bit of time to get off the mark, but he finally found the middle of the bat, and that's a really elegant pull shot into the leg side. And you can see there, just flying over the covers that have been wrapped up. And I tell you what, you might need to get wrapped up around here, because it's certainly picking up a little bit here, and it's not getting any warmer. That wind now is just lifting off and taking off, really. Yeah, you look out towards those hills, and it's just horrible. Continuing here, needs a response. He's gone back to over the wicket. And this one, trying to turn around the corner. They're going to take on the arm. And it's almost a direct hit, but he gets through the skipper. Doesn't go all the way, luckily enough. It will just cost them the extra run. But once more, there's been interesting runs. Potentially could have been cut off, but wasn't. This time, full toss, just pushed into the leg side by Adam. And that will just be another single. Is that 8 off of 3 against him at the moment. Just looking to try and consolidate things here as a bowler. Hasn't quite got his line and length right, has he? He strayed off both the offside and the leg side. Struggling with the left-hand, right-hand combination. And this is up in the air. This will get over the infield, and, well, probably about 5 hours ago this morning, that would have gone all the way. They're going to take on the arm, but it's a bit of a bit of an easier one, and they come through for the second run. Means Buck gets off the mark straight away. Yeah, Plevin, though, in that first game, of course, missing out on that victory. Well, this has gone high. Yeah, this is coming towards the cube, and it's going to go all the way. And that will be 6 runs. Zygan Buck getting in on the action. And well, I'm glad he didn't mill it, because it probably would have been coming straight towards me, but that was a nice shot. 6 more. Again, good start, though, here for Plevin. The run rate isn't an issue. And this time, it's not quite got all of it again. It'll be a tough chance. It's going to fall safely. They're going to take on the arm as well, and they'll make the ground, and that'll be 2 again to finish the over. Good over for Plevin. Getting 18 from it, and at the end of... Oh, in fact, it went magical. It went for 20 at the end of 2. Plevin are 22 for 1. So then, this is the standings so far. The updated standings after match 3. You can see there that Trakia, they've gone below Plevin on net run rate. So they're sat bottom. Of course, Trakia will be back in match number 5 later on today. Of course, 5 matches a day here in Bulgaria. And well, on Sunday, there's 6. So that's always going to be good fun. Looking forward to that one. Yeah, Trakia taking on Plevin in that game later on. That'll be a really interesting matchup. Pretty level playing field, I feel. Here's Roman right in the block hole. And that's a good first delivery to start the over. I don't know if that was picked up on camera, but that was a shot of thunder coming from up in the hills, which is always nice. Don't know if that was picked up by the effects mic. Swung into the leg side. Maybe cut off by Abhishek Kumarasamy. Fuller again, and on the drive this time for Adam. And just good angle across the batsman, never easy. I'm just getting a few reinforcements to the cue, if I'm hearing that correctly. That was Alistair. They're doing some work leg side, hasn't got any of it. Simple catch and taken. Adam goes. Pretty easy catch for the man at mid-wicket, much to the applause of all of his teammates. And it means the second wicket falls. It's the opener in Mohammed Adam. He goes, and Plevin now 24 for 2. And once more, pretty simple catch, but we've seen them dropped here today, especially with the wind. It's not easy, it has to be said. When it goes high, it will swirl around. I'm wondering how long we're going to have to wait until we see the telephone pole getting hit in the middle of the pitch. Of course, for those of you that don't know, there's a telephone line that goes across the outfield, and for the local rule is if it gets hit, whatever happens before it gets hit is legal, and after that it's a dead ball. Oh, I tell you what, that's not a dead ball. That's another wicket. That's Rahman, and that's an excellent bit of bowling to remove Rahim for a golden duck. And all of a sudden, for the first time here in Bulgaria, we're looking at the possibility of a hat-trick. Another wicket down then, and Plevin now struggling at the end of this power play, 24 for 3. And that one was just full straight, no foot movement, didn't get anywhere near it. And it was a real struggle as Rahman, well, he's bowling excellently. He's 3 for 3 off of 1.5, looking to make it 4 for 3 and looking to make it a hat-trick. But it's an unfortunate end for Jassim Rahim. Well, it means that the new batsman, he's going to be facing a hat-trick delivery. This is, well, the last one we had, according to this, was Rajmani Sandhu. That was back on the 26th of April. So it's been a while. I think we're due on nearly a month. I think it'd be time to have one here, as Oman is looking to. Oh, look at this aggressive field. I like it. Here we go then. Hat-trick delivery time. Well, that's one of the worst hat-trick ball deliveries I think I will ever see. It's a wide on the offside. Doesn't get it full. It's short and wide. And it's just a wide ball. Well, there you go. Let's put an end to that one then. But still, a very impressive opening spell, this from Rahman. Well, this time it's up and it's over the infield, only just though. And it'll be a single to end the over. And it brings an end to a very, very impressive spell. 3 for 5 off of his 2 overs. And at the end of the power play, 3 overs down, Pleven are 26 for 3. Power play down then, and Plovdiv right on top at the moment, getting 3 big wickets at the top of the order. And you can see, well, that's the thing, now that wind's so strong that you can see the mountains and it's all lovely and pretty, and you wouldn't even think that there was even an issue here after that loud thunder out of nowhere. Skipper is going to come into the attack then. Mohamed Sufyan, who took 3 wickets in the last game for Plovdiv. Let's see what he's got there. And this is down the ground, and that's attacked and attacked hard. That'll be 6. And a good way to open up your account in the tournament for Hussain. Rifat Hossain, that is. And he goes downtown, and that'll be 6 runs. Very lovely shot. Once more, you can see they're just having a bit of a conversation. That's the thing, a lot of these players know each other very well. Of course, a lot of these players will be thinking, well, there's some international cricket to be played at the end of these 2 weeks. I wouldn't mind putting my name in the hat. And this time it's flat batted down the ground, hit pretty well. Takes some cutting off. That's Rahman who gets down there and keeps it to just 1. Directed as well. Pretty, he's having a good time of it at the moment, is Rahman. But you can see there the skipper in Sufyan at the moment. There's again, we'll be looking to see him take pace off, but very deep in his crease. Gets it right, nice and full up in the block hole. Good bit of bowling. Asking you shall receive, huh? Very good bit of bowling that though. Look at that, nice and full. Do let us know where you're watching from in the chat. I haven't done a lurkers call out in a very long time. I have to do one of those at some point. Comes down and gets through. That'll run away. That'll be another boundary. And once more, they're just keeping that scoreboard ticking over at the moment. But again, going for the quicker delivery, goes short, gets punished. And again, that's what we've seen. Any length will get punished, as a bit of rain comes into the cube out of nowhere. Getting sprayed on from somewhere, not too sure as to what it is. Bit of a confusing one, but I think we're okay. Panic stations, panic stations. Again, Shaw. Oh, I think he might have taken one here. And they're asking the question. This one looked, this is an interesting one here. We'll take a look at it here. Well, that one, I'd like to see a side-on view, because if that's not height, I don't know what that's missing. Height is an issue there. Height's the only doubt. But again, yeah, height being the only potential issue there, but it was right in line. Back to live action, just turned into the leg side, and they're going to take on the second. A good throw could be close here. They're going to get back pretty comfortably in the end. Good bit of fielding in the end, though, from Abhishek there. End of the over, 4 overs down then. Pleven, 39 for 3. Run rate certainly isn't an issue. They're up there towards the hundreds. But at the moment, it's the wickets that's being the issue up to this point. It's a classic European style in the fact that this morning felt like summer at the moment, and now feels like winter, as it is fan favourite. Well, maybe not fan favourite, but I think it's more of a Rico favourite in Zayn Asif. Comes into the attack. Oh, it's a top edge, and it's going to run away, and it's going to be another boundary. Well, how unlucky has Zayn Asif been all day? He should have had a wicket, wasn't given, and then he's just found the edge once more, and again, hasn't quite been able to get the luck that he's been looking for. This time just fended into that leg side and should just be a dot. Again, that weather's just constantly there. You can just feel it's just trying to rain, but it's not having much luck. But short, another top edge, and it could run away for another boundary. It won't. Excellent bit of work down in the vortex region. That's a superb bit of fielding from Shiv Patel to cut that one off. Travelled very quickly again. Zayn Asif, he's bowled pretty well up to this point. And this time, this is meant to have been played into the offside, just opens up the face, and it'll just be another single to the total. But once more, this is again just topsy-turvy cricket at the moment, just going, ebbing and flowing for both sides. Slower ball, and well, it does everyone. It's just got over the top of the stumps. And they're thinking of a second on the misfield. It's a very athletic attempt from Shiv Patel again down there. You can see this, it does everyone. It's through the keeper, through his legs, and runs through for another run. But again, extras for all sides have been the issue at the moment. As Asif looking to finish off his over. And will do so. Really good bowling in the right areas, asking the right questions. End of the over. And at the end of the fifth halfway stage, Pleven are going to be 47 for 3. And at the moment, it's just a few questions as to who to bring on to bowl. But that's just, you can just see that. You can pick it up slightly on your screen there for the folks at home. That the rain's just there all the time. As someone who's becoming a serious fan favourite, Zayn Asif comes down to long off and he says, edges after edges, what more can I do? Well, it's the story of cricket as we see Yasir comes in. There's a bit of a slip. It's all happened. There's a slip, and I think he's checking he's okay. Might have fallen a bit awkwardly on his left hand. He looks as if he's in a bit of pain, actually. See here, look, right away. That's never nice. That's a bit nasty, that is. It's just landed on it and flexed it more than anything. Might be a bit of the old magic spray. Yeah, he's not happy, is he? Yeah, you can see there, look, spray. He needs the magic spray. That's what he needs. There's just a delay, just to see that. I'm also just gonna tell Zayn that his shoelaces are untied and that he probably wanted to do that one up at some point. Saying he's not his captain, I won't do it on camera. Well, there you go. Oh dear. See? Always fun. That rain still coming in. It's just constantly there at the moment, just constant drizzle. It's not really making life easy. But again, you can see magic spray being applied. Doing the job. He'll come back out and probably hit some some pretty nice sixes to get himself back into the frame of things. But yeah, no, this weather, it's not proving easy, but credit to everyone for sticking at it. So you see it then, just for 1-off-1. And this will be dragged onside from a long way outside offside, and that will again be one, but yeah, you can just see he's not quite comfortable on that hand. Might be asking the question is whether or not a towel is needed out in the middle for the bowlers. That one is nice and full, and again, just met with the full face of the bat. Just, it's like being in the UK, really, this weather. Constant drizzle. No one really knows whether or not it's going to start throwing it down or if it's just going to pass on through and then starts shining with sun. It's just classic English weather, really, this. If you're a cricketer in the UK, you come to be quite normalised to this sort of weather. Again, another pause in play, and it's an issue that we've had throughout the last few hours. It's just the connectivity due to the weather in the surrounding areas, just proving a little bit difficult to negotiate, but we are trying our best to get these issues fixed and get back underway out in the middle. But it's a good opportunity to have a bit of a lurkers call out. Let me know where everyone's watching from. I'd love to know. You've got just myself here in the commentary box. Charlie Hunt for the European Cricket Network. Rico Full was with me earlier, but he's gone away for the afternoon. I think he got caught in the rain as well. So I don't have too much sympathy after he went home early. No, it's all fun and games. He got in this morning at about 2 a.m. So I should say I got in this morning from the airport, I should say. Otherwise, I'm making it sound as if he's been out enjoying himself. Of course, not allowed to do that at all, never. But at the moment, yeah, just myself. So let me know where you're watching from. I'd love to know. I know we've got a lot of viewers from all around the world. Of course, everyone out in India will be watching on FanCode, and I know a lot of people do tune into the broadcast that's on Facebook as well. I know a lot of people are tuning in on that as well. So if you're watching that, let me know. And if you're on the Facebook, go ahead, jump over to the YouTube, come and join us. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, ECN at European Cricket Network. That's where all of the content go up. And at the same time, you should definitely, if you're not already, go and follow us on our social media channels. European Cricket on Instagram, Twitter. What else is there? Facebook, Josh, TikTok, LinkedIn. We're on LinkedIn as well. There's everything going on. So do go ahead and let us know. Everyone's coming in now. This is what we like to see. So Diraj Pant watching from the Palace Shankar Ali, and Rahi Rohit is watching from gym. I'm assuming you're watching in the gym. And we've got Anvesh Chavo who's watching from Florida in the US of A. So there you go. Just a couple of quick examples straight away from where everyone's watching. Joy Anthony is watching from India. Very good afternoon too, as this rain is coming in again. The wind, as I said, as long as the wind doesn't change, then we'll be okay. Well, I'll be okay. But the wind's changed. I'm getting rained on, and now I'm not a happy puppy. So we're going to try and get some... it's all about the equipment. If I get rained on, it's not the end of the world. If the equipment gets rained on, then we've got issues. And that rain just changing direction and sort of coming into the cube. Being attacked by creepy crawlies. Mother Nature's playing her part. It's all happening. Never boring here. You can't say it's ever boring. It looks as if the drinks is being brought on now, and we can only apologise for this this pause in play. It's again out of our hands. It's just an issue on the ground. The skipper in Sufyan's just come up and asked if I liked his celebration. I'm assuming that was the Rashford and then the shoe one, if I'm correct. Yeah, there we go. See. It's the only issue with being up here. Too close to the players. It's too close. Oh, dear. But again, we're back underway, though. And we'll be back underway with a wide. Again, a huge thank you to everyone for your patience. Do appreciate it. And there we go. Richards is saying he's watching from the tower. Richards up in the tower scaffold. That's a superb delivery. Hope you're not getting too wet up there. It doesn't look as if it's raining too heavily, but it's the fine rain. It's the fine rain that soaks you through. And to Rishap as well, watching as well from Tracker. There you go. From Uganda, we've got Mohammed Sahin. There's Kanda Mahmood watching from Pakistan as well. To Nick watching from Northern Ireland. How are you, Nick? Hope you're well. A lot of viewers from India as well. It's always good to see. I like it. It's always impressive to see the global reach that we have so far. And this one back into the tram lines, and it'll be a legal delivery. Well, Alam Sheikh, this isn't great. Watching from school, Alam, you need to be paying attention. You gotta still be paying attention in school. And as much as we appreciate you tuning in, I hope you're getting all the work done. Well, this is a wide down the leg side this time, just changing it up. Yeah, that wind is just changing conditions, just changing direction. It's just making things a little bit harder to cover up and deal with. And this will be another one down the leg side, and this time they'll get runs for it as well. Missed out by Makdumi, the man with the gloves. I have to say that. Diana doing a very good job in covering everything up. And this one will be blocked. They're going to take him on as well. Good running from Hussein. Set off pretty early. That's always good to see. That brings us to the end of what felt like the longest over ever. 53 for 3 after 6. So then you can see here, this is the story so far. Golden Kwaka for Jassim Rahim. And also Nitin Sunil getting done as well by Faizan Rahman, as did Mohammed Aham as well. And good afternoon to Kroom, says London, Essex. Now, we've had this conversation before, but I've forgotten. Let me know, Kroom, where you are in Essex, because I was born in a little town called Braintree. So if you know where that is, let me know. Zayn's going to continue. Nice and full, and this time just lofted over the infield, and this should just be one, and will be. Claudia says, glad to be watching the first day live. Well, it's good to have you here, Claudia. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying what you've seen so far. I'm going to have a look at the weather forecast. It's like Weather Watch this is. It's just like watching the news with weather. Down the leg side, that'll be a wide. So the weather at the moment today. Yeah, see, today there was no scheduled rain, but now they're saying there is, and they can't make their mind up, and you don't know who to trust. Such is life. Next couple of days are fine, which is always good, but knowing that it'll probably change again and change to something completely different. Short, pulled, leg side, didn't get anything of it. They're taking on the arm, and I don't think that there's a fielder. I think that's Saeed Ashrafi doesn't have much of an arm. I think he's almost being hidden because he took one on the offside earlier. Didn't seem to have been able to give it a full throw, so potentially an issue. This is swept and swept hard and straight out to the man. I think that's Abhishek, who does that work pretty nicely. Yeah, you can just see that rain is just always it's just there. It's just constant drizzle. It's very frustrating, especially for a player, because it's just frustrating you more and more and getting in your eyes and just annoying. Slower ball. It's well played, well watched. Just plays into the offside. So with 3 and a bit overs remaining, looking towards that 85-90 mark at the moment, Pleven. It's another slower ball, and this time he gets it right, plays all around it, and Zain Asif gets the wicket. He gets the all-important one of Hussain, plays around the slower ball, and it means that it's the 4th wicket to fall. Pleven are 58 for 4. And the players of Plovdiv, they love a celebration. They're loving the cameras, and can't really fault them because they're playing pretty well at the moment. They're keeping Pleven under wraps at the moment. To Yuvraj Singh, good afternoon to you. You've got me, Charlie Hunt, here on commentary. Rico Full is here and around. He's not here at the moment, but he'll be back on again tomorrow as the new batsman makes his way out to the crease. The new batter facing up as well. Last delivery of Zain Asif's spell. Oh, it's up in the air, could be opposite. That's gone very high. They 3 in the middle, and he's taken it. That's an excellent grab from Zain Asif. There was 3 of them looking to meet in a bit of a Bulgaria triangle, and Zain Asif is able to take an excellent catch. Well, there's the shoelaces once more. Shock horror. This time, shoelaces being done if you do something right, and Zain Asif takes a really good catch. That was a top edge for Melvin Alex. He got it all wrong, and you can see here, watches it all the way, and then takes it pretty safely in the end. And elation for the man whose shoelaces were undone, and I'll be telling him that when he makes his way down to my commentary position. End of the over, 7 overs down. Pleven are 58 for 5. So this is what's coming up, of course. We're here in Bulgaria for 2 weeks. We've got ECIs at the end of the fortnight. Then we go over to Sweden, over to Stockholm for 2 weeks. Then we're off to Romania. But in between Romania, there's a little breakaway. Back here to Bulgaria for some international T20s. I believe I'll be here covering that. So that will be another fun one. It's fine as long as you did your shoelaces up, Zane. That's all we know. Everyone's just saying as long as you do your shoelaces up, we're all okay. Skipper into the attack, driven nicely. It will be cut off. It won't be cut off by Sawi Yassir. Chases on. It will eventually cut it off. And that'll just be that'll be 2 to start. Croom saying Upminster, so a little bit away from Braintree, Chelmsford in between. I know Upminster. That's very interesting. Next thing, I remember being in Gibraltar, Croom, and you said that you had just been to Chelmsford for the day. I remember that very well. And that's a wicket. Chops on. Does Zygan Butt. And it's a little bit unlucky, but well bowled from Mohammed Sufyan, who picks up another wicket in this tournament. And it just clatters into the bottom of leg stump, and wickets falling in pretty quick fashion here for Pleven. They're now 60 for 6. New man out to the middle then. It's been a pretty continuous revolving door at the moment in terms of batsmen out to the middle, as you've got 2 men who haven't faced a delivery yet, and it looks as if that is Suhaid Puthan Purial. He's facing up here, and he almost goes first ball, plays all round it, and you just have a feeling here that realistically it's going to be a simple equation of the batsman misses and the bowler hits. That's probably what he's going to be looking for here. This time finds the toe end of the bat, and they're going to come through for a pretty simple single. Well, it's a bit of a shorter delivery. It takes everyone by surprise, but will be a dot ball. Dot ball's a gold dust. You can just see here, that took everyone by surprise. Didn't get up. That's just in front of the keeper. Wasn't able to quite get anything on. Yuvraj watching from Papua New Guinea. Yuvraj, hope you're well. Good to have you back here as well. Oh, well, it looks as if we're going for pace up again for Sufyan for this final delivery then here of his spell. There's shorter delivery and doesn't get up at all, runs through. Could have the pace to run away. It won't. It's cut off in the end by Shiv Patel. And again, will just be a single to end the over. 8 overs down then. 2 to go. And Pleven are 61 for 6. story so far. Then wickets falling in pairs almost, really. 2 falling in the 3rd, 2 falling in the 7th. And of course, we just lost 1 in the 8th. And yeah, at the moment, it's just proving to be a simple tale of ball versus bat. And at the moment, ball seems to be winning. Well, 6 minutes to get through this over, of course, or 6.5. It should be fine, depending on whether or not there's another pause in play. But again, of course, they've had that time that's been given back to them. Well, this was full. Misses out, as that's Uzair coming back into the attack. Bowled pretty well, did Mohamed Uzair earlier on. That rain is, again, ever present, getting a little bit stronger once more. Bit of dancing. This has gone high in the air. It'll take some catching. Man underneath it. Oh, dear. It's the Joker himself, Zain, and well, he thought that he was able to replicate what he did off his own bowling, but wasn't able to quite take this one as cleanly as last time. That, again, had some snow on it as it came and re-entered into the atmosphere, but yeah, got it all wrong. Didn't get anywhere near it. This time it's middled, and that'll be down the ground, and it will find the man. And it will be Rahman who gets the Rashford celebration in, but as he also does that, he, this time, keeps it in the field of play. And that'll be another wicket to fall. And at the wicket to go down is Mustafa who goes, and it means that Pleven are now 64 for 7. Yeah, we've seen a couple of players in and around Europe. Midpudi for Gibraltar uses that celebration as well. That the notes behind it is all mental health related and an awareness for that, of course, as continues. And that'll be another wicket. And that revolving door keeps on going round and round and round as Uzair picks up his second 2 in 2. And once again, he's on a hat-trick as Amal Thomas comes and goes. 8th wicket down for Pleven. 64 for 8 here in the rain. Yeah, good bit of bowling, top of middle and off, and asking the right questions. And that's well, that slow-mo really tells you about the conditions out there. Not easy whatsoever. And I think a few questions just being asked. I think the thing is as well, from a local organising committee's perspective, is they've got to consider longevity of the ground. Anyway, that's the Hall of Fame. We haven't had a hat-trick since the 26th of April. Are we going to have one here? 22nd of May. No, very almost. There was an appeal. I don't think it was coming to anything. Azer's asking the question. He's convinced it was out. But he's, I think realistically, I think he forgot that for it to be an issue. I think, potentially, but I think realistically, going over. But again, a good bit of bowling this over. Wild swing down the ground again. Hasn't got much on it, but it's going to fall safe for Romano. It nutmegs him. And then we'll come through for another run. And once more, that's Zahid Pathan Pudiyal. And that will be the end of the over. 9 overs down then, 67 for 8 on the board. Looking to try and get up to anything into the 70s here, realistically, with these two batsmen in the crease at the moment. Can't hit a long ball, just got to try and find it, get something out of the screws and just hope. Also, you've got to think if you just swing hard, try and find an edge and get a bit of luck. As it looks as if Syed Ashrafi is going to come into the attack. Well, this is going to get through everything. Well, lucky there's no helmet there, because that would have been 5 runs, but no helmet, so it will just be the wide plus the run. Well, this is a shorter delivery, but will be wide again. And Ashrafi, who we mentioned couldn't really get a throw away, just struggling to finish this last over. Wide for the fact of it being too wide of on the crease. This one, toe of the bat, through the offside, through the covers, will take some cutting off. That's a good bit of work. Bit acrobatic, possibly for the cameras more than anything. But a good bit of work in the end, though, from Zayn. As you see here, I think he was getting there pretty comfortably, but put the dive in on the ground anyway. Yeah, there we go. Confirmation, it was for the cameras. Down the ground and taken. And Sharafi, he's very, very content with that wicket, isn't he? He's going to be nice and happy. And there we go. Look, celebrations all around, and they're loving the cameras. Plovdiv, and another wicket down. Plevin are 9 wickets down. 72 for 9. Good catch though from Sahil Yasir. We've seen them being put down throughout this first day of play. It's good to see, as it looks as if that is going to be Jinoy Raju is going to come out to join Arun Joy. These two then. Ashrafi 1 for 5, looking to finish it off. That's a nice drive through the offside to point. Will just be a single, means Arun Joy back on strike. Well, this one too short around the leg side. This will take some cutting off down the reversed vortex. You can see it's getting a little bit muddy down there as well with this rain. That'll be another 2 to the total. Two deliveries left then here in this innings. There might be a few more because that's a wide on that offside. And again, just looking as if it's going to come to a close here. And well, they're getting some valuable extra runs here being gifted to them from Ashrafi. Just isn't able to find that line of length and that rhythm really at the moment. And this time does get it on the money and unable to get it away. Last delivery then. Plevin looking to get anything up towards 80. Well, that will be a wide, and that will possibly help proceedings. It won't go all the way. It will be cut off by Shiv Patel, who's been ever present down in the vortex. And it will be another run plus wides. Yeah, once again, this rain coming on through now, which isn't great. And this is another outside edge. Shiv Patel's been busy down there, and they should probably turn and go. They will. It's a direct hit. Well, now they're going to take him, and now they will give that. That's understandably so. So they will get a single. They won't get the double, but they will get the 1 run for their troubles. And they will finish all out then on 78 off of their 10 overs. A little bit lackluster from Plevin, but good spells of bowling from Plovdiv to be able to restrict them to just 78 off of their 10 overs. And again, it was an interesting spell for both sides in that first 10 overs. But ultimately, you feel as if Plovdiv, they feel as if they're going to be well on top going into the second innings of match number 4 here then. And we can go ahead and take a look at the highlights of this first innings. And it was a good start with some nice shots. But then that was the first wicket. Really good catch from the skipper from Mohammed Sufyan. And there was a couple of celebrations in there as well. And then there were some nice shots into the leg side. That was pulled nicely as well. And then this one just skewed off to square leg. And it was a pretty simple catch in the end. Even though there were celebrations all around, and rightly so. Rahman bowled well, though, didn't he? Picked up 2 in 2. And that was the best of the lot. Bowled nicely, top of off. Wasn't really much more that he could do, as the batsman just sort of played at it and wafted it and didn't get anything on it really. No foot movement. If anything, it was away out of the line. And there were some celebrations all around, and then the skipper came in, and he got a little bit of tap. That was down the ground. That was nice. That was a nice boundary and worth the wait. And then this was into the offside, into the leg side, sorry. That was another good shot. Well, there was a bit of unlucky string of deliveries from Zayn Asif. He got a bit unlucky, but bowled a very well executed slower ball and got that wicket of Hussain around his legs, or through him really. And yeah, it was a really good spell from Asif again. It was a good bit of bowling. And this was how he topped it off. He finished with a great caught and bowled off of his own bowling, and that went very, very high, and it was not easy to take, but he did the hard work and he managed to take it cleanly. Sufyan took one with it for his troubles as well, as he was just looking to try and move on, but was just only able to chop things on. This was down the ground to Rahman, and this time was able to stay within the boundaries of the game, and he'll be happy that he doesn't have to watch another highlight where he ended up getting bowled, where he ended up giving away runs. And then you can see there, that rain continued to fall, as did the wickets. Just a constant flow of wickets really in the last couple of overs. And then, well, this one was an easy one, pretty simple catch, but still got to take them and do the hard work, and that's exactly what they were able to do. Good catch by Sahil Yasir, and then right at the end, there's a bit of a run out towards that last minute there. So they were 80, in fact, all out after their 10 overs. That means that MU Plovdiv need 81 runs for victory off of 60 deliveries. And we can take a look then at this scorecard for the batting side of VTU. MU Pleven. Good starts from Butt and Hussain, but no one else getting into double figures was really the key issue. Extras though, 22 extras, joint top scorer. And it's very rare that we always see that, but yeah, not easy out there. Of course, probably the conditions being a little bit of an issue as well. But of course, yeah, really good bit of bowling though, with quite a few bowlers pitching in with the wickets. Rahman getting 3 off 5 off his 2 overs, and Zayn Asif going for 2 off 13. Do return though, as we'll see Plovdiv, sorry, they need 81 runs for victory off of 60 deliveries. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria, match number 4 with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
A very good afternoon to all of our viewers around the world, whether it be on FanCode, out in India on the ECN European Cricket YouTube channel. Very good afternoon. Welcome back to Sofia for the second innings of match number 4 of the European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria. You join me, Charlie Hunt, for a very fun and interesting second innings as Plovdiv have been set just 81 runs for victory here up against Pleven. And it's often the smaller targets and the easier supposed targets that cause the most issues, but only time will tell as to whether or not that's what's going to be the case here. I appreciate everyone tuning in as we're ready to get things underway. It's going to be Hussain up against Ahmed Sufyan. And Sufyan just plays this round the corner and starts with the dot ball. Very much looking forward to bringing you the action here for this 4th game. Of course, we've got one more game coming up later this afternoon, so do make sure that you return for that one. Certainly looking forward to that one as well. That's going to be a more impressive game as well, with Trakia taking on Pleven. Pleven looking to try and get some points on the board. That swung, and that swung quite a long way, and this is going to race away, of course. Have to remember, oi, there we go. There's the old slipping. There we are. Good. Oh, already. Oh, it's going to be even better in slow-mo. I knew that was going to happen. Oh, that's very good. Well, see, we've had great moments throughout the day already, and we're just going to add that one to the list. There you go. But yeah, Trakia taking on Pleven in match number 5. That's at 4:30 local time, so do make sure that's in about an hour's time. Of course, there's potential for a delay, but I doubt it. And Asif just meets us with the full face of the bat. But yeah, no, potential, of course, because we had a few issues with stoppages in play. Good news is, though, it's brightened up and it's nice and dry at the moment. No rain seems to be around as well. It seems as if that sort of spell of rain has come through, and hopefully, touch wood, there shouldn't be any more to come. This will just be turned into the onside, and there's another slip. Hey, 2 from 2. Oh, it's going to be a fun day of cricket. That's another one. Oh, no. Oh, dear. It's going to be slip central here in Sofia. Well, rather them than me. Can't lie. I'm very happy here in the Ice Cube. It's had a few reinforcements over the break. Got another wall up to protect myself against the conditions. Can't complain. Good delivery, swinging delivery into the body of Sufyan. Yet to get off the mark. Just see here, though. Right into that body. Very technically correct is Sufyan with bat in hand. He's looked like he can really take the game to the bowler. Short and just fends this offside again. Yet to get off the mark. That's 3 deliveries, 3 dot balls that he's faced. Good afternoon, though, to everyone around the world tuning in. Do appreciate it. Join me, Charlie Hunt, here then, as we come towards the end of this first over of the second innings. And that's down the ground, slapped hard. And almost another slip, but good work from Jassim Rahim, and that'll be just 1 to end the over. Sufyan keeps the strike, and Plovdiv are sat on 4 for no loss. 108 matches now then since the golden ball. That streak is getting longer and longer. It's a streak we don't like to have. It's been a long time since we had one now. Of course, it's going to be 60 matches here in Bulgaria over the next 2 weeks, over the next fortnight. So that's going to be a really interesting one to see if we do get any golden balls there. Well, this one's just dipping down. And they turn it down to the umpires as that's the new bowler. That looks as if it is Zain Mustafa. Going down the leg potentially also. I think the impact was an issue as well, but and this time down the ground, he goes downtown, gets all of it. That's the first boundary. It's the first Maximo here in Bulgarian match number 4, second innings. And it's the skipper, it's Sufyan. Nice shot. Stand and deliver, really. As Mustafa doesn't look as if he's going to be troubling him for pace. This time Fuller and just fends into the offside. Of course, have to remember that he did pick up that injury, a very slight little injury to his upper arm in the last game for Plovdiv. There'll be a wide ball signalled by the umpire. This time over the offside, and that's going to run away. And that will be another boundary. And Sufyan, well, that just shows you just how cold it is at the moment. But Sufyan, he's looking to take the attack, and he's offered width and it's offered length, and he pounces on it nicely. And that will be 4 more to the total. There's a bit of a break in play to get that ball back in, but it's just on the way back now. Yeah, as I mentioned, good to see Daniel Weston was on the ground, the founder of ECN. Good to see him around. And again, just met with the full face of the bat. Sufyan never ever looks as if he's rushed, does he? Looks as if he's got all the time in the world and just looks like he's comfortable at every situation. I don't think we've seen him look as if he's struggling, especially with bat in hand. He just looks relaxed. I'd like to see him possibly play a bit more of an aggressive hand. And this time through the offside, it will skip away, run away, and it will be another boundary in the over. And, well, there you go. It's the main man himself. And at the end of an expensive over, he over goes for 15. And 2 overs down, Plovdiv already chewing away at this total, 19 for no loss. Story so far, Sofia go top after 2 wins from 2. Plovdiv looking to also go top, however, they probably wouldn't do so if they got a victory here because of that net run rate being such an issue. Plevin, though, looking as if they might or could succumb to 2 losses from 2. That would stick them at the bottom of the table. They take on Turkey later, of course. This time Fuller driven nicely. That'll be another boundary. Asif gets into the action. Watched Sufyan go about his business from the non-striker's end. However, this time around, says, I'm getting involved. It's 2 full, and he gets punished. So again, few field changes. Couple men go out, couple men come back in. Hold on. Under pressure early on. Full toss. Down the ground, over my head. See you later. New balls, please, because that's gone a long, long way. 6 runs. That's a lovely shot. Full toss, full beamer. Take a look at the height here. Could be interesting. That could be called as well. That wouldn't surprise me if we see it. Interesting to see what does get called. Just keeping an eye on the umpire. That one there is going to be close. That, for me, is enough. And it's going to be 6 signals. And they're just checking. Doesn't look. There we go. Free hit signaled. Free hit called. So it goes from bad to worse for Adam. And this will be a wide. So it'll be another free hit. And all of a sudden, it's now down to just over runnable. You can see there. He looks a little bit nervous, doesn't he? Just looks like he might be crumbling under a bit of pressure. Down the ground. 6 more. Very simple equation. And Asif, look at him. There he is. He loves it out there. He's a happy chap. Is Zain Asif. He's the joker here in Bulgaria. I mean, he is loving his life at the moment. $50 required off of just, that's now 44 required off 46. Already at less than runnable. I'd love to see them just pummel this total and really take it to the attack. That's another wide. And Adam, oh dear, 19 off of 2. legal deliveries. It's not going very well. But for Plovdiv at the moment, they're going to be pretty content. And yeah, as I say, I think if they can really, really try and take on this total as quick as possible, they'll be thinking, okay, we do that. That almost sort of resets our net run rate, essentially, gets us back up into the good area. So here we go then, as there's another pause in play. Do apologise once more. And we're ready to get things back underway. Full offside, same equation, couple bounces, 4 more. And again, you can see there, much to the applause and the pleas of his side. It's too full, it's too wide, it's hit me stuff. And that's exactly what he does. Lovely shot, 4 more. 21 off 6. Just needs to cash in now, doesn't he? Bottom edge, and they're going to come through, take on the arm. And I think he's made his ground pretty comfortably. Good running, good positive running. Just see here, just making sure. That one, I'm just worrying about his bat being in the air here. And it comes through, and it's down. Okay, just, survives just. Back to live action. This is just clubbed into the leg side. Good bit of fielding in the end from Adunjoy. And it's it'll just be another single, but already less over halfway. Down the ground, and that's in the tower. Watch out. That's huge. That's the biggest of the lot. 6 more. Well, he's enjoying himself now, Isaiah Nassif. That's 6 more runs. Oh, I think the call has been made for new ball, please, because that has gone into the football fields behind us, into the athletics fields. Well, that was huge. And well, if you're at the end of the over, 50 for none. Well, if it's at the end of that, it's an onslaught, 50 for none. Well, Richards is up in the tower. Rich, if you're up there, if you just let us know that you're okay. Let us know you're under fire, but you're okay. Let us know you're doing all right. But at this stage, you can see there, well ahead of the rate. 31 runs needed for victory. And it looks as if they're going to go to Adunjoy. Going to just see if they can ask a couple questions here. See if they can just try and work something out here. Just try and get a breakthrough. Try and change something up. I don't mind this little change here halfway. And at this point, when the fact of the idea is that they're out of the power play, they can change things up. And I like the idea. Here we go then. Here's Joy. And he almost gets a wicket straight up as Sufyan's getting, oh dear, Zafi's being caught. He could be gone here. Oh no. Joy then misses it. Now they will come through for a field. Then there's a missed field. They will eventually come through for a single. Oh dear, let's take a look at this again. Misses the shorter delivery. Zayn gets stuck. He has to put the brakes on, drags his foot, comes back. It would have been gone by a long way. Joy misses it. Then there's a missed field, and they finally do come through for a single. But 50 for none after the power play is rather incredible. And you can just see there, he's just holding on to that arm. Has been called a wide, so they're just trying to get it right. Just making sure that the scorers know what's going on. This time, leg side, and it should just be one, and will be. again, as Zayn Asif moves on to 29. And short down the leg side. Good bit of keeping though from Nitin Sunil. Watches it all the way. I have to say that his glove work's been pretty decent. His batting is what's been letting him down. They're asking the question. I mean, the only complaint I would have is that it's pitched about a metre outside leg stump. But apart from that, it's a great delivery. But good to see that he's getting a bit of purchase. It probably would have gone on to hit the stumps, but I don't think Joy realises he can get a wicket that way. This time down the ground again, Cloth hasn't quite got all of it. Will eventually be caught and collected off. I love the fact that Joy thought that was how he was going to get a wicket, was bowling leg spin around. Leg spin, right arm leg spin around the wicket. Oh dear. That's some serious spin, but that's a beautiful cricket shot. And well, in fact, if in anything, that's probably the best of the lot. That's a really good bit of fielding if he's cut that off, though. I think he's done very well, but I also think they've only got one there, and I think they'll be a little bit... Anyway, they're just seeing as to whether or not this has gone for 4. Might just have to be slowed down as to whether or not there was contact. So he's not touching the ball there. Touching, not touching. Nope, it's fine. He's done a very good job. That will just be one then. Excellent bit of work from Melvin Alex. And this time will just be pushed into the offside. Joy, when he's bowling like that, it's tough as a batsman to negotiate because you're fighting every urge in your soul to come down and just try and slap him. You're fighting every urge to just go over and slap him, but you've got to just remain calm. You will get the deliveries to do so. Oh, that one just stays straight. And it comes an end to a pretty impressive over. Just 7 comes off it, and in the context of this game, it's pretty economical. This time doesn't get as much purchase, but at the end of the 4th over, Plovdiv are 57 for no loss. You can see that well above the rate at the moment. Good evening, though, or good afternoon to What's Up jumps in the chat. How are you? And Murray Shraff's just voicing their opinion. Fair enough. Again, we do apologise for the delays that we've had so far throughout this game. It's or throughout today. It's just been a connectivity issue, and we do apologise. And we are always working to improve it, and we try our best as always, as does everyone here on the ground and in the office as well. Cut away over the infield, and this will be a stopped. Good bit of fielding from Zaygin Butt, and it will just be one. And well, I'm getting a little bit disheartened by this from Plovdiv. I understand that you're well ahead of the rate, but you've still got to get this down, and you've still got to get this total ticked off. And I understand that you can do it in pretty quiet fashion, as this is skewed off the bat and should just be one and will be, as Thomas is the new bowler. But you still got to run. You still want to show intent and show what you're made of. Again, this is the thing you have to remember, that Bulgaria have got internationals coming up at the end of 2 weeks. I'm not sure if the squad's been selected yet, but, you know, there could be an opportunity for someone to come in a late, you know, if the squads have been submitted, a late pull out, for example. Full up. That's where it needs to be, right in the block out. You know, you've got to set an example, and you want to, you know, this is the joy of everything being filmed. As much as this good stuff you do will be on film, the bad stuff you do will also be on film. So you've got to really hold yourself in high standards, as that's another dot ball. Well, that's interesting. That's got to be the best fielding without any use of the hands I will ever see. He's come for the catch, not got anywhere near it. It's a ridiculous shot. He's kicked it back straight to the keeper and just carried on as you very well please. I love it. Brilliant. See? Don't need to worry about anything. Wild swipe from Sufyan. Ends the 5th over. 15-9 then for no loss here after 5. So, gentle reminder, this is what will be coming up towards the back end of September, as there will be 6 groups of international cricket. Group A starting on the 25th and Group B on the 28th, Group C on the 2nd, and so on and so forth. But again, looking forward to a lot of those games. I think there's some serious matchups in there. For example, I think Portugal versus Germany, as this is coming back to live action. And, well, I think we've just missed an excellent bit of work. We might have to see if we can go back on the replay. Don't think they've even taken a run, because I think they're expecting this to go on. We see here, it goes down the ground. And we just see here, look, I think, oh, that's an excellent stop. There's no runs at all. Oh, there you go then. Should just be a dot ball. And again, why aren't they running? This is just the difference. It's the difference between levels. Oh, dear. Well, that will be a wide. And this time they do run as well. Gets that one all wrong, doesn't it? I think that would have been pitching on the next pitch if we were playing on a grass wicket. Drag, leg side, and this will get through the gap. That'll be 4. Brings it down into the teens now for Plodviv here. And it wasn't the prettiest of shots, but still effective. Still gets 4. Can do it in 3 hits if they wish to. Raheem up against Sufyan. That's an excellent bit of work from the keeper in Sunil yet again. This side might be interesting here. This one could be... Everything's up in the air here. Bales, where did the bales get dislodged? Bales are dislodged there. I think... Now that's a tough one. That's an interesting one. I don't think they're looking at it. I think they're now just saying to pause here. But this is an interesting one here, because it could be a... He's been given. And there we go. And that rightly so, because there's enough evidence there to show that he has to go. That's a really good bit of work from Nitin Sunil, the skipper for Plevin. He'll be happy. That's a superb bit of work. And as a keeper, there isn't much better than that. Down the leg side. And you flick it on. He's being lazy, has the skipper, Sufyan. He goes for 23. First wicket falls. He'll be annoyed. First wicket down, 66 for 1. Yeah, that was an excellent bit of work again, though, from two teams there, from the likes of from Sunil, but also the crew at Spring Productions. That was a good replay, that was. I enjoyed that one. I know everyone else did. But I tell you what, though, 15 runs off of 28. I feel that Rahman may try and do this in pretty quick fashion here. And down the ground, and should just be one. So Hypathnia Piadil, he had that excellent stop. He's so keen to get this one that he ran right past it and forgot to pick up the ball on his way through. That's going to be another wide, and at this rate, he could just be bowling wides and end up winning that way at this point. Down the ground, this is coming towards me, and there we go. That's a nice, another boundary, and it's another 6. And yet again, it's Zain Asif. That was coming towards me in the cube. It made a bit of contact, but it was fine. It was okay. It was just the table. Trust me, everyone, everything's okay. Another 6, though, and all of a sudden, just 7 needed for victory. Zain Asif quietly onto 37 now, by the way, off of just 14. He's yorked himself there, isn't he? Could have potentially just held himself there and opened up that leg side, but didn't do so. Came down. And waits on this one. Excellent bit of work Again, good comeback from Rahman, or Raheem, I should say. End of the 6th. 74 for 1, requiring just 7 runs for victory. But yeah, just not enough runs again for Pleven in reality. That's just been their issue. Bowling hasn't been up there as well. Last game of the day, though, that's coming up later on. That'll be at 4:30 local time, so that's in about just over half an hour, 37 minutes to be exact. Trakia taking on Pleven, and at this rate, both teams looking to try and get their first points on the board. Pleven looks as if they're going to plummet to the bottom of the table after possibly, well, most likely losing 2 from 2. Trakia looking to try and get a victory out of today's play. That'll be the last game of the day, and we'll be back to do it all again on Tuesday. Certainly looking forward to that one tomorrow, though. Plenty more cricket to come, more teams to get involved. Looks as if it's going to be Adam Joy is going to take this next over here. Then 7 runs is the simple equation for Plovdiv to go level on points with Sofia. Well, it won't be Rahman who does it. That'll be 2 stumpings from 2 as long as everything's okay and he's not encroached. But that's, again, another superb bit of work. Not easy coming that side, but I think he's fine. I don't think he's encroached at all. No, he's fine. I think he gets back. And that will be another wicket down, though. Trying to get things, trying to move on here. And I think they just want to, just look at that, 2 speed at stalemate. They just want to make sure that that bat wasn't down in time. We're just going to see here. And I think that next frame will tell us all we need to know. There we go. And he won't be, he will eventually be given his marching orders. It's in between frames, if anything, really. And yeah, there we go. Given out on field, you've got to go with what the on-field decision was in terms of a soft signal. Of course, that soft signal rule in ICC cricket is getting abolished anyway. But that's again another good use of the LRS system, and it'll be another wicket, 74 for 2. .74 for 2 then here as the new batsman comes out to the middle, I believe. Oh dear, how's he managed that? How's he managed? He's celebrating because I think he finds it quite funny. I think he's just in for a good time. That's Saeed Ashrafi, who's come out and it's just almost middled it into his leg. That's so good. Oh, that's fantastic. He's middled it into his own leg, and it's how has it ended up going backwards from there? Even the umpire sees the funny side of it. And that's another wicket down then. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, it's still only 7 runs needed. Is this? We're just trying to work something out here for myself. Well, this is a hat-trick ball, by the way. And it won't happen anyway, but Aaron Joy was on a hat-trick out of nowhere. Well, they'll come through for a single. Nasheef probably want to do this himself, really. What's happening here then? Oh, yeah, that's the box going. Okay, well, that's all right then. Doesn't need it, clearly. He thinks as if... Thinks that his his partner's going to be doing it for him and doesn't need to get involved. Oh, dear, that stays very low and trickles on through. Let's see there, that one really just barely getting up. It's almost called an oval, but not. They're all having a good time. This time, that into the leg sides. Should just be one. Well, our enjoy, by the way, is 2 for 9 off of 1.5. And in this context of the game, it's very good figures, considering they were only defending 80. And at one point were 50 for none after 3. Done pretty well. This is high in the air. Chipped, bit of a 9-iron down the ground by Shiv Patel. And that will be a single to end the over. Joy finishes with figures of 2 for 10 after his 2 overs. And 7 overs down. 77 for 3. Just a gentle reminder again, coming up in around about half an hour's time. 31 minutes to be exact. Trakia taking on Pleven in the last match of the day. That'll be match number 5. That'll be coming here at 1:30 GMT, 3:30 Central European time, and 7 o'clock out in India. I do recommend you come and join us, and we appreciate if you do, as it looks as if we're going to see Amel Thomas. He's on the money straight away. Amel Thomas continuing. He went for 2 off his 1 over. And it's now 4 runs needed in 17 deliveries. Into the leg side. Hasn't quite got all of it. Should just be 1. And that means it'll be 3 to win. And I have a feeling that Zayn Asif is going to try and finish this off in style. He's got quite a large gap down the ground. Anything square will run away. Down the ground, leg side. That'll be 4. And that'll be another victory then. Signed, sealed, delivered as Plovdiv will take another victory. There will be 2 from 3 after today's play. And it is Zayn Asif who finishes it in style. He carries his bat all the way, finishes not out on 42 off of 19. And Pleven, well, commiserations once again. 2 losses from 2. They plummet to bottom of the table as your winners here. MU Plovdiv beat MU Pleven by 7 wickets. Taking a look at the highlights then. And it was all about the openers, wasn't it? It was 50 for none after 3 overs. But there was some demolishing strikes and sways of the blade from the Pleven counterparts in MU Plovdiv. And that was some really nice hitting on the offside from Zayn Asif. But also down the ground as well. This was coming towards us, and there was a flurry of boundaries that really meant that they just got up towards that total and took a big chunk out of it pretty quickly. And it was after that it was severely uphill climb from Pleven, more like an uphill hike more than whatever. But yeah, that was down the ground. That was one of the best shots. That was out of here. New cricket ball was required. Well, then this was a funny one. This was it's left at 1 point stranded. Had to come back, should have been gone. Bowler fumbles, then the fielder fumbles, and they come back eventually for a pretty simple single. And then this was into the offside. That one raced away, and it would be stopped, though. It was a good bit of fielding. We had to work out whether or not he was touching the rope or not. And then this one, out of nowhere, bit of quality fielding to prevent a 6. Of course, it would be in vain, though. But again, well, this one came towards me, and I was hiding and running for dear life. But again, this was a good bit of work. There was 2 great stumpings from Nitin Sunil. And yeah, that was a really good bit of work. Quick hands to remove Rahman coming in at number 3. And then, well, that was the funniest one of the lot. That was Syed Ashrafi hitting onto his leg and finding it very, very funny, as did everyone else in the crowd. But it came to a pretty uneventful end, though, into the leg side from Zayn Asif. Finishes on 42, not out off of 19 deliveries. And that means that at the end of match number 4, then, Plovdiv, they beat Pleven by 7 wickets. And this is what's coming up in match number 5. Then just a quick reminder, Trakia taking on Pleven. That's coming up in around about 28 minutes or so. Again, looking for both sides to try and get their first points here in this tournament. And that's the story so far then. That was the story for the batsmen. All about the openers, Sufyan and Asif getting 23 and 42 respectfully. And then looking at the likes of Shiv Patel coming in and just holding his bat and helping, really giving a few opportunities to a few others as well, which I don't mind, and I like the idea of it. But then looking at the scorecard for the bowlers, is again, probably if you're a Pleven fan, you won't really want to look back at this. was a little bit sore to watch on the eye. Look at Arnhem going for 31. Raheem going for 15. Aladdin Joy bowled pretty well, didn't he? 2 for 10. He was the pick of the bowlers, but it was just not enough runs on the board yet again. That seems to be the constant issue for Pleven. Okay, then we'll be back in 27 minutes or so, probably 25 if we take out some stoppages, but 25 minutes or so as we will see match number 5. That's coming your way. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Sofia then for the final game of day number 1. Match number 5 is coming right your way. It's a big matchup. It's the two teams at the bottom of the table at the moment, and well, Pleven, they just plummeted to the bottom of the table after losing their second game from their 2 matches that they've played. So this is a must-win game as we see Pleven, they're going to be taking on Trakia. Now this is a big matchup, both sides looking to try and get that first victory on the board, to get those first all-important points on the board. It's crucial for both teams. We can go to Ian Ramage, who's at the toss for the all-important coin toss with the 2 captains.
Tails has been called. It has come down heads. Okay, so you've won the toss. So Trakia have won the toss and they will bat first. And then up to Charlie in the commentary box to start the match.
Thank you very much, Ian. There you go, then news from the toss for Trakia. Their skipper Wali Khan is going to go ahead and bat first here in what is, in all fairness, a must-win game for both sides here this afternoon. We can take a look at the lineups then, and you can see there no one really standing out, really. I mean, the only batsman that really got things going was Sulat coming in at number 4, realistically. He was able to get a few shots away. Dave Patel also did, but it was the run rate for him that was the real struggle. Looking at Pleven then, of course, they're now actually no wins compared to 2 losses at this point. So again, looking at the likes of potentially, from a runs perspective, again, haven't really put much on, but, you know, maybe Butt and Raheen to possibly put some runs on and put a partnership together. But that's all they're looking for at the moment. And again, it's a big, big opportunity for both teams here to put some points on the board. Very good afternoon, though, as we see where we are here in Bulgaria. We've had all sort of weather here today. We've had wind, we've had rain, we've had sun, we've had everything. Just missing a bit of snow. Luckily, it doesn't look as if we're going to get it. So the sun's back out here as we're set for an exciting last match of the day. It's been a pleasure to bring you the coverage here alongside Rico Full earlier this morning. I know he's probably catching up on some sleep, catching some Zeds, but looks as if we're going to have an interesting matchup here between these 2 sides. As I mentioned, both sides looking to get a victory, as we're almost ready to get things underway. Good afternoon to everyone tuning in around the world. Here we go then. First ball here, match number 5. And this will just be a dot ball to start. Good afternoon, though, to everyone in the chat. To Wazza, to Neville's joined us as well. Hope you're well. And Mo as well. To Kroom, to Dave. To all of you, very good afternoon. Up in the air, opportunity, and will be taken. And it's a wicket then. Caught and bowled for Thomas. Saini goes. And first wicket down. No runs on the board, none for 1. Top edge, got it completely wrong. Set himself nicely. Did Thomas, and that's a big wicket to get one of the openers gone early. That's a really crucial start, and for Trakia, they'll be pretty annoyed at the fact that they've just lost that. And well, that's funny, isn't it? He's gone out and he's gone, oh, hang on, I'm forgetting something. Oh yes, a cricket bat, but then he's just going to change it over and exchange it anyway. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? The joys of European cricket here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to have been here for the first day. Of course, 2 weeks worth of cricket coming your way, 60 matches, and well, we're into the 5th game already. I have a feeling that if today's anything to go by, these next 2 weeks are going to fly by. Here we go then. Cuts this away nicely, as that's Wali Khan coming in at number 3. Struggled in the first game, didn't he? Couldn't get anything away. And got that 1 boundary down to 3rd man, but that was about it. Zulat then, with that ever present, it's a little bit less this time. Pulls into the leg side, and this will eventually be cut off for a single. Brings Khan back on strike. But Salat, yeah, with that rather incredible stance when he faces up. It's pretty incredible. That's just respected by Walid Khan up against Thomas. And again, this time just push back to the bowler, respected. Good over from Thomas, only concedes 2 off it. Picks up the wicket of Saini as well. 2 for 1 after 1. Expected scores then for these two. The supercomputer for the bat versus Bulwell. 88 plays 84. And we'll see the average though is going for Pleasant. So this is going to be an interesting one here. I'm certainly looking forward to this one, as we see as if it looks like it's going to be Johnny Raju who will take this second over. He starts right on the money straight away. Good early signs though from Raju on the money straight off. Never easy to do so. Well, this will be down the leg side. That will be a wide. Good first delivery. Second one, not so much. Going to have to bowl that one again. Would have been a wide up against a left-hander anyway. Dave saying, I don't do a duck imitate. I don't. That's Rico. Rico's too good at it. I can't even imitate it. It's not fair. I'm just going to get laughed at, the fact that I'm not good. I'm not as good as Rico. But what I do know is that I'm taller than Rico, and I'm not going to let that go. You know, I'm not taller than many people, so I've got to take one where I can get it. He's just in denial. Right, as this is into the leg side. 6 runs, and no real surprise to see that Zaid Sulat is getting in on the action. And it plummets into the leg side. Into those trees. 6 runs. But yeah, I'm not letting him have that one. He can think that he's got it. It's fine. I'm hoping he's asleep and he's not paying attention right now and he's not tuning in. But, well, even if he is, I stand by it. Salat just stands and watches it go past his leg side once more for another wide. Again, extras could be a killer for both teams here. This time is on it. Skews up in the middle. Opportunity. No way near it. Lost it right in the sun is what he's saying. It's almost run away towards the boundary. It's obviously quite a lot of spin on it. But yeah, got no way near it. Did the fielder. You can see here, his last minute adjustment. No idea. Maybe wear a hat. Or some sunglasses. That'd be an idea, wouldn't it? This is down the ground. Lovely shot. And that will be 1 bounce, 4 runs. That's a really nice shot from Walid Khan. Anything full, he looks pretty confident with, to be fair. That's a lovely shot. There he is. Look at him, glasses on, no hat, no helmet, just swagger, just pure swagger. And short this time, no foot movement. That seems to be the kind of trend for Khan, as that it brings us to the end of the second. 15 for 1. Just seems if he doesn't really move his feet on anything short, but anything full, he'll be happy to let his hands go out. So maybe that's going to be an area for teams to look at when coming up against him. Updated. That's not updated. That's wrong, because apparently we played no games. What's happened there then? Oh dear, it's all gone wrong. Come on. Oh no. It's only the first day. Been an interesting day. We've had a lot go on, so we'll give them that one. It's okay. Oh dear. Well, I can tell you that these two teams are battling out for the bottom at the moment. That's going to be a wide. As Hussein starts his first over. Dave saying stand tall, Charlie. I try my best. I try my best. I've got to take it against Rico. That's the thing. Rico's, if you look at sort of the team of commentators, you've got Vinny, who I'm not taller than. Corey, I don't think so. This one's a good comeback. Corey, I'm almost certain, is just a little bit taller than me. Not a lot, though. And then you look at sort of, who else is there? Rhino. Never met him in person, but I'm pretty certain he's ridiculously tall, and it's not fair. Tyrone Peters is, again, a lot taller than me. Happy birthday, by the way, Tyrone. This one, in swinging delivery, well bowled, but well played as well by Sulat. Yeah, if you haven't already, by the way, please do go ahead and wish Tyrone Peters a happy birthday. The Mr. Horns himself, he's celebrating his birthday today. Of course, everyone here in Bulgaria, Tyrone sends you all of our love, of course. I haven't seen Tyrone in a while, to be fair. But no, apart from that, Joe Marples, who joined me in Gibraltar, I was taller than him. That's for sure. Wild swing from Khan. Again, it's Fuller. No real shock to see that he's going to throw his arms at it. Yeah, that one just sneaking in. I like it. And then who else is there? Danny Hodicek. I'm not sure, but he looked pretty similar to Vinny, so I'm going to say taller than me. I think realistically, that's about it. So I've got to take the wins I can get. I've really got to take them when I can get them this time. Right in the block hole, just driven for a dot ball. Dave's saying he's 6'2". That's just not fair. Share, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Oh dear, the joys. I blame my mother and father. They're definitely not tall. Ian, if you're watching, good afternoon. Hope you're well. Recovering still. Full toss, and again, oh dear, takes a tumble. You know, I don't think I've caught myself just giggling at cricket as much as I have here today. Everything's just ready. Oh dear, it's the little things in life that make you smile. Remember that. Actually, if you need a quote for the day, that's what it is. That's what you need. Here is Hussain once more. This time, leg side gets nothing of it. Cloths it entirely. That's Adam Joy does the work. Yeah, you got to take everything. Every small win is still a win. There you go. It's 2 quotes for you there now. Enjoy that. Don't say I don't do anything for you. But again, this has been a pretty tidy over up to this point. Just needs to get out of it as quiet as possible. Sulat, though, he'll be thinking he can dominate here. And tries it over the offside, and again falls through, and they're going to take off the arm and they'll come back for 2, but I don't know what the extra run was needed. What's this? The runs on stops it. Whee! Oh dear, I don't know what's happening. Everyone's losing the plot. It's only the first day. Still got, what, 13 more to go? End of the over, 3 overs down. Tracky at 21 for 1. So then, looks as if it's going to be the pick of the bowlers for match number 4. It's going to be Anand Joy. He's going to take us into this next over. Of course, power play over. Finishing at 21 for 3. Here is Joy. And this is on the money straight away. It will just be a single. Bit of hesitation, but they come through pretty comfortably in the end. You can see, though, it's certainly getting warm out there. It's picked up, getting a bit hot. Never complaining, though. Good to see that weather's passed. That was incredible. We've seen every form of weather here today. I mean, you look around now, you'd be thinking it's, you know, it's about 24 degrees and pretty happy. And leg side, too short. And he's going to punish you and punish you hard. And that's exactly what Sulat does. And that's a really nice shot. Sits up. Just like taking candy from a baby. So that doesn't even worry. He knows where that's going for more. Ah, this one, Fuller. Fuller from Joy, nice correction. This time 2 full, and it's the same answer in the same area. 4 more runs, and yet again, it's that man, Zaid Sulat, cashing in on the Gundy ball. And Aaron Joy getting a bit of punishment here in this first over for him. Zulat, again, just looks to be pretty comfortable, doesn't he? Doesn't look like he should be. Really doesn't look like he should be comfortable out in the middle at all, the way he sets up. But he's proving to be very crucial here for Trachea. This time down the ground, and that will be 1 bounce 4. And it's a very good over at the moment for Trachea, as Pleven just really bowling it on a line and length that just screams, hit me. And Sulat, he is more than providing this so far. Over's gone for 13 at the moment. Fuller, this time leg side, straight to the man at mid-wicket though. And it won't be a run. Finishes with a dot ball. And 4 overs down. Trachea, 34 for 1. Four overs down then, and you can see run rate 8.5 and over at the moment. So once again, Trachea, the issue hasn't been the run rate. It's just, you know, if they can prevent the flow of wickets, which they have at the moment, only lost 1 after 4. They're doing pretty well. But just need to keep things going. Need to keep ticking away at the scoreboard. Keep getting through the overs. A couple of boundaries in each over, and you'll be pretty happy. You'll get up towards that 100 hit. Here's Ramin up in the air, and that will bounce full safely. The same, we'll collect for once more. Another single. Yeah, I enjoyed earlier today asking where everyone was watching from. We had some interesting answers. We had, where did we have? We had Florida, we had Nepal, we had Pakistan, we had India, we had London, Essex. Where else did we have? I'm trying to think if I can remember any more now. Leg side, and again splits the gap. And Sulat is crucial in this setting here for Trachea. And it's just again in the slot. It's hit me balls. And it's getting the treatment that it rightly deserves. Yeah, we had a lot of nations there. I enjoyed it. It's always good fun. Australia, of course, always present. And of course there's other nations. Oh, and this one right into the inside pad of Sulat. That can't be nice. That one might hurt him a little bit. Don't rub it. Oh, just lucky that it hits into the pad, because that could have been very, very sore. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Oh no. That's going to be 5 wides, and if anything, that's more deserving of 10 wides, because that was 3 wides in one, really. But that's no one's stopping that. That's a rank delivery in all fairness. That's not the best from Raheem. Doesn't bowl terribly, but that one just, he's done that a couple of times in the last game as well. He just drags it proper wide. The arm sort of falls down as well. That's where he loses his balance, you see. His usual delivery isn't too bad as that one. That's a great take, by the way. Really good bit of work from Sunil. I've been very impressed with his glove work. Batting, not so much, but his glove work, very impressive. Down the leg side, and again, will be taken. Bristol and France, of course. They reminded me, of course. Apologies, can't forget about the old Bristolians and the French. This time he's on the money, and that's where it needs to be. If you can keep it there, ask the right questions. That angle across the batsman is what we've seen become so tough to get away. And that's right off the cue end of the bat. This is going to run away. I don't know if it's got the legs. It does just. It evades Jinod Arju in chasing. And that will be a boundary to end another over. 5 down, halfway mark. Trachea, 49 for 1. Halfway stage then, 49 up on the board. again, trying to get towards that 100. These two teams pretty evenly matched, you feel. You may feel that realistically batting is probably more where Pleven are struggling. So if they can look to get this or keep this total below 100, they'll be pretty happy. That's a full toss. That's going to be caught. Good catch, but they'll come through for a single due to the no ball for height. Good afternoon to Mr. James Stewart, who jumps in the chat. How are you, James? Always good to see you. Pleasure to have you in the chat. It's a pleasure to have everyone in the chat on that note. Of course, appreciate everyone keeping me company this afternoon whilst I was abandoned by Rico Fool. I won't take it personally. Free hit then. And this will just be dragged into that leg side. No, I wasn't abandoned. For those that aren't aware, I had a couple of people asking me on the ground where Rico was. I said, well, if you got back to a hotel at 2 o'clock in the morning after flying, after working for 2 weeks, what would you do? And everyone rightly said probably go to sleep. And Rico didn't get much of that, so that's why he's off this afternoon, and understandably so. Wild swing, and that's again just short of that slot delivery length, and that just becomes so much tougher to get away. And this time into the leg, the thigh of Ali Khan, and again just into, just look at that, just probably pops into that side of the of the pitch. Here is Wally Khan once more though, 9 off 14 chewing deliveries. Well, you're going to chew him when it's off the pitch and that wide, and well, he's going to have to bowl that one again. Getting it all wrong entirely. This time offside. Hasn't quite got all of it, but it will be one bounce for. And Wally Khan getting in on the act, making use of the extra delivery. See that. This is potential for a Noe as well. They're just checking this one. They're just making sure. Just going to have to go through. And there we go. Signal given. No ball. Free hit signalled. Here we go then. And goes offside again. That's even bigger. And that will go all the way. 6 runs. And this is now becoming a bit of an onslaught here from these two. They're really taking the attack to the bowlers here. And it's a refreshing sight to see if you're a Trachea fan. Good afternoon though to Manus. Loose bus change. And to Tim as well. Hope you're okay. Yes, we did have a century earlier in the day. And then just asking if that was the first time we've seen a century on the first day of the tournament. I'm not too sure. I'm not the person to ask for that. Mr. Sandu is. Wild swing again. The thing you have to remember as well is that first century, you look back on it, it feels like a long time ago, that does. We've had quite a lot happen since then. This has just popped up, and, well, I think we're going to go and just check upstairs here as to whether or not this was a bump ball. My initial reaction was it was. No, that doesn't really, I'm not too sure. That's a tough one. I think we're going to have to see. Where's the ball there? Bounces up. And that is not a bump ball. That will be out. That will be Wally Khan, who will have to go after getting a few nice deliveries away. It's a wicket that falls. And you can understand as to why he just struggled to understand or whether or not it was a bump ball. But he has to go. And that wicket brings us to the end of the 6th over. Good wicket to get. Breaks up the partnership. Trachea 64 for 2. But yeah, no, that's a stunning century earlier on today. Really was incredible, wasn't it? 114 off of 39 deliveries with a outstanding wagon wheel. It wasn't one-dimensional. It was all around the park, which is what was the loveliest part about it. And yeah, the thing that's the crazy aspect of it is the fact that that was his first hardball cricket game, which is rather sensational. I mean, I wish I had a 50% conversion rate in the hundreds in hardball cricket matches that I've ever played now. Of course, played in that second one later in the day. But Sophia, of course, 2 wins from 2. So they're pretty happy with their efforts today. And rightly so as well. You can understand why. Of course, matches tomorrow. We get to see Barbarians. We get to see them for the first time. We also get to see Ulyss as well. Ulyss will be taking the field in matches, in match number 7 and 9. So certainly looking forward to more cricket coming your way tomorrow. Of course, we start at 8:30 local time. That'll be Pleven taking on Barbarians, and I'm certainly looking forward to seeing some more familiar faces in that Barbarian squad as well. Anyway, here's Joy carrying on here. And that's flat batted down the ground, and it is just one. It was a bit of an unnecessary push, but a push nonetheless. From Puthna Piali. Dave Patel outside edge for his first delivery up against Aaron Joy, looking to come down the track. Of course, is just carrying a bit of an injury. We saw him opening in one of the first games for Trachea. However, this time around, coming in a little bit later, he's a very capable batsman. Just struggles to get the big shots away, as somehow got through the fielder. That's also got through the bowler. Doesn't get through the last one. Oh dear. Well, I tell you what, we've had some special moments from today's play. That's the thing you've got to remember, is in 5 matches we've had a century, we've had some incredible comical moments. Swept nicely into the leg side, will just be one. Yeah, that moment that we had, that fielding error was just incredible. .67 for 2 here. This one down the ground. End of the over then. Trachea 67 for 2 after 7 overs. And well, if any of you don't know what we're on about, this was it. It was in the air. Shouldn't have gone for 4 and out of nowhere. Oh, it's still brilliant. It's still so good. Oh dear. And he knew it straight away. He knew what he was doing. And it was just a moment that was just pure brilliance. That will most certainly be up on our socials at some point, I would imagine. This is where we are, though, in terms of the schedule. That's where we are at the moment. Looking forward to Sweden after here. Leg side and dropped, but a good stop from Amal Thomas out in the deep, because that looked as if it was going all the way. I was surprised to see he was interested. Didn't quite get all of it, but a good stop in the end. Patel just fends this back again. You can already see 1 off 5 now for Patel. You can just see he struggles rotating the strike, and that's where he gets bogged down. That'll be a wide down the leg side. This time, top edge, and dropped. Put down by Alan Jose. Took a catch not too long ago. This one wasn't quite able to take cleanly. This time goes downtown, and again, that's out of here. 6 runs, and Sula is causing us to lose a few more balls than we probably would have wanted. Lovely shot, 6 more races into the 40s. And again, same result. It's 6 more. And yet again, this total is looking to be more and more competitive the later we get into this innings. And it's really down to Sulat once again, because it's a full hit-me delivery from Jassim Rahim, and he's getting the treatment. 6 more runs, and Sulat moves on to 47 out of nowhere off of just 24 deliveries. Pretty sensational bit of batting up to this point. Needs to convert this, though. Needs to bat all the way out to the end, though. Leg side again, and that will be 6. And that will be his half century. Very well batted, Zaid Sulat. He's looked very comfortable out in the middle, and he has to now convert on what has been an incredible innings. 50 off of just 25 deliveries. He raises his bat in acknowledgement, but it's been a sensational innings, and one that I'm sure he'll never forget. He smiles. He knows he's done good here for his team, and he knows that he'll be able to really, if they come down and end up getting a victory here against Pleven, he knows that he's going to be able to say that it was me. I was a massive part in this winning. 88 for 2 after 8 overs then. 2 overs remaining. And Alan Thomas starts with a dot ball outside the off stump. And again, you just see, this is the issue for Patel. He just struggles to rotate the strike. He just can't get it away, and that's just where he struggles. In this format, you can't waste this amount of deliveries. Leg side, hit well, and it'll be just 1. Oh dear, no, never mind, he's gone. He stood on his own stumps. Well, there you go. That's that's one of the craziest things I think I'll ever see. Dave Patel couldn't get it off the square, tried to do something different, steps on his own stumps, and he has to go. See here, look at this. Steps back and hits it with his own stumps, and he knew straight away. Oh, Bulgaria is just the gift that keeps on giving. There's just nothing that I haven't seen today. It's incredible. Dave Patel has to go, 88 for 3. The poor boy can't catch a break today. Oh dear. New batsman comes out to the middle. And tries to swing from the hip, does the new batsman for Trakia. And again, all he's got to do, does Khan, is just get Sulat on strike. Up in the air, chance, dropped. Goes straight through the man. And it's another opportunity that goes down, and it's just the story really for Pleven, isn't it? Haven't been able to take things in the air. It's just not going their way. And I tell you what, at the moment, Thomas is bowling a quite remarkable spell out of nowhere. He's got a final delivery left. He's 2 for 4 at the moment. Oh dear. Well, this is high in the air. Opportunity to take one more. It's a big one, and he will. And Sulat goes for a very well-made half century, trying to take it on. He goes for 53 off of 26, but Amal Thomas finishes with figures of 3 for 4 after 2 overs. An incredible bit of bowling, and at the end of the 9th, Trakia 90 for 4. But no, Saeed Sulat has to go. 53 off of 26. Batted very, very well with 5 fours and 4 sixes. He'll be pretty content with that with a strike rate of 200. So Trakia looking to set a total up towards that 100. They're currently going at 10s. They'd be looking to get there, but they've got 2 fresh batsmen, and that's going to be tricky for these two. They've just got to swing. They've just got to swing, haven't they? Get runs on the board. Any runs are crucial at this point, at this stage. Misses out. However, it gets through the wicket keeper in Sunil. And if I'm not wrong, there's some out of nowhere. It's nice and sunny still. We're just getting a few spits of rain again for some reason. Not sure where that's come from, but doesn't seem to be too bad. Saidi then is the new man. Well, and that will be a dot ball. Doesn't get anywhere near the middle of the bat there. Swung everything at it, but didn't quite get there. Yeah, just a few spots of rain again. See, I'm telling you, it's a lovely day again, but now we're coming back into the rain, and now it's just can't win here in Bulgaria. Just can't win. That'll be a wide. Dragged down, trying to bowl too fast. Is Hussain getting it all wrong? Truth be told. Yeah, look at that. Just trying to bowl way too fast. Loses his rhythm in his run-up entirely. Gets it all wrong. This time, gets it on the money. Good bit of work there. In the end, to keep it to just one. And this one won't sneak in. That'll be given. Hussain isn't happy. He's like, really? Are you sure? But umpire turns around and says, yep, it's on the wrong side of the line for his liking. And that will just be another wide. And, well, all these runs are pretty valuable at the moment. And they'll be taking every single one they can get. 94 on the board. Down the ground, struck pretty firmly. Cut off well. And they're going to take on the run. And he's going to make it back. Somehow, I don't know how on this planet Earth he's made it back, because there was about 5 opportunities for Hussain to take the bails, but he somehow got back. They met in the middle, bit of yes, no, maybe, and then they turn and go, bit of hesitation, but he's got about 4 seconds before he needs to take the bails off, and still somehow misses them. Anyway, 2 more to that total. 96 on the board, 2 deliveries to come. Up in the air, it's a top edge, and it's eventually fielded, and they won't get a run either. I think that's Abdul Khan has kept the strike then, so stick on 96, and that's not really what you want. All runs are very crucial. If they end up losing this by one or two runs, well, Abdul Khan's going to have a lot of explaining to do here. So a bit of, not too sure as to whether or not that's being called. I think it might have made contact with the telephone pole. There we go. First one, maybe. Anyway, just blocks this, and well, that will be all she wrote. And at the end of 10 overs, then Czechia finished 96 before setting 97 for victory then for Plevin in what is a must-win game early on in this tournament. And they're just having a discussion about what's happened with that. I think they've made a new ruling here for the contact with the telephone line. But yeah, there you go, 96 for 4 then. And that means that Plevin, in a very, very crucial game, in a must-win game, Plevin need 97 for victory here. We can go ahead and take a look at the highlights then. And it was a mixture for both sides, really. It was a good, promising start. This one taken very early on to remove the opener in Zaidi. But apart from that, there was a real crucial innings from the man opening the batting, Saeed Sulat, who was well backed up by his skipper in Wali Khan. Well, this was a nice little jump. I don't know why. But Wali Khan alongside Zulat was really the crucial element of this setting of a total. Saeed Sulat 53 off of 26, 5 fours, 6 6 fours in there as well, and 203 strike rate was very impressive. Wali Khan as well, 19 off 18, just stuck around, gave someone to bat alongside with him. Did Wali Khan hit some nice shots as well. There was 2 fours and then a nice 6 into the offside. That was one of the best shots of the day, a lofted cover drive. And then, well, this one, thought it was a bump ball, but it wasn't. Good catch by Amal Thomas to remove Wali Khan. And it didn't stop Zaid Sulad, though. He kept on going. That was a really good stop again by Amal Thomas, who's had a very good time about in the field today. But then there were some huge hits down the ground from Zaid Sulad. We're in 4 of those 6s. They were absolutely incredible. And you can just see here towards the end, well, that's not how you want to go. Dave Thomas steps on his own stumps. And, well, that one is not what he's going to want to look back on. But this one went straight up in the air. Pretty simple catch in the end for the keeper behind the stumps in Nitin Sunil. But as soon as we saw Sulak go, it was a bit of a last couple of interesting deliveries. This one was quite funny. He had about 4 seconds to take the bails. 1, 2, got 3 seconds and still didn't manage to do it. Ended up being another 2 to the total. And that was all she wrote. 96 for 4 then for Trakia here in match number 5, as they set 97 for victory for Pleven. Taking a look then at the scorecards here. Again, just proof Sulat was the main run scorer, 53 off of 26 for him. Well backed up though by Wali Khan, has to be said. Held his bat pretty nicely when necessary. Dave Patel though hit his own wicket. Very rare you see that. But he hit his own wicket, and that means that Amal Thomas has finished with incredible figures. If we take a look then at the scorecard for the bowlers though, I mean realistically for Pleven there was a couple of good bowlers, but it was Amal Thomas who finished for 3 for 4 off of his 2 overs. Sensational bit of bowling from the spinner, and yeah, picking up, only giving away 1 wide as well. Pretty economical of course. And then Alan Joy also bowled pretty well, and he went for 16, but wickets as well for Junaid Arju. That was all she wrote. We'll do return please as we come back to live action in around about, not very long, in about 5 minutes. Do come back then as we'll see the second innings, the final innings then, here in match number 5. Don't go nowhere, you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good afternoon then. Welcome back to the final innings end of the day, first day here for the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria. Match number 5 is a pretty simple equation. 97 runs required for victory here for MU Pleven to try and get themselves off the bottom of the table, but they're going to have to come up against Trakia's side that are probably going to be feeling well up for the occasion after putting on a decent total of 96 for 4 after their 10 overs. So they're going to be really hoping that they can restrict Pleven to less than 97 and try their very best to keep them under wraps. Looks as if it's going to be the skipper in Walid Khan is going to take the first over for Trakia. Again, few spots of rain about, just coming down ever so slightly. Hopefully it doesn't get any worse. But here is Khan. That's a lovely shot from Butt, who you feel is going to be pretty crucial for this side if they're going to get anywhere near. If they're going to get anywhere near this one. This total, of course. Looking forward to seeing what unfolds here in the last game of the afternoon. It's been a fantastic first day, has to be said. It's had a mixture of action. Some good, some not so good. Some very comical. And this just dabbed into that offside. And that'll just be a single. Gets the run open, the run tally open for Arham. Of course, you can see there that the man with the gloves, Zaid Salat, coming off the back of a very well-made half-century. That's going to be a wide. Again, just struggling once more to find that rhythm. That's what we've seen all bowlers struggle with here in today's first day of play. Shorter and gets him all ends up. Does Khan, and it's a well-earned dot ball. For those of you that aren't following us on our social media or on Instagram, Twitter, you should go ahead and do so. There's been a nice interview with the century maker with the likes of Manam Bashir. He smoked 114 off of 39 deliveries in match number 1. It was incredible hitting. There's a nice little interview up there with himself and Rico Full. So do go ahead and pop over there, take a listen. But hey, it's the last innings of the day. Let's have some fun. Let us know where you were watching from, where you're tuning in from. Any questions, any queries, get them in. Let's have a bit of questions time. And this one gets through everyone, gets through everything, and eventually is collected for what will be down as a bye. Abu Musab saying, "Come on, Trakia," and once more, good to see support for all of the teams here today. We've had a few spectators in the ground as well, which has always been quite nice. On the drive from Arham, and yet again missing out on the fuller delivery from Ali Khan. And again, just drop some runs and will once more be a simple single. End of the over, 6 for none after 1. Coming into the 109th game now without a single golden ball. And we're starting to get into that sort of rhythm where you just feel as if you don't really know where it's going to end. Of course, last season we ended up waiting 400 105 matches to be exact until we were able to break that little curse that we were under. But it was it was that game against or between Gorka 11 and the Lisbon Capitals, as we see Saini is going to come in for this second over, and that's a good early start. Good early start from Saini. And again, if they're going to get anywhere up towards near this total, they've got to be using this power play. And that clatters into the pads and is probably missing another sets of 2 stumps if you were to put them down, because didn't have much going for it. Good delivery though, pushing it through for pace. 91 needed off of 52. That run rate sat at 10.5 exactly. Every over needs at least 1 or 2 boundaries at this point. This is into the leg side and well fielded. Great bit of work from Abbas Zaidi. Keeps it to just 1, saves what would have been a certain boundary. And again, another collision. Oh dear, I haven't seen anyone slip over in a while. Bit of confusion out in the field at the moment to see where they can just keep and get the field right. This is up in the air, taken. That's a good catch from the man at mid-wicket. That's Abdur Khan for Trakia. And a big wicket in Zygan, but he has to go. And it's the first wicket down, and Plevin a 7 for 1. So Newman comes out to the middle, and at this point you're probably thinking, okay, just give myself a couple of overs, and then really that's where you've got to really cash in then. You need someone to go big, you do, especially when you're chasing a total of around about, what's that now, gone up to 10.8 and over. You need to have someone that goes big and digs in and sits there for the whole innings. Well, that will be a wide down the leg side. Nitin Sunil is the new batsman. No surprise to see that he hasn't really stayed at the top of the order, coming in at number 3 rather than coming in up to open, just having a bit of a demotion. And it's, again, due to a lack of form, really. Struggled this morning. This time just fends down to short third man. And, oh, that was almost an incredible bit of work from Salat. You can't keep him out of the game at this point, but yeah, we've seen him do that quite a lot. Just runs it down, and oh, look at that. That would have been so good. But wasn't meant to be. But again, just reminds the batsman that he's still there. This is down the ground, pummeled hard, 6 runs over the top, and they're going to need a few more of those, Plevin, if they're going to get themselves off the bottom of the table. But that's a lovely shot from Aram, and we've seen it, that he is capable of it, but he just needs to find that consistency. End of the over, 2 overs down, 16 for 1. There you go, there was a confirmation then of the updated table. Plevin, of course, if they lose this, they will go bottom. And yeah, Trakia at the moment, if they win this, they'll go. They'll sit comfortably in 3rd. We'll see. Of course, a couple more teams tomorrow. The likes of the Barbarians coming into the frame of things, and Yulis as well. Looking forward to that one, that's for sure. Some big games coming up over the next few weeks, and then of course Istanbul. They come into the tournament later on. Of course, hailing from Turkey. I think it's a really great initiative to involve them in the tournament. Really allows for the development of cricket. And they really could come in and cause some issues, and it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever, as that's a stop. Good bigger work from Rizwan Ali. Good start, though, for Dave Patel. Well, he's already hit the stumps with his leg in this game. We'll be trying to do it with the ball now. Leg side, 4 more. Splits the field, finds the gap. Well, it's one of the players. He's having a bit of a relaxation period, isn't he? But that's a good shot from Adam, who you feel now it has to be him, doesn't it? Because if he doesn't get it, then he's going to be really, really struggling at this point in time. Fuller delivery and only just misses by a matter of inches. That was not far away at all. Once more, though, Patel with a good comeback. And this one is just down the leg side. Good take. This was just a repeat. This is the replay there. Just steps out of the way of it, just down the leg side. This one down the leg side once more. This will be another boundary. Abdullah Hajir just has to pick up the ball from the other side of the boundary rope. Turns it around the corner. Nice shot. And again, this over just keeps them in the game. Does Plevin at the moment. And this time on the offside. Misses out, though. Just pushing it wider, did Patel. I don't mind that. Fuller, and again, straighter. Just manages to squeeze it out. And this time, once more, Abdullah Hajir will be able to collect it cleanly. End of the power play. 3 overs down, 25 for 1. There you go, you can see the comparison at the moment. They're just behind the rate at the moment, with it just sort of going up and down between 10 and 11. But they're not far off it. Plevin, their run rate's never really been a massive issue. It's always been the case of losing wickets. That's been the more constant issue for them. And it's going to be Abdur Khan. He took the catch to remove the first wicket. And he's going to start with a wide. Again, this is the thing. You talk about a lot of these players here in Bulgaria. A lot of them do play here in Bulgaria due to their studies. A lot of them do a lot of their university stuff here in Bulgaria, which is nice to see. Down the leg side, doesn't get any of it, won't carry to, that's Dave Patel. And Julian, sorry, was just talking about the way I was mentioning the Golden Ducks, the Golden Ball issue that we had last year and the lack of them. Yeah, it seems like a long time ago. We were sat in Coimbra a long time ago. And this time is down the leg side of the left-handed batsman. So if it was just a ball before or a ball later, it would have been fine, because the first ball was perfect for a left-hander. The second ball, perfect for a right-hander. So if there's any way that he can find a way to get in the middle, then he'll be okay. Turn around the corner. That'll be 4. Evades the outstretched hand of Abdullah Hajir. And that's a welcome boundary. And Adam moves into the 20s. Nice shot again. He's very strong there, isn't he? That's where he likes it. It's in that arc. He's very confident to turn it around the corner. You can see at the moment they're well at their 6 runs ahead of where they need to be. Good afternoon to Mayad Patel, though. Hope you're okay. Thank you for joining us. And again, leg side, and again, a wide. And everyone's sort of saying, a couple of people just saying it feels as if the match is a little bit slow. I think the issue is the amount of extras. I think it's just been quite high today. Again, the conditions haven't been easy throughout the day with some serious weather. Driven nicely through the offside. Patel will try and give chase, but he won't get there. That's a good bit of fielding in the end by Mukhtar. No, yeah, that was... yeah, the extras have just been a little bit higher than usual again. Various reasons. And, well, there's another one. And that's a good bit of fielding from the man down there. I believe that's really good work, in fact. Look at that. That runs away. It's a tough take. Just lack of foot movement from a keeping perspective. Doesn't set off on the right foot. Leg side, pumped hard, 6 runs. That's huge into that onside. And Sunil finally gets a shot into that leg side. That's where he loves it. And he'll be so happy that he's finally able to get one away. 6 runs. Nice stuff from Sunil. But yeah, no, and well, Dave's saying that they're surprised that there hasn't been any bowling time penalties, and well, no, there hasn't been. And you know, credit where credit's due, they're well within the time. They haven't. We have had a couple of not close calls, but we've had a couple of close-ish calls, and they haven't. Man, they've ended up on the right side, so all okay. Khan changing the angle, and this time will just be pushed. And again, a very good bit of work from Hajir, and it will just be 1. Just feel a wicket at this time would possibly be a bit of a dagger to the heart of the Pleven players. Currently 53 off of 37 at the moment. That run rate's creeped into just over 8 for the first time. Down the ground, hasn't got anything on it, man. Underneath it, 2 of them. Oh, there's a collision, but he's taken it. And I think he's realised that he's copped one on the there. I'm not too sure what the pause is here. He's fine. He's taken it and copped one on the face, but yeah, not too sure as to what they're waiting for. It might be just a potential here for something to change or alter what we've just seen. There may be an issue with fielders and fielding restrictions. They're just trying to see, I think, if the fielding restrictions were adhered to, then there wouldn't be an issue. But they're just having a conversation. Well, the batsman's having more of the conversation. And not too sure as to what's going on. I think he's been given his marching orders, and that's fair enough. He was pleading his case, but he has to go, and it was eventually given. But it's a big wicket, and I was saying that a wicket now would be crucial, and it's a bit of a dagger, and it certainly is. It's the in-batsman. Mohamed Anam has to go, and it's the 2nd wicket down. 4 overs down as well. 11, 44 for 2. So going at 11 at the moment per over, and that's just seeming to keep the faith alive. But at the moment, another wicket or two, and it'd be a completely different story. In theory, I mean, you look at what's, you know, batsman-wise, who's still to come. We haven't really seen anything crazy for Pleven. They haven't really shown much more, but I think in reality, you just don't know. And you could see anything happen. Looks as if the keeper's going to stand up for some spin from Dave Patel. And again on the money. Well, there's going to be a wayward throw, and possibly thrown it for an extra run. Batsmen weren't paying attention, and it's ended up being just being a single. just a bit of a rush of blood potentially for Sulat. And that's much better. Right on the money. And again, a good take from Sulat once more. But a good bit of bowling from Patel. They need a tidy one here. They need a tight over, especially after getting that wicket. They need to try and dog Raheen down and keep applying that squeeze. Just snatched at that one, though. Did Sulat. Possibly a bit of adrenaline coming into things. But you have to remember, both teams looking to get their first points on the board. This is such a crucial game in the context of this tournament. It could come down to, you know, whether or not you make the finals, Dave. I tell you what, though, that's excellent bit of work, and you can't keep him out of the game at the moment. Zahid Sulat with an excellent stumping, and Dave Patel, he's had a tough day, hasn't really been able to get things going, had an unlucky dismissal, he stepped on his own stumps, finally picks up a wicket, and it's the wicket of Rahman. He goes, and that will be the third one to fall, 45 for 3. So, new batsman comes out then, and it's going to be Alan Jose. And this one asking the question, but certainly looked as if it was just maybe not doing what it needed to do. Take another look at this one here then. Going down leg for sure, all 3 stumps on vision at one point. Good call from the umpire. Once more. Of course, that's Paulson Samuel and Iman Dimitrov are the 2 on-field umpires. And end of the over, 5 overs down then. Pleven, 45 for 3, and that's again really good from Trachea to drag them back after picking up a wicket as well. Remember, just a reminder then, this is what's coming up over the month of September and mostly October. 6 group will turn up, and well, a couple of teams will end up making it through to Championship. Championship week, of course, Netherlands will be already there. They won it last year, so they're the reigning champions. They get through on that merit. And then you look at Group A, by the way, Spain, Isle of Man, France, Czech Republic, and Greece. Greece, of course, we'll see at the end of the ECS here. They're coming for the ECIs as we come back to live action. As it's Abbas Zaidi is the new fielder, new bowler, I should say. Halfway stage, though, and they're almost neck and neck in theory. After 5 overs, Trachea were 49 for 1, and Pleven 45 for 3. So Trachea in theory ahead in terms of runs and wickets, but all could change in just a matter of a heartbeat. And that's why, you know, this game is the game that we love so much. Full toss, drag, leg side by Jose. Will just be one. That's a good bit of work from Muqdad. Good arm. Very good arm. And Mahir Patel just saying, like he told you, Patel's, he thinks he knows something that we may not. Short into the onside. Again, will just be a single. Abdul Khan out in the deep. Does a good bit of work, and that will once more just be one. Yet again, just needs to keep them quiet. No boundaries is a win for Trachea here. And this time, bit of in swing towards the latter stages of the delivery. Just see here, as it passes the bat, you can just see it drifts in a little bit. Good take. Crocodile take, though. But Jose, 1 off 4. Down the ground this time. And again, this time it's a wide. But once more, I've just that's just been the issue, as people were just saying. They were just arguing and questioning as to why maybe the games are feeling a little bit longer. It's just the amount of extras at the moment. Down the ground, and that has gone all the way. That's picked up nicely from Sunil. And well, you just feel is Pleven are going to have any chance of chasing this down, he has to be the man that does it. Lovely shot, picked up nicely. Nice flow of the bat, 6 runs. Six overs down, 57 for 3. Of course, Rahim going for that 3-ball duck, stumped nicely by Sulat. And then caught on ball for Abdul Khan, and then Abdul Khan was involved in the removal of Butt as well. He was the catcher after Saini was the bowler for him. But it's, well, speaking of Saini, he's going to come back into the attack. He's got 1 over left. Wide, down the leg side. Bit of a smile and a nod. But yeah, no, this has been, yeah, extras-wise, it's been rather a lot. I mean, at the moment, currently sat on 12 at this point. That's a good delivery. Then you look at the first innings, they ended up with 18. There was 22 in one of the games as well earlier on. So yeah, that's just realistically the issue. You know, that's an extra, couple of overs if you think about it in that sense. So just adds to it. It makes it harder for bowling sides to get in within the timing restrictions. This is turned round the corner. That's going to run away for a boundary. A well-needed boundary nonetheless as well. Good bit of batting. This time it's Jose who gets involved. That's his first boundary of this game. Opens the account nicely. Nice sweep. 4 more. Maya's come up with a good idea. Drinking game as to every time there's a white. Oh dear. Well, that could be a long evening if you were to do that, or a long day in fact. That's just should just be one and will be. And it's now 34 needed off 21 then. Coming down to the latter stages of the first day of play here. What a day it's been. Plenty of highlights to watch as well. Make sure you stick around for that at the end. But yeah, plenty of cricket still to come, with another 13 days left of cricket here in Bulgaria. Of course, we don't stop there. We make our way to Stockholm. And then after that, then we're off to Romania. So looking forward to that. Then there's some international T20s at some point. They're in there as well, so do remember that. But yeah, plenty of cricket still to come here on the European Cricket Network. Just dabs, runs, just for a single. It's interesting. I think they bat themselves to hit the balls when necessary, but after that, they don't need to take any risks. I think also Sunil knows that he can't be the man that goes. If he goes, then you almost feel as if that's Pleven's hopes that go as well. Fall down the ground, hasn't quite got all of it. Patel is the fielder. Oh, it could be a mishap here. He gets stranded, and I think realistically it was just Sunil wanting to keep the strike. End of the over, 7 overs down, 3 left. 11 are 64 for 3. So this is what's coming up tomorrow. So we've got match 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10 coming your way. Starts at 5:30 GMT, bit early. 7:30 Central European time and 11 o'clock out in India. We've got Plovdiv taking on Ulis, Tarakia, and then we've got the likes of Barbarians taking on Plovdiv as well. And then we've got Pleven as well. So yeah, looking forward to that one, that's for sure. With that one starting at the 7:30 Central European time, 5:30 GMT, 11 o'clock out in India. Rico Fu will be alongside me for that one, and certainly looking forward to it. Slip in place. Well, they're asking the question here, but in reality, when you're stepping across like that, I don't think there's much the umpire can do. Watch this. Steps right across him and can't see, and he has to move. And, yeah, there's nothing you can do when you're When the bowler runs right in front of you, you can sit there and go, I don't know, you can ask me what you want, but unless you get out of my way, I'm not going to be giving you anything. This time into the leg side once more. So just one, you can see pretty much neck and neck now, as that's 65 for 3, plays 69 for 2. So 4 runs in it, couple of boundaries changed it yet again. But yeah, this is just have a feeling about this one. Nice shot, offside. There's a man out there, should just be one, will be. He's wearing the shades, he knows what's happening. And that will be another single. Wild swing from Sunil, unnecessary as well. Every dot ball is a killer. Every dot ball is gold dust here for Trakia. But the good thing is you can just see how much these two teams both want to win this game. They know how crucial it is. They know that they've got to get points on the board, and it's a real opportunity for both teams here. That's just dropped and run. And he does a bit of the splits, but survives. James Stewart saying random question. I don't know if this is really a random question. It seems we finally got you onto my time zone. Was this all a part of my both cunning and creepy fanboy? Offside, and it will just be one. Potentially they're going to try and take for 2. They do, and if he gets there, it's going to be really tight. Oh, we're going to have to look upstairs here because it's a good bit of work from Khan. He's not too sure, really. His body count isn't giving too much, or his body isn't giving too much away, his body language. Here we see then, could be tight. That's going to have to be slowed right down. Here we go then. And he's in, made his ground. He'll survive then. So that will be 2 more runs. Good bit of running then. It's one of those runs, if you make it, it's really good. If you don't make it, you look like a fool. But Sunil and Jose both survive then. Means that at the end of the over, it is 69 for 3. 28 runs required off of 12 deliveries. You can see, look how tight this is getting here. Just, they were up against it, right up towards that run rate. Then they've just fallen behind a little bit. Need a big over, and it's got to be now. It's now or never. We say it all happens in the 9th. Here we go. It is going to be Abba Saidi. Leg side, hasn't got all of it. Opportunity taken. That's an outrageous catch out in the deep from Levanjin Mukhtar. Look how much it means to him. The Bulgarian national, incredible scenes, takes an incredible catch out in the deep, and it's the big wicket. Nitin Sunil has to go, and with him, potentially the hopes of Plevin, but another wicket goes, 69 for 4. Incredible catch out in the deep. And the celebrations all round, because I think they know how crucial that wicket could be in the grand context of this game. Just looked as if he was trying to get on with things, was trying to motor along and really put a dent into that run rate, but wasn't able to do so. Picked out the man out in the deep. Excellent catch from Mukhtar. That means Zaidi picks up his first as well. And it means that Hussain comes in, and he's just got to swing, haven't it? There's no point dying quietly here. 28 off 11 needed. Oh, dear. That's an awful appeal. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That's a terrible appeal. But, again, Hussain misses out on the wide, though, more importantly. Got in the way of it. Not clever cricket from Hussain. Gets in the way of it. Then swings and misses. And every dot ball, that pendulum just swings ever so slightly more towards Trakia's favour. Full toss, slapped hard. That'll be 4. And again, that pendulum now just levels out a little bit. And every time, every delivery changes. That's the joy of T10 cricket. They're going. Don't know if they want to have a look at the height here. Could be a questionable one. I think they're going to be okay. I don't think they're questioning. I think it dips just in time. But I tell you what, this is going to be interesting here because another boundary changes it completely. You've got to be going into this last over with 16 or less required. 24 runs needed off 8 then. Down the ground, hasn't middled it. Should just be a single will beat. And that's good cricket. Good cricket from Trakia here. Last delivery then, penultimate over, 9th over, all happens in the 9th. Not yet, that's a wide. That's a wide down leg side. It wouldn't be a 9th over here in Bulgaria without a wide, would it really? It's now 14 runs as well without the with the extras, so it's getting up there as some of the top scorers once more. Down the ground, and that's gone for a boundary again. That's 4 more, and that just changes this last over into something a little bit more reachable. 18 needed off the last. Lovely shot from Jose, and well, it's going to come down to this last over. It's going to be 17 runs needed for a golden ball. 18 runs needed for victory here for Pleven. So, last over, who's it going to fall to? It's going to be the skipper, Walid Khan. He's been holding himself back for this entire reason. 18 runs needed off 6 balls. Leg side. Should be 2. They're going to think of 2. They're going to turn and go. And they're going to get there. That's good bit of running. They need a boundary. 1 boundary at least, minimum, in the next 2. In the next 2 deliveries. It's got to be now, isn't it? Has to be here, has to be now. 16 needed off 5. An extra will change the game completely. Superb bowling. They're going to come through. He's not going to have a shot at the stumps. That's clever. It's a leg by. It's now 15 needed off of 4. And again, just changes the game, doesn't it? He just had to go and run. No one at the stumps. No one backing up. It's sensible cricket. You don't want to give away any extra runs in this tight situation here. And again, doesn't get anything on it. That's a dot ball. Well, a dot ball is gold dust in any format of the game. And you can just see there that they almost feel as if that might be it. But it's now 15 needed off 3. Mathematically still possible. And again, there's no issue here. He doesn't take the ball at all. So no worry about a potential mishap run out. But it could be here. 15 needed off 3. If there's an extra, then it's different. Then it's going to be different. But here we go then. And everyone's a little bit anxious. No, everyone's stood up. No one really knows what's going on. Here we go. Down the ground. Hasn't got all of it. Opportunity. Patel takes it. That's a big, big wicket. And with that is almost the game. And once again, it's Patel, who's pretty abysmal day, gets slightly better with that catch. It's the big catch of Jose, who was looking to get on with things, but he wasn't able to get enough on it. And it crumbles down, and it's the 5th wicket to fall. Pleven looking as if they might fall agonisingly short, 82 for 5. Well, it couldn't be, could it? Alan Thomas, he's got to do... They need a no ball here. Pleven need a no ball. They need something crazy to happen. It's 15 off 2. It needs to be a no ball for something here. And that's well bowled from Walid Khan. He might pick up another one here. He does. And that will be the 6th wicket. As it looked as if it's Thomas who came in, and he already has to go. That revolving door of constant wickets is here again. And, well, that means that Pleven are going to fall agonisingly short. And, again, you look at those extras. That's ended up being almost the difference, really, hasn't it? And another wicket goes. Good catch in the end from Patel. He almost had to put the brakes on, but all of a sudden, this is an ideal situation for Trakia and for Wali Khan. He's on a hat-trick. They can't get a victory unless he does something incredibly silly, but it's got to be, it could be an absolutely incredible scene here. Here we go then, hat-trick ball. No, he doesn't, but that's struck and struck firmly, and it will be 4, but it won't be anything as important as what that victory is for Trakia. They finally get points on the board up against a depleted Pleven side who have played 3 games today and have gone 3 for 3 losses. And it's going to be an uphill battle from them, but the good news for them is it's a long, long way to go here in Bulgaria with 2 weeks of cricket to come. But look at the celebrations all around for Trakia. And well, what a catch that man took, by the way. Mukhtar out in the deep, coming in for this game. And he took an outstanding catch out in the deep. But that means that Trakia have beaten Pleven by just 10 runs in this final game, match number 5 of the FanCode European Cricket Series. We can go ahead taking a look at the highlights then of this last innings here. There was some really nice cricket shots, but that was the first wicket to go. And it was a big one as well. And then we saw the man coming in. Well, this was an interesting one. It was almost an incredible bit of fielding from the wicketkeeper. He's had a good day, hasn't he? However, it ended up not being and coming to fruition. However, some really nice shots, though, from the top order in terms of Mohammad Arman, who looked pretty confident. But however, he ended up going caught and bowled by Abdul Khan. And yeah, but he just wasn't enough, was it? They just struggled at the wrong times for Pleven, and that's just been the case, hasn't it? Their batting just hasn't been up to scratch, and it's just been their realistic downfall. And this one, again, that was a really good bit of work, and that was Rahman who went for without scoring. And then that brought Sunil alongside Alan Jose, and there were some nice shots from both of them, but just 1 or 2 not enough, realistically, as the tail ends up being Trakia being your winners here by 10 runs. That was an excellent catch to remove the dangerous Sunil at that point in the game. It was a big wicket, and it was Lavanging Mukhtar who took the catch. It was a really good catch, much to the applause of all of his teammates. And then there was a little bit of breathing room and a little bit of nerves, couple of 4s, couple of boundaries, but they ended up holding their nerve as the skipper in that last over was sensational. Took 2 wickets in the over and only conceded a handful of runs. And it really just was an excellent display of captaincy from Wali Khan. He'll be happy with his efforts, both with bat and ball. He was there alongside Zaid Sulat. That was the 4 that finished it, but it was 4 too many, really. 10 runs was the victory by Trakia here in match number 5 then. And as you can see, this is what we've got coming up tomorrow. We're going to do it all over again. As we can see Plovdiv, they take on Trakia in match number 6. Then we're going to see Barbarians, their first showing here in Bulgaria. That's coming up in matches number 7. And then we see them in number 8, number 9. And then we see Plovdiv taking on Trakia in number 10. And now that's where we are here in Sofia, and what a first day it's been. We've had everything, haven't we? We've had comical, we've had some serious batting, some serious bowling, but we come to that in just a minute. We take a look at the scorecard here, and you can see that it was really just a couple of men getting in, but not really converting, and a couple of them getting out cheaply, and that was really where it all went wrong. And yeah, that was really just the issue, wasn't it? There was no one really that settled in and got themselves going. But wickets shared for everyone, really, for Trakia, which is always nice to see. 2 for Wali Khan in that last over. Saini picking up 1, Patel picking up 1. I thought Patel would be pretty happy with the fact that he was able to finally contribute more than what he's usually been able to. But again, he'll be pretty happy. And yeah, you can see there that is the story. Trakia are the winners here at match number 5 by 10 runs. And what a first day it's been. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the coverage here. The first day of many, first day of 14 to be precise, of course, here in Sofia. And what a day we've had. We've had comical moments, a couple to name a few. But then you also have to remember that century in match number 1. That feels like ages ago. We've had so much action since then, but it's been incredible here in Bulgaria. A huge thank you to all of the staff here and the ground crew on the ground here today. It's been a little bit tricky with some interesting conditions. It's not been easy, but it certainly has been enjoyable. And to all the local organising committee and to all the umpires as well, led brilliantly by Ian Ramage. He's been absolutely incredible and a good first day all in all. It's not easy out there. You're under a lot of pressure, but it will only get easier, and I'm sure we'll see them improve a lot over the next couple of days. A huge thanks to Rico Full as well. I thought he'd always enjoy spending time with him whenever I can. Of course, we'll be seeing more of him over the next couple of days. He'll be back tomorrow, I'm sure of it. But also, finally, a huge thank you to the crew, Spring Productions. You guys have been incredible once again. Some of the replays, they weren't easy, but you certainly did your part. And again, we're always thankful for all the work you guys put in. You know, the stuff that doesn't get seen, especially when, you know, you guys turn up a couple of days before us, and everything that gets put in, we are so thankful. But finally, a huge thanks to all of the viewers. You guys have been incredible once again. It's been a pleasure to be back on the airwaves, and we're looking forward to doing it all over again. And until then, I'm certainly looking forward to it. My name's been Charlie Hunt. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria, and we'll be doing it all over again. Good night.
Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Bowls getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. And our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for six. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka, 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come. Lower ball off, and he's picked that up beautifully. He's sent it all the way. Gidna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, Share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it rip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There we go, she sent that pack in but the shaka 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come. Lower ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He's sent it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind, standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it rip as the ball really starts to spin. Head out, batsman's alert with the crack of a bat. The ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to